Good morning and welcome to the sixth meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. We're very excited to be holding this meeting in this brand new room. So welcome to Las Vegas, people who are visiting from around the state. And jackets are not required in my committee, but as we know in Las Vegas, everywhere is about 70 degrees inside. So you'll see most of us with jackets on and possibly even warming ourselves. Ms. Rowe, will you please take the roll?
Senator Buck. Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Lang.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Present.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Here.
Assemblyman Koenig.
Present.
Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Here.
Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
I am here and we do have a quorum. Before we begin, I'd like to cover some housekeeping reminders for the members and for those who are here to provide testimony or listen in. When speaking, identify yourself for the record each time you speak. When testifying, turn the microphone on and off each time you finished. When it's on, it is green. When it is off, it goes red. Meeting materials received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the committee's webpage. You can receive electronic notifications of the committee's agenda, minutes, and final report by signing up through the Nevada Legislature's website. Mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize background noise. Please note that the committee members, that the Zoom chat is only for technical assistance from our broadcast production services. I want to notify members that we have a large agenda for this meeting. Not surprising, we always do. To make sure we move through the agenda items in a timely manner, if members have multiple questions, you know who you are. I would request that you ask your first question to start, and then if your other questions have not been asked by the time we get through everyone, we'll circle back before we move on to our next agenda item. Finally, we will take about a 30-minute break around noon for lunch. And I guess that is it. So with that, we'll get on to our first agenda item, which is public comment. Public comment may be provided in several different ways, including in person, via phone, email, mail, or even fax machine. Detailed instructions to provide public comment are listed in this meeting's agenda. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes per speaker. So if anyone is here in Vegas wishing to make public comment, you can go ahead and fill up those chairs. And there'll also be an additional opportunity to make public comment at the end of the meeting. LCB Broadcast and Production Services will interact with those making remote public comment and providing testimony to facilitate participation in the meeting. Thank you. All right, so no one is coming up. There's no one all the way in the back there. Feels like you guys are so far away. Carson City, is there anyone coming to the table to make public comment? You're shaking your head, Assemblywoman. Thank you very much for showing that. Okay, Broadcast Services, is there anyone on the phone wishing to make public comments?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment for today's meeting, please press *9 or raise your hand in the Zoom app to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
It's too hot for people to even get on the phone. All right, we will go on to our next agenda item. Which is approval of the minutes. Agenda item 3, do I have a motion for approval of the minutes for the May 15th?
So moved.
I have a motion made by Senator Dondero Loop and a second from Senator Lang. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are approved. All right, next we will move on to the next agenda item. We'll hear about licensure for teachers and administrators in the state. As part of this item, we will also hear about teachers who are J1 visa holders to better understand the unique requirements of this authorization. We will hear from all stakeholders and then take questions at the end. First, we have Jeff Brisky and Kathleen Gallant-Collins from the Nevada Department of Education. And I believe you guys have a PowerPoint as well. And I will let you know when it is up on the screen, and then you can go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning.
Hold on 1 minute. We don't have the PowerPoint yet. All right, now we have it. Please begin.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Bilbe Axelrod, Vice Chair Lang, and the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. My name is Jeff Brisky. I am the Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement at the Department of Education. I'm here with my colleague, Kathleen Gallant-Collins, Assistant Director from our office. Thank you for this opportunity to share an overview of educator licensure. Senate Bill 7.2 charges this committee with conducting a study, and we are happy to provide this requested information to assist this committee in its work. NDE currently utilizes several recruitment and retention strategies that include equitable pathways and removing barriers, reviewing competency exams, supporting effective induction and professional development, supporting districts to improve working conditions, and promoting educator voice recognition, licensing system improvements, and more transparent workforce data. And these are the items that I will be discussing today. To ensure that we have educators who are highly qualified and safe to work with our students, we do have a lot of specific regulations for not only each license and endorsement area, but also the multiple pathways to obtain those licenses and endorsement areas. And the number of regulations does seem daunting, and I do not have all of them memorized, but they do facilitate and streamline access for people to obtain a license. And we are always listening to our educators and education partners to determine where improvements can be made, as you will see in the next few slides. The Commission on Professional Standards in Education was created in Senate Bill 467 during the 64th legislative session in 1987. And it is the only regulatory body appointed by the governor that sets licensing standards for educational personnel. Regulations adopted by the commission are sent to the State Board of Education for consideration and approval before they are sent to the Legislative Commission for consideration and final adoption. This slide shows some of the Commission's accomplishments during the last few years, such as allowing required renewal coursework to be satisfied with professional development, review and removal of the Praxis core and renewal requirements for certain occupational licenses, allow any person who is employed as support staff to complete a clinical field experience while remaining employed, and created occupational and physical therapist assistant licenses, as well as requiring a master's level degree to practice speech language pathology in our schools. The current work of the Commission would allow ARL graduates 3 years to complete testing, restore renewal hours to be earned at any time during the licensure period, allow coursework in lieu of basic competency exams, create school psychology and speech language assistant licenses, create a 3-year registered apprentice license, create a STEM endorsement, include technology and the science of reading in early childhood and elementary programming. Again, this work would not be possible without listening and working with our educators and education partners and consistently making those improvements. As required by AB 428, the Commission shall conduct a study concerning the Praxis 2 and pedagogy exams. The department has contracted with our partner West Ed to assist the Commission in conducting this study and present our recommendations to the Standing Committees on Education during the 83rd session. This slide highlights some of Nevada's Grow Your Own and registered apprenticeship programs, as well as pre- and in-service supports that the department administers, including scholarship programs and classroom supply funding. Nevada's pathways to initial certification include pre-preparation with our CTE teacher and training programs, which was expanded with AB 428, traditional and alternative routes, career technical education, business and industry pathway, and as well as reciprocity. And while we support all of our institutions, I wanted to share a highlight. The Nevada Forward program became a registered apprenticeship program in teaching in 2023, enabling paraprofessionals, substitutes, and other school support staff to earn degrees while maintaining employment. The Paraprofessionals Pathway Project, or PPP, for undergraduates, and the Accelerated Alternative Route to Licensure, AARL, programs comprise the Nevada Forward Apprenticeship Program. Nevada Forward also offers a pre-apprenticeship pathway within the Paraprofessionals Pathway Project for students who need to complete their general ed requirements. The department supports Nevada Forward by administering several federal and state grants, as well as educator preparation and licensing considerations, such as ongoing conversations, ensuring our future educators are prepared for tomorrow's learners in both traditional and competency-based learning pathways, and with the Commission's support and regulatory adoption, a registered apprenticeship license that can be used for both pre- and in-service employment, as well as during the clinical field experience. The department's webpage has information for the application process as well as current licensure areas. And of note, the department has a specific link for our foreign educators. The visiting foreign educators who are in Nevada on a J1 cultural exchange visa have resources including a checklist and guide for the entire process, transcript requirements and approved translation services, information on reciprocity, and a frequently asked questions section. This summer, as new cohorts arrive, we will have virtual and in-person information sessions, working closely with the employers to guide educators through the initial requirements, reciprocity, exam reports, and the entire application process. We did at one point have a temporary regulation to issue a visiting international teaching license as a bridge to get foreign educators into the classrooms equitably without delay. While this temporary regulation was in place, the department did reach out and confirmed with the Philippine Ministry of Education, and more specifically, the Professional Regulation Commission in that country, to determine if their competency exams are comparable to ours. We did receive that confirmation, and we have shared that with employers and educators that their competency exams in that country are comparable to Nevada's exam requirements. So we have not pursued a permanent regulation for that license, as it is not needed anymore. Nevada offers full reciprocity for out-of-state applicants if their license is valid, has a valid credential, and a clear endorsement area, as well as a bachelor's degree. The Commission has adopted moving the required parent involvement family engagement course to a licensure renewal requirement as required by Senate Bill 442, which enacted legislation to join the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. Nevada was one of the first 10 states to join the compact, and I am serving on that commission to write regulation for that compact. The cost of membership in the compact is yet to be determined and is not currently a line item in the department licensing budget. We do have 6 types of licenses that we issue: conditional, which is more commonly known as ARL licenses; provisional for initial licensees who are missing some coursework or exams; standard, professional, substitute, and of course a retiree license option. The initial application steps are to set up an account, upload required documents, pay the fee, and submit. Once submitted, the applicant receives fingerprinting instruction and a list of approved vendors where they can get their fingers printed. The applicant can monitor their application process in 3 main queues. They receive a text or email notification as their applications move through these queues. The first queue is the intake queue, where our licensing technicians review completeness of applications and ensure that all necessary documents are uploaded and match the name of the applicant. The second queue is our analyst queue, where our licensing analysts evaluate and determine if applicants meet qualifications and eligibility. And the third queue is our background queue, where they receive reports from the Department of Public Safety and the FBI and clear those applications or further investigate if necessary. The background process starts with DPS and FBI as soon as the applicant submits prints and runs simultaneously with the other two queues. The license may be issued by our investigators or our analysts, depending on which unit is the last to clear their portion of the application. The licensure office is completely fee-funded. The average 6-year renewal license is $150 or $25 a year. And this includes the fee for the Department of Public Safety for their processing costs. Licensees start receiving renewal reminders beginning 270 days in advance of their expiration date, and they can also request a 6-month extension, giving them a total of 450 days to renew their license. As mentioned on the previous slide, the Commission has adopted regulation allowing educators to earn their professional development at any time during their licensure period, restoring what was previously available. This slide provides a visual of applications processed over the last 5 calendar years. Total average is over 17,000 applications each year. And you can see there was a dip for initial and renewal applications in 2020 when all licenses were extended during the pandemic. And then there was an uptick in initial applications and renewals the following year near the end of the pandemic. Without any state funds for staffing or overhead, the licensure office supports nearly 61,000 licensed professionals in our system, processes over 14,000 initial and renewal applications, 2,600 additional endorsements. In addition to the processing those applications, and what is not on this slide, during 2023, our technicians processed and responded to more than 27,000 emails, 4,000 voicemails, and processed 15,000 transcripts. Additionally, they served 649 customers in the Carson City lobby and 4,200 customers in the Las Vegas lobby. Our processing times are about 30 days during the summer months, April through September, and about 10 days or less during our winter months, October through March. However, considering the heavy volume, the department is currently processing, I checked this morning, at exactly 21 days. But it's not to say we don't have some one-offs that go beyond 3 weeks. So if anyone is reaching out to you, please forward that email directly to me so that we can address that. We are pleased to say that our request for proposals for a new licensing system is now with state purchasing. Vendor selection is scheduled for this fall, and we did tighten up the requirements for our system to include additional functionality with case and customer service management, an integrated AI-based chatbot to assist with basic questions, data collection and analysis, allowing the tracking of all graduates from graduation to employment, and tracking the effectiveness of programs and supports. Processing improvements will allow for some automated processes and guide workflow management. And I'm going to turn it over to my Kat, as she is closest to this work about our surveys. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen Gallen-Collins, for the record. One of the areas in which Nevada is making progress is in the access to high-quality real-time data on educator workforce. The Educator Workforce Data Dashboard is in development and currently in beta testing with districts. This dashboard will provide real-time information on educator vacancies, class sizes, and student access to qualified teachers. The development of the Teacher Exit Transfer Survey was recommended by the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force, which you will hear from later today. The survey was developed in collaboration with education partners from across the state. Its purpose is to gather data to inform systemic efforts to drive continuous improvement of school, district, and statewide educator retention efforts. We can't address educator shortages without knowing why educators are leaving and what would have helped them decide to stay. The department is working with the American Institutes for Research, AIR, on both the exit transfer and the working conditions survey projects. Currently, there are 9 school districts and 1 charter district that are implementing the exit transfer survey, and AIR continues to work with the other districts to initiate implementation. The educator working conditions survey is in development with field testing starting right now, actually. The purpose of the survey is to gather data to inform systemic efforts to drive continuous improvement of school, district charter, and statewide educator working conditions. The working group identified 8 topics that they felt were important to ask school staff regarding their working conditions, including questions about school facilities and resources, instructional resources and support, staff autonomy, staff leadership, school and district leadership supports, family supports and involvement, workload, and salary and benefits. The information gathered in the working conditions survey will be able to be linked to the exit transfer survey, allowing for the potential to possibly connect specific working conditions with reasons for leaving while maintaining educator confidentiality. This link is vital if we wish to address working conditions in a way that helps educators decide to stay. The existing school climate survey includes a staff component that asks questions about staff perception of the school climate and student safety. This is vital information to gather and to have a more complete view of educator perceptions. The working conditions and staff climate surveys will complement each other. They will be administrated in alternating years to ensure educators are not overburdened with surveys. It is important to note that the climate refers to overall atmosphere of a workplace. Working conditions refers to the working environment and aspects of an employee's terms and conditions of employment. It covers such matters as organization of work, workload, work-life balance, compensation, and access to resources. Together, these sources of information can provide a more holistic view on which to base decisions regarding resources, policies, and supports.
Thank you, Jeff Brisky, NDE, for the record. Thank you again for this opportunity, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. And we're going to put questions off to the end for the committee, but I will say I am looking forward to seeing those exit interviews. And I know that I've been personally in contact with Department of Education to make sure that we're capturing if these are homegrown teachers who are leaving. We've talked a lot about the fact that we know anecdotally just from talking to principals that it seems like when we're recruiting from out of state, teachers will stay for a few years and then for whatever reason go back home to their home state, whether they want to start a family or whatever. So I think that we're going to see that information about homegrown, keeping our teachers here in Nevada, and starting that pipeline process early. So I'm excited to see that information and make sure that these incredible pipeline opportunities that we're doing for our kids of Nevada are going to be working. So thank you. And we might have some questions for you, but we'll move on and do that at the end. Okay, so next we have Stephanie Huey, Superintendent of Mineral County School District, to speak about Mineral County's experience with the J1 visa program. I think you are online via Zoom. Great. Definitely wanted to get the perspective of one of our rural counties who are taking advantage of these J1 visas. So please go ahead when ready.
Thank you. Stephanie Huey for the record, Mineral County Superintendent. With me is Claire Hayhurst for the record.
And I am the school principal, and I am mentoring the J1 visa teachers in our district.
So Mineral County is entering our 4th year of hiring J1 visa teachers. During those 4 years, we experienced a lot of challenges in learning how to best support our J1 visa teachers and avoid agency fees, avoid costs that they really don't need to pay. So we've been fortunate enough to have Ms. Hayhurst, who's from the Philippines. She fully understands the process. And over the 4 years, we've really fine-tuned and created a position within our district who mentors our teachers and helps them through the process that agencies would, and now we're able to do. We're really excited about the diversity that it brings to our district. Mineral County is a rural district with a very small population, less than 500 students. So bringing the diversity and the cultural exchange has been amazing for our students and our staff, as well as our community. And working through this process, I just want all of you to know We were able to hire small number of teachers because we are a small district, 5 teachers this year, and they did not have to use an agent. They did still have to have a sponsor, but they didn't have to use an agent because Ms. Hayhurst was working so closely with them and helped them learn how to work with the system to support our J1 visa teachers to help reduce the fees that they pay. Right now, Mineral County School District has 25% of our teachers who are J1 visa teachers. We currently only have 2 vacancies in our district, thanks to the J1 visa teacher exchange. And I would like to have Claire Hayhurst speak next.
Yeah, so this is Claire Hayhurst for the record. First of all, I would like to acknowledge and recognize the effort of our Department of Licensure, Mr. Brisky. Thank you so much for helping our J1 visa teachers to reciprocate their licenses. Mr. Brisky and I had few meetings to have this figured out, and this really helped our J1 visa teachers. And this also make our teachers feel like they are home. So thank you. Next. So in our district, because although we learned a lot with this process, and because of the limitations or cap of how many J1 visa teachers we can hire in each school, so now we are also looking at having our district to be a sponsor. That way, we have less cost for our teachers who are gonna be working in our district. So, yeah.
So again, Stephanie Huey for the record. I just really want to thank you for hearing us today. Please know the importance and value that our J1 visa teachers bring to Mineral County School District. We would not be able to operate if we did not have our teachers from the J1 process. And now that we're moving forward to become our own sponsor as an H1B, we look forward to expanding our applicants and seeing what more diversity we can bring to the program and reduce the fees for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And it's exciting to hear that you guys only have 2 vacancies. That's right spot. So thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Assemblywoman Mosca. Please come to the table and give us her unique perspective about her research and give us some recommendations about how we can promote and hopefully change legislatively to make it easier for J1 visas in Nevada. So please go ahead when ready. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Bilbray Axelrod, as well as members of the committee. We're so excited to be here today and really just share the community perspective. I know you're going to continue to hear from others who work in this. So we really just wanted to share our community feedback, what previous legislation has done, and then hear from Ms. Casino here, who is a current Clark County School District teacher in her 2nd year of the J1 program, and then do questions at the end, as you had said before. And so I'm very proud to be the first Filipina to ever represent in the state of Nevada. And part of that has meant really going out to community events and hearing from folks and trying to understand what are the issues on the ground. And it's been so interesting that whether it's at a film festival on the left, in the middle was an East Las Vegas listening session, had nothing to do, with the Filipino community or education. Or on the right was a holiday party, that no matter what event I seem to go to, people really like to tell me about the J1 issues and how much they love their J1 teachers. And I think they see, I was born in the United States, so my dad is an immigrant from the Philippines. I really appreciate that people have been able to see me as someone that they can share this issue with. And so I wanted to share that it is the #1 thing that people actually talk to me about. And even last week, I was at an AAPI Small Business Roundtable with the Acting Secretary of Labor, and it was an issue that the business owners actually brought up. I'm, of course, a former educator, very proud to be a former Clark County School District teacher. What is so crazy is Ms. Casino teaches at Goldfarb Elementary School, where I was a teacher 16 years ago. She teaches in the same grade level that I taught at. And part of Goldfarb Elementary School in East Las Vegas, Title I school, is it's so hard to get teachers. And so I did an alternative route to licensure program, which got me there. And she's in the J1 program that got her there to make sure that there are teachers for our students. And so Mr. Laurel on the left has written a lot of op-eds at the Nevada Independent. And so I had read them and reached out to him to hear his thoughts. In the middle is from this past session of just teachers who have come up with CCEA to talk about the issue and how much they believe in it. And on the right is actually Ms. Fernandez, who's one of the only Filipina principals in the Clark County School District and just happens to be the principal at Goldfarb Elementary School. So this is an issue that I know pretty well. I would also say yesterday I just happened to be at a roundtable with principals and assistant principals, just talking about their issues. I didn't bring up J1, and it was something that they brought up on their own. So it's something as community legislators, I'm just really excited to make sure that people have a voice and can share the issues that they're facing. And so last session, we did have two bills. Senator Flores sponsored SB 308. It happened to be the same number. I sponsored AB 308. And we were just trying to figure out what could solutions look like. We had a bill that would cap the agency fees. So you hear a lot about these agency fees. That means a teacher would pay somebody to help them get over here. Some agencies charge $5,000. Some agencies charge $30,000. So what we hear from teachers is they make their money here in the United States. That's US dollars they have to pay. They don't have $30,000 US dollars. So they take out a loan from the agency. So by the time they get back to the Philippines, they actually owe more money than they actually made in their 5 years as teachers. So that's the big issue we've heard from people. The second thing is, and I really appreciate Mr. Brisky talking about the new items they're going to be doing at NDE. There has been no specialized orientation or onboarding processes at a state level previously. This is a picture of a nonprofit called FAME that a Filipino teacher at CCSD started as just a way that at the beginning of the school year, people get together to bring clothes and food and welcome new folks to the United States. And so I think that would be great if we could figure out how as a state, which I can see there's already work being done. And so grateful to this committee as well, because in that bill, it had the study, which we're doing right now, which I really appreciate. And then finally, in Senator Flores's bill, he talked a lot about PERS, which we're going to hear about later, because the teachers do typically teach 5 years, so should be vested in some way, but are not vested. But that's not an issue I understand as much, so I'm excited that PERS will share today. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Ms. Casino to just share from a teacher perspective what it's like being a J1 teacher here in Southern Nevada.
Thank you. My name is Jemima Cancino, for the record. I stand before you today as a J1 teacher who has had the privilege of experiencing firsthand the transformative power of the J1 program. Back in the Philippines, I dedicated myself and my several years to teaching students from 1st to 6th grade. My passion for education and my desire to broaden my horizon brought me to the United States, where I have been very fortunate to contribute to the educational landscape of your great nation. The J1 program has been an invaluable opportunity for me to learn from the American educational system while sharing my own unique perspective and experiences from the Philippines. This cultural exchange has been enriching for both myself and my students. I am deeply grateful for the supportive environment that I have found within the Clark County School District. At the school where I am currently teaching, I am very lucky to have an administration and staff who have welcomed me and the other 5 newly hired J1 teachers warmly and provided unwavering support throughout our journey. My mentor / instructional coach has gone above and beyond to guide me not only in the classroom, but also in navigating life here in the US. The CCSD New Teacher Program, particularly the ARL, where we are partnered with mentor or another teacher where we are teaching, gave us a lot of support as well. There is another program also from CCSD, the New Teacher Pathway. It is a session monthly, which really also has been instrumental in my professional growth and equipped me with the tools and confidence to excel in my role as a teacher. Throughout exposure to US teaching methods and curriculum, I've gained new ways to manage classrooms, techniques and technology integration skills. This experience has significantly boosted my assurance, self-assurance, and sense of accomplishment as an educator. Beyond professional growth, the J1 program has allowed me to enhance also my English proficiency, develop leadership skills, and contribute actively to my school community. I am honored to have been selected as the grade level leader for this upcoming school year and have had the opportunity to serve as an MC for various school events. Moreover, the competitive salary and benefits offered by CCSD have provided me with financial stability, enabling me to support a little my family and back home and save for my future gradually. The opportunity to experience American culture and also to travel within the United States has also been enriching personal experience for me. While my time here has been invaluable, I love my kids, I love where I teach. I believe there are areas where the J1 program can be improved to better support participants like myself. One significant challenge that I encountered was the timing of my arrival. My agency advised me to arrive on July 28th last year, but the school district requiring us to teach, to report on the school we are assigned on July 26th. This discrepancy caused delays in obtaining necessary credentials like my social security number and also my teaching license, which was the reason why we couldn't go to our assigned school even if we are here already in the United States or Nevada. Furthermore, the financial burden placed on J1 teachers is substantial. Please allow me to just give you quickly and enumerate all the fees that we have paid. Firstly is the agency fees, which cost us $5,000. The administrative fee for extension of program for upcoming academic year, and this is yearly. This is payable to our visa sponsor. This is yearly $1,500 yearly. The insurance fee that we've been paying every month is $55. The airfare cost us $2,000 as well to just get in here. And even upfront housing payments, we've paid 2 months payment even before we step our foot here in Nevada. We've paid already 2 months in advance, and that cost us $1,410, and that created a significant financial strain. Many of us is still struggling with this debt until now. Even I, once we go back, we still owe a debt. As well as the carpool or Uber situation, that is also one of my problem. The host family that arranged by my agency was also the one giving us a ride. They charge us same full amount even if 3 people in the car. So for example, my payment is $175 per month. That also the payment of my other 2 co-teachers each month. Beyond financial challenges, the uncertainty about extending the stay beyond 5 years is causing us a lot of anxiety. Although some J1 teachers have managed to extend their program successfully, there is confusion and stress due to unclear eligibility criteria in the process. By addressing these issues, we have encountered and can create an environment where J1 teachers can thrive and contribute fully to American society. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you so much for sharing your community perspective and being here today. We really appreciate it. And so we're not sure what possible solutions are, but we know maybe some type of standard operating procedures determined by the state so everybody feels like it's equitable. They know when they're coming, when they're leaving. And I'll put on the record some questions that my colleagues may have. You know, under a J1 visa, it's a cultural visa, so you're only here for 5 years. A lot of folks want to extend once they're here, but under a J1 legally, you can't extend. So some places around this country, whether it's Houston, Dallas, California, they've become H1B visa sponsors, which is a different sponsor that allows folks to stay. And I hear a lot that this is a federal issue. That's something that every time I bring it up, but we've seen throughout the country that other states have tried to figure out a solution because it's a problem that we do need teachers. The Philippines is not the only country that folks can come from. They can come from any country that is part of the program. It's just here in Nevada, the Philippines is the largest one. And in Nevada, there are total 117 sponsors for not J1s, but 117 sponsors in general, not just for teachers. There are 9 agencies for teachers. There are 2,072 total participants as of 2022, and 176 are teachers. And so the third thing is, a lot of people always say, you know, how can we help our federal delegation get support when we know that this is a pipeline issue? And also wanted to thank Mrs. Sansan, who's here, who was also my mentor teacher when I was at Goldfarb, and is Ms. Casino's mentor teacher, still there teaching for our students. So we will be here. We'll stay the time if we have questions later, and we thank you so much for hearing this item.
Thank you very much. And Goldfarb will always have a place near and dear to my heart because my sister Bridget opened as principal Goldfarb Elementary back in the day. So thank you. Next, we will have Tina Leese, Executive Officer of Public Employees Retirement System, otherwise known as PERS, to speak about the J1 visa program in relationship to retirement. I probably pronounced I said Lease, I think it's Liz.
Thank you.
Apologize. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Tina Liss. I'm the Executive Officer of the Public Employees Retirement System. So I'm not going to go through a full briefing on the retirement system, and so hopefully I will give you enough background to understand, I think, what are the issues were that Senator Flores was looking at in Senate Bill 308 from last session. So Nevada PERS is a constitutionally created trust fund for the retirement of all public employees in the state of Nevada. And we are what we call a multiple employer cost sharing defined benefit pension plan. And what that means is that we have all of the public employers in the state, your school districts, your cities, your counties. We have mosquito districts, police, fire. So we have everybody in our system, and we're cost sharing, which means that all of the employers and the employees have the same benefit structure, and they pay the same contribution rate. If they're in the regular fund, all the regular fund members have the same contribution benefit structure, and then we have the police fire fund. And that's important to our structure because then we have the cost sharing because we're not the biggest state. And so that helps with the funding to have the cost sharing amongst all our public employers so that your small public employers can equally participate. And it's also very important because this gives us portability amongst all public employers. So our public employees can freely move between public employers in the state of Nevada. So with that that background of what we are, our mission from the legislature is to essentially provide a reasonable base income to the public employees of the state of Nevada and to help our employers attract and retain public employees. And so we are somewhat focused clearly on retaining those employees. So the benefit structure is more focused towards your longer term public employees. The benefits are based on a statutory formula with a lifetime benefit. And what I think is important, I think, for this discussion is the fact that we have 5-year vesting. So unless you have 5 years of service credit, you will not be vested in a retirement benefit down the line when you have reached age eligibility for that. The other thing I think that's important about our system in this discussion is the fact that we have 2 different ways that you can contribute to the system. One is what we call the employer pay plan, And what that is the employee takes a reduction in salary for their portion of the contribution rate, which means they technically do not have refundable contributions. And the other way to contribute is the employee-employer pay plan, where the employee's half is contributed after tax to the system. And then when they leave, they do have the option of refunding those employee contributions. So we have some employers that are what we call mandatory employer pay, which means the employees are required to participate under the plan where there are no refundable employee contributions. Each of our school districts for their teaching personnel are mandatory employer pay. So what that means for not just J1 teachers, but for every employee, our licensed employees of the school districts, is that if they do not vest with 5 years and do not vest with the ability to have a lifetime benefit, then there will be no refundable contributions. They also, of course, our public employees are not enrolled in Social Security. So there's no Social Security. And of course, Social Security requires 40 quarters for eligibility there. So being in Social Security really, I don't believe would be helpful there either. But that's true of all of our employees. So anyone that works for a school district as a teacher, if they do not achieve 5 years of school district, will not have a retirement benefit vested and will not have refundable employee contributions, will not have been enrolled in Social Security. So that is an issue amongst all teachers. So with SB 308, the original, I believe, originally that it was proposed would have allowed teachers to enroll in the employee-employer pay plan. And that was a little problematic from our perspective because all our benefit structure is uniform. So it's very important, potentially from an Internal Revenue Code perspective, and also from the fact that everyone pays the same contribution rate, that we keep the provisions uniform. So instance, if the legislature would like to make a change to our eligibility to assist in this area, it really, from our perspective, would need to be universal to all of the members in the regular fund. And we do have 99,000 regular members currently in the regular fund, spread across all the public employers. So that's really the way that we see the issue, is the fact that it's very difficult, I believe, for the J1 visa teacher to vest with that 5 years. However, if they do teach a full 5 years, they should hit the minimum threshold, which then would entitle them to a benefit at age 65. Now, that could also be a little problematic for them to then be able to submit all the paperwork to us once they hit the age 65 for the eligibility for that benefit. I believe that kind of outlines the issues I think that were trying to be addressed in SB 308 as far as PERS goes. I know I kind of went through it very quickly, and I hope that makes sense. And it was kind of what you were looking for. If not, of course, I'll be available for questions when you hit that area.
Thank you. I'm sure we will have some questions. So thank you for being here. We have one last presentation. Do we? Are they here? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. We have two more. I apologize. Moving forward, we have Grant Hannavold with the Public Education Foundation to speak more generally about teacher licensure. There's someone here. Okay.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's an honor to be here. My name is Grant Hannibal. I'm the Chief Education Officer with the Public Education Foundation. I'm honored to be here today to talk about some general overview of the programming we offer at the Public Ed Foundation, and more specifically, some of the work I've done with our homegrown initiative to bring teachers in and talk about some of the potential barriers that have really created some issues for our local teachers. I want to preface my introduction by just saying I've been with the Public Ed Foundation for 4 years. Prior to my work at the Public Ed, I did spend 30 years with the Clark County School District. And in that capacity, I was a teacher, I was an assistant principal, I was a principal at 3 schools, I was a school associate superintendent, and I retired as Region 1 superintendent. So I feel I have a pretty comprehensive overview and institutional knowledge of what's happening in our local schools. Hey, did I lose my presentation?
We don't see it yet, but hold on. We'll don't begin until I tell you we have it.
I saw it originally and then it disappeared when
We have technical help coming.
I apologize for breaking your system. There it is. Just the right arrow, right? There we go.
We don't
All right.
see it yet. Hold on.
Popped up.
Did you control L?
Yeah, I'm afraid to. Oh, that's what I was doing, just in case.
Okay. And just, you want to maximize that screen?
Control L.
Control.
That's it.
Control L. Perfect.
Go. All right. Sounds like a joke. How many people does it take to fix this? But the vision of the Public Ed Foundation, we really stand as a community united to assist the education and the students and the families in the Clark County School District. And our mission is obviously to address the most critical needs. And I know it says on here that we work solely with the Clark County School District, but that's actually not entirely true. We do service a lot of teachers, a lot of new teachers, and a lot of students from across the entire state. What we do as a Public Ed Foundation, I'm going to give just a general overview, and the last item on this slide is the one I'm going to talk about most specifically, but just some general background information. Our Scholarships Plus program gave out over $6.7 million in scholarships this last school year to over 1,000 students. We have a teacher superstore, the PEF Teacher Superstore, where we provide free and low-cost supplies to teachers. And last year, we distributed over $1 million in supplies. A new initiative last year was the Book Bus. In collaboration with the Clark County School District, there is now a book bus that travels to local schools and child care centers. And last year, this previous year, we distributed over 100,000 books. We're also helping to lead the community's response to chronic absenteeism by spearheading the Go to Grow Coalition, and that is housed at the nevadafamily.org website. And lastly, the Teacher Fast Track. This is what addresses our teacher shortage. This is what I've been working with specifically to help paraprofessionals and guest teachers who dream of becoming teachers, and also helping to retain those who go through alternative programming through some of our local universities. An overview of Teacher Fast Track. The Clark County School District, as we know, and really it's a nationwide issue now, but the Clark County School District specifically has really not been fully staffed the first day of school since 1994. We also know that the teacher shortage has the greatest impact on our underserved and under-resourced communities, and these communities often serve as high poverty, high minority schools, and they are likely to be the ones with the highest numbers of vacancies. We also know that we have amazing paraprofessionals and guest teachers that work in our local schools. Many of them have given years, if not decades, of service to our schools and our families and our students. Yet we know they make an average of about $22,000 annually. We believe it's imperative that we provide some upward mobility and options for these folks to earn their teaching certification and stay with our kids in Nevada. And we also know that it's critical that we do something to retain the teachers we have. I think it was mentioned earlier in the meeting that many of our teachers come here for 2 or 3 years and then they leave. The idea we have is if we, assist our homegrown talent getting into the system, and then B, provide that sustained support, that they will in fact remain employed with the state of Nevada. Bottom line is we need to remove barriers. We have three basically programs that we work with under Teacher Fast Track. The first one is Teacher Fast Track Recruit. Our foundation recruits future teachers and provides apprenticeship support. We identify current school employees, our paraprofessionals, and we help them earn the prerequisite credits that they need to enter UNLV's PPP program. We provide stipends to cover all of the ancillary costs associated. We provide mentorship. Each of these folks going through the Rebel Start Academy, earning their 0 to 60 credits, we provide them a veteran teacher mentor. We provide scholarships, we provide funding for books and technology, and we provide them with free resources so they can study and pass the Praxis Core as it is required for all new teachers. We started 2 years ago, we had 63, it grew to 101 by the end of that first year. 45 will be teachers in our district next year. Last year, we started with 150. Many of them have already moved on to the PPP program, and we anticipate this year opening our orientation next month with 250 candidates in the program. Our Teacher Fast Track Retain is aimed at providing support for the first 3 years for all of the graduates from UNLV's PPP and AARL program. We provide them with Bridge Out professional development. We've done that over the last 2 Saturdays as they transition from graduate to teacher, and we have one more session this Saturday. We also help them with some programming called Guides on Demand. And Guides on Demand is essentially any teacher from this program can click on a calendar link and request assistance, and within 24 hours, we will deploy a teacher to meet with them to basically walk them through any issues or concerns they may have. We also provide them with free resources to study for and pass the Praxis Core. And I keep talking about that because I will wrap up my presentation today talking more specifically about the Praxis Core. During the 23-24 school year, we worked with over 200, and we expect to be working with over 450 teachers this year. The last of our fast tracks, and really fitting for today, I didn't know we were going to be talking as much about J1, but an inaugural program for us this year is the Teacher Fast Track Exchange. And we are going to utilize our resources to help retain the teachers who work in CCSD as part of the J1 Cultural Exchange Program. We will provide the same retain information that we do for our other teachers, the online library of tools cultivated for new teachers. We will also provide a mentor specifically for them. These mentors will be 4th and 5th year J1 visa teachers. And then we will be linking our cultural exchange teachers also with experience guides on demand as needed. And like I said, we'll be working with 133 teachers for this inaugural 24-25 school year. I want to talk about Praxis as a barrier, because I've talked about a lot of the programs that we do and a lot of the support we provide to our teachers. I can tell you that we face a lot of obstacles, none more, in my opinion, than the Praxis Core. In late 2022 and early 2023, the Department of Ed created a work group and was charged with reviewing statutes, gathering information, researching the Praxis Core, drafting regulations. I was honored to serve on this committee and really work with the Department of Ed to see what we could do to alleviate some of the issues around the Praxis Core. And I think we did really, really good work, but I want to share some data and research around the Praxis Core. So I'll share a few slides of research and I'll go through it relatively quickly, but essentially in both math and ELA, the difference between those who pass and those who fail is negative. The difference is not statistically significant. It essentially means the Praxis 1 is screening out some individuals who may be ineffective, but it is also screening out some potentially effective teachers. And I can tell you anecdotally, as a former principal at 3 different schools, I've met with countless teachers who've had that piece of paper from the Department of Ed saying they're not qualified to teach because they did not pass the Praxis Core. And I can tell you that many of those teachers were significantly better than other teachers who may have passed the Praxis Core. So I've also worked with many of our paraprofessionals who are looking to earn their teacher certification. And I think we need to be aware of the fact that many of these people are entering the profession 10, 15, 20 years into their careers. And they haven't taken Algebra 1 or geometry since they were in high school. And many of the competency questions on the Praxis core revolve around some of those really Algebra 1 geometry tasks. More data. Tests are a good predictor of one thing, performance on standardized tests. They have not found strong evidence to support a relationship between test taker performance and teacher performance. On the bottom of this slide is really the one I find the most alarming. This one was a study of over 75,000 test takers over 4 years, and it found that when you compare first-time pass rate for white test takers and African-American test takers, the whites were achieving at 80% and the blacks were achieving at 40%. We've known this for a couple of decades, that this test is potentially racially biased, and we continue to allow it to prevent diverse teachers from entering our profession. In 2005, no difference between the effectiveness of teachers who have not passed the state's licensure exam. I love this bottom information on the slide. Currently, there's 20 states that do not require a basic skills test to obtain teacher certification. 4 of those states are ranked in the top 10 nationally. 4 of the states that do not require a basic skills test border Nevada: Arizona, Utah, Idaho, and Oregon. Other states require the Praxis 2, which I'm not talking about Praxis 2. I think that's a valid test, but not the Praxis core. The results of that work group are commendable. They did reduce the cut score by 1 standard error of measurement, and I think that did remove barriers for some folks. So I think that was absolutely a step in the right direction. Furthermore, they included the SAT and the ACT as an optional test to demonstrate competency. And I know that the state is in the process of designing alternative coursework that you could take in lieu of the Praxis, and I commend all of those efforts. And my final thoughts are this: that Nevada's on an island when it comes to the Praxis core. States to the north, the east, and the south do not require the Praxis at all, while California to the west allows alternative means to show competency. Given the crisis we face when it comes to teacher recruitment and retention, and the evidence that confirms little correlation, if any, to teacher effectiveness, and the evidence that suggests the test disqualifies a disproportionate number of people of color, there's literally no plausible reason as to why we would leave the Praxis requirement as is. So I implore you to consider that moving forward, and I applaud the work of the Nevada Department of Education for trying to help us through this. And maybe one last final thought. I got to share one more thing because it hit me as I was chatting. We've moved the finish line for completion of the Praxis core to after 3 years of teaching. It used to be you took the Praxis core before you earned your degree. Now you can earn your degree and you can wait 3 years to complete the competency test. And this has been a recent change. And I'm very concerned that over the course of the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to have many, many teachers who have delayed taking the Praxis core until their 3rd year of licensure, and they're going to run into a wall. And we're going to see a real cliff in the near future. So just something to be aware of.
Thank you. And we are going to do questions after, but I just would remind you and other people who are there in the room or watching that we are taking recommendations for bill drafts. So if that's something that you are interested in, it seems you're quite passionate about, please get with folks and get a recommendation in. So
right.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, and CCSD has arrived. Thank you all for racing over here. I know you had an all hands on deck meeting this morning, so racing down the 15. Thank you for getting here safely. Finally, we have Roanne Triana from CCSD coming to speak about their J1 visa program. So it cooled off and thank you for being here. So the microphone will, the green ring will come on when it's ready for you. So begin when ready.
All right. And then you have the presentation or?
It is not, it's on the computer. So we will look at our Assemblywoman Mosca coming up to help out, jack of all trades.
This one? Oh, okay. Fantastic. And then presentation. Thank you for your help.
It's not a, oh, there it is.
Okay.
Begin when ready.
Thank you again for your patience, Madam Chair, members of this committee. Roanne Triana, Chief Human Resources Officer for the Clark County School District. Super appreciate your patience as I catch my breath. And I also forgot my glasses in the car.
I know what's like not have glasses. What do you need?
Oh, I'm good.
You're good. Okay.
Luckily, I printed it on 18 font. Okay, so the purpose of the program is to provide cultural exchange teachers with opportunities to serve as a classroom teacher and to participate in the educational and cultural programs in the United States, and then return home and share about their experiences in alignment with the Code of Federal Regulations. These teachers are experienced, and some have advanced degrees and are able to share their expertise in elementary, STEM, secondary core, and our special education classrooms. Learners are provided with a licensed and experienced teacher. Also, our students get to engage with a diverse educator who brings with them a wealth of knowledge to broaden students' exposure with teachers from other countries and cultures. In addition, students get to participate in various cultural experiences provided by the J1 visa educators as well. Visa eligibility is determined by the Code of Federal Regulations. This includes having 2 years of teaching experience, currently teaching full-time in their home country, having a bachelor's degree in education or applicable academic field, and the ability to get licensed in Nevada, and also being of good reputation and character. The J1 visa program is a 3-year program, but the teacher can request up to 2 additional years, so for a maximum of 5 years. The teacher can also return to the US after a required 2-year stay in their home country, therefore a possible second opportunity to join us for a 3 to 5 years stint. CCSD works with multiple approved sponsorship organizations who will determine the number of allowable visas for the district. This number will change during the course of the hiring cycle and from year to year based on hiring in other states. Candidate sourcing includes direct contacts with CCSD, sponsorship organizations, and recruitment agencies. In 2021, Nevada was ranked the 16th top destination of choice for J1 teachers. The most recent ranking from the 22-23 school year indicates that Nevada is now the 9th most popular destination. As you can see here are the hiring trends within the Clark County School District going back to 2019. We had 62 teachers hired and 1 country represented. Moving along the line, as you can see, we are projected to have 175 teachers hired in the fall, and now we have representation from 7 countries, being Philippines, Kenya, Belize, Jamaica, India, Portugal, and Colombia. An opportunity for growth is to attract more special education teachers. Very few of our J1 candidates applied for these positions. And one of the barriers, as you heard earlier, was the praxis requirement. Recently, in collaboration with the Nevada Department of Education, it was decided that the Professional Regulatory Commission exam, the PRC exam, would be accepted in lieu of the praxis exam. To further increase the number of special education candidates, funding for the interim route to certification, the IRC, would result in increased interest among our cultural exchange candidates. Another opportunity for development is to provide our teachers with additional support throughout the year. Teachers can face difficulties adjusting to a classroom in the United States. Feedback from principals indicate that classroom management is the main concern. Teachers also report that classroom and behavior management is their greatest challenge. To address these barriers, we've developed a J1 mentorship program in collaboration with the Public Education Foundation. We created a J1 orientation initiative for all of our new J1 teachers, and we also have now a dedicated office for the J1 visa program. This dedicated office serves as the liaison between human resources, sponsors, principals, teachers, and the Nevada Department of Education. We're developing meetings, a regular cadence of meetings quarterly with the Public Education Foundation as part of a mentorship program, and to also increase our networking opportunities. We also will be considering bringing the candidates into the United States 1 month earlier for professional development opportunities and to help assist with their transition into the country. Each sponsor has different placement criteria. Some will only allow teachers to be placed at schools rated 3 stars or above. The Code of Federal Regulation requires the school only to be accredited. We have reduced our dependence on sponsors with restrictive placement criteria, and we've added new sponsors with more flexible requirements. We've utilized referrals from current teachers. Word of mouth has been super effective with our teacher population, and the system-wide accreditation through Cognia will allow more flexibility for teacher placement. Currently, we are exploring the possibility of also becoming a designated sponsor. Reducing direct costs to teachers would be more appealing when recruiting candidates. Sponsor fees and insurance can cost upwards to the tune of $12,000 or a 5-year period. Many school districts do cover a portion of the costs. We've accepted self-placement visa candidates. These individuals already have established resources in Nevada and don't need the assistance of a full placement sponsor. We're researching low-cost nonprofit sponsors, and we've eliminated the requirement that requires candidates to use a recruitment agency, and therefore reducing our reliance on these agencies, resulting in a reduced cost to the teachers. Again, moving forward, my apologies. Moving forward, we'd like to explore the possibility of obtaining funding for all or a portion of the sponsor fees, and as stated earlier, becoming a designated sponsor. Reducing the time it takes for candidates to apply for their Nevada teaching license and ensuring that they have adequate professional learning prior to day 1 with our students are other areas that we can ensure success for the program. Teachers can arrive up to 30 days before the start of the school year. This is often not enough time to be issued a Nevada teaching license prior to day 1 with our kids. Some teachers are not able to arrive in the United States until late July and or early August. So what we do to remedy this, currently we coordinate with substitute services to ensure classroom coverage for day 1 and until the teacher is properly licensed. Moving forward, we'd like to explore the possibility of changing the program start date to June 15th. This would require a supplemental contract for new J1 visa teachers. Another game changer would be to allow teachers to apply for a Nevada teaching license without a Social Security number. This would enable candidates to apply while in their home country and would allow for quicker licensing opportunities and processing, and allow them to arrive to the United States with a teaching license in hand. So while the Clark County School District's J1 visa program continues to grow in both numbers and diversity, additional changes and enhancement can position the Clark County School District and Nevada to be the destination of choice for international teachers. Removing barriers for teachers related to cost, licensing, and classroom support are necessary steps to compete with other districts across this great country. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to introduce Debbie Schwartz. She is our international recruiter and oversees the program directly. She interacts with every single one of our candidates. I would like to invite her up to the dais with your permission for specific questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So did you have presentation or just here in case there's questions? Okay, well then I will have you step back for a moment and we will open it up to our committee for, we waited for questions till the very end. So I guess we could probably start. Do we have questions for CCSD? We'll start with Senator Dondero Loop. So sorry, musical chairs, come back up. All right. Okay, so Senator, please.
Thank you very much. I guess you might have answered my question, but there was a couple questions that I thought about with even referencing back to Mineral County, who has become their sponsor agency. And so I was kind of wondering why Clark County hadn't done that. And then when you just added that having them apply without their social security number, it seems to me, and I'm no HR whiz, but it seems to me that they could fill out their application and then we could start sort of adding those things at the bottom rather than adding those things at the top. And so I was wondering if there was any flexibility there. You may have answered that question, but if you could go over it again, thank you.
For the record, Rowan Triana. I love that suggestion. The more we can do to expedite that social security number on the application and to get that license in hand, we are willing to do whatever it takes to do that. Just want to make sure that we work in collaboration with, the state requirements. Did I answer that question?
Yes, I think it's probably a work in progress, which is how we are with all of this.
And then you asked another question about why we hadn't considered becoming a sponsor before. I'm new on the job, 4 months in. And so one of the questions, because I ask at least 1,000 questions a day about why do we do it this way? What does this mean? What is this? And these conversations started becoming very clear that we needed to stop, reduce our reliance on outside sponsors. And in fact, other districts are doing it. And so we are very excited to explore that possibility to become our own sponsor.
Thank you very much. I think the answer is always because we've always done it that way, which is what we tend to say, right? We've always done it that way. And I'm not sure why we answer that way up here, but you're right to think ahead and think outside the box and fix that. Also sorry, I feel like I'm a kindergartner learning how to use something down here. Also, in reference to some of the issues that some of the teachers have within the classrooms, do they actually have a partner or a mentor teacher right there in the classroom or school with them, maybe a next door teacher or something?
It varies school by school. A lot of the principals are very supportive of our J1 teachers, and they do offer that mentorship. But as Grant indicated, we're starting something more formal through PEF. Also, one of our sponsors has also assigned mentors to the new teachers coming in, mostly for things external to CCSD, helping them acclimate to the city, helping them get, find the bank, picking them up from the airport. But all of that works together to make them successful in like outside classroom support and inside classroom support. So we have started that partnership with PEF, and I think it's going to be very successful.
And could I ask you to state your name for the record?
Sure, it's Debbie Schwartz with CCSD International, Associate International Recruiter.
Thank you. And just every time you speak, just a reminder to state your name. It just makes it easier for our minutes and the record. Thanks.
First time.
You're doing great. Okay, we will stay here in Las Vegas and go to Senator Ling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for CCSD and Assemblywoman Mosca, and it's about the agency fees for J1 visas. Both of you mentioned that in your presentations. One of the things that my constituents talk to me about are the fees, the excessive fees. It's almost like a racket to me. So I'm happy to hear that CCSD is looking at ways that they can help make those fees less for the teachers, because we are in a situation where we don't have teachers, we need teachers, And then to get them here, they are having to pay these fees that what I heard in the first presentation from Assemblywoman Mosca and her team is that they go home and they still have fees to pay. And I think that's so totally wrong. And so I'm wondering what we can do to, is there a way to bypass the agency and work directly with the teacher so that we don't have to have those fees?
Rowan Triana for the record. That is exactly what will happen once the district can become our own sponsor. Those fees would be greatly reduced and save the candidate that money.
And I would add, that's why I think it was so important we heard from the Mineral County Superintendent earlier today, because they've already done that. So we do have a successful example in the state.
And that was Assemblywoman Mosca for the record.
And can I do a follow-up, please? And so how long will it take to implement this program?
Debbie Schwartz for the record. I can tell you at this time, we don't know because this is sort of an unknown thing for us. Sponsors I've talked to in the past, it can take a couple of years before the Department of State grants designation. What they have to check is that you have the capacity to run a program. Do you have sufficient staffing? Do you have sufficient funding? Do you understand how the program works? So it's basically starting with an application and then waiting for the Department of State to assess and determine whether we could become a designated sponsor.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will go to Carson City. I know Assemblywoman Anderson, you have a question for CCSD and for Assemblywoman Mosca, I believe. So
Thank
please
you.
go ahead when ready.
Thank you, Chair. I have so many questions, but I was wondering if possibly Assemblymember Koenig could possibly go first, if that's appropriate for you, but I also understand if not.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
That's
much.
Absolutely fine. Nice.
Because
to
then
see
I'll
you,
take over.
Assemblywoman Koenig.
Yes, good to see you, Madam Chair. Education is one of my passions, and I've been stuck sitting on government affairs all interim. So it's good to be where I feel a little more comfortable. I'm just the fill-in. And so my question was pretty much mirrors what Senator Lang asked. I was wondering when she was listing off all of her fees that she had, there was the $5,000 agency fee, and it just doesn't seem right to me either. It's, I don't know, sounds like a coyote or something. Just you have to have $5,000 before you even enter the process. So I was wondering what that was, and I think some of those were answered. And so my question was already pretty much asked. So I will yield the floor to Assemblywoman Anderson, who has multiple questions.
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
so Assemblywoman Anderson, bite at the apple. We'll start with ask your questions for CCSD and Assemblywoman Mosca. And before we leave, are there any other questions for those two? Okay, so go for it.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair. I think Assemblymember Koenig, even though he had asked to go next, had kind of brought up the big thing. So I'm looking at, for Clark County School District's items where they say the low-cost nonprofit sponsors. I'm wondering about the process that's currently being utilized, because even if Clark County School District is able to get the sponsorship in some point, is there only certain, sponsorship corporations, nonprofits, whatever the case may be, that Clark County at this time is able to enter into agreements with? And then also, do those sponsor corporations, are they nonprofit corporations? Are they organizations? How much is Clark County having to play on their own in addition to what the incredible educators are having to pay as well?
Hi, Debbie Schwartz for the record. I think I heard 3 questions. I remember 2 of them, so you might have to reiterate one. So we will do business with any sponsor that has a no objection letter. There's a process through the Nevada Department of Education where you have to get this no objection letter in order to do business in Nevada. We normally don't turn anyone away if they want to sponsor someone in our school. As far as, the low cost, yeah, the nonprofit. So yeah, there are different types of sponsorship agencies. Some are completely non-for-profit, and those are the ones that normally charge the least. There are some that are for-profit, and those are probably the ones that are going to charge the most. For the majority, they are for-profit agencies. It costs about $4,000 to apply for an application to be a sponsor, and they push most of those costs onto the teacher. For example, to renew a visa each year, it costs the Department of State charges around $400. Each sponsor charges the teacher around $700. So they upcharge just about everything. And so that's why if we were the designated sponsor, those costs we wouldn't pass those costs on to the teacher. It would be what the cost is per the Department of State. And if you could reiterate what your third question was, I'm sorry.
I totally understand because that was a rambly question. So I appreciate you being able to answer those too. And the last one is, how much though does the district have to pay? So in addition to the application that the sponsor the teachers have to pay, is there anything that the Clark County School District needs to pay as well to work with any of these organizations?
Unfortunately, we don't. All the cost is passed on to the teacher.
Thank you for that clarification. And then my other question actually has to do with possibly Assemblymember Mosca as well as you. Are the educators covered by the same collective bargaining agreement, or do they have a different collective bargaining agreement based upon the process of how they have in fact been hired?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Mosca. For the record, it's my belief that they are covered under the same. Actually, I know CCEA, this is one of their big issues they've been supporting with. They have a meet and greet with the J1 teachers next weekend. And then I know when I also talked to NSEA, they were very supportive of what was happening in Monroe County.
Thank you so much for that, because that's what I thought as well, but I just wanted to double check it because that actually, if you're comfortable for me to go into the next question, Chair, I was going to ask Tina from PERS this very question as well. Because I believe the PERS is part of that CBA. So has there been discussion to possibly try to do something around an MOU or memorandum of understanding based upon the different hiring in this very specific case?
This is Tina Liss with Public Employees Retirement System. No portion of the retirement benefit is bargained for under a collective bargaining agreement. Because of the cost sharing plan, all of the benefits are set forth in statute, and they're the same across all public employers and public employees. The only thing potentially that can be bargained is how a contribution rate increase is paid, how the employee's portion is paid. So hopefully that answered the question that no, I do not believe anything could happen through any sort of collective bargaining agreement. Any change would have to be statutory. And again, I believe that it would need to be for all members. It couldn't be for a specified a subset of members because of the cost sharing nature of the plan.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That's what was kind of in the back of my mind, but you voiced it so much better than I possibly could. So thank you very much for making that clear, that the cost sharing does not allow us to say, well, this group that might have been a TFA, Teach for America hire, is not exempt from actually also investing in the PERS situation. So thank you so much for making that clear. Do you wish me to continue, Chair, or do you want to give the bite of the apple to somebody else for a second?
So I know Assemblywoman Hanson has a question, and why don't you ask that question and we'll see who wants to come up and answer that, because I think for right now, CCSD, you guys can step back for a moment. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you all for being here. I just wanted, I'm not sure exactly who to direct it to, but we're talking about these fees. That $5,000 figure was thrown out from our understanding what some of the Mineral County people have had to deal with the J-1 visa. Can someone define what we mean by agent? They have to pay, say, this $5,000 to an agent. Could you give us a real-life example? I mean, it's not the State Department, I wouldn't assume. Is it some third-party system that is facilitating paperwork for these J-1 visa holders, so we can understand who we're talking about when it comes to an agent?
Debbie Schwartz for the record. I'm not sure if you're referring to a recruitment agency or the actual sponsor. So there are recruitment agencies that will charge them around $2,000 to $5,000 in exchange for helping them find placement. And that was one of the big reasons why we no longer require that, because we can place these teachers on our own. We don't need this third party to help us find candidates and to help us place. So I don't know if that's the fee, but that has been waived. People do not have to pay that fee anymore. But there are fees that go to the sponsor each year to be in the program. And then there's certain fees depending upon if they're going to renew or if they have to transfer. Some of those fees are set by the Department of State. Anytime someone's DS 2019 form is changed, there's a fee to change that form. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it just depends on who's charging the fee. If it's the recruitment agency, we're not doing that anymore. If it's the Department of State, those are things that can't be waived.
I think I know what you're asking, Assemblywoman, because not only was the figure 5,000 thrown out, somebody threw out a $30,000 number. So I guess that's what we're asking. These like for-profit, they're located in the country of origin, I assume, or they are here in the United States. They're a company that this is their model. This is capitalism at its finest,
That is it in a nutshell. This is capitalism at its finest. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the feeling from the committee, from what I'm seeing, is we are in a dire straits for teachers. We need teachers. We haven't had the right number since 1994 here in CCSD. So what can we do legislatively to assist that teachers aren't going into debt before they even arrive on American soil to come and teach our kids that we so desperately need? So I think we're all in agreement that we need to do something. So what that looks like, we will continue to have those conversations very quickly, because as I mentioned, we are taking those recommendations, and this is, I think, something that the committee wants to move forward on to make this path a lot easier. So I thank you guys all for coming. I know there's going to be more questions, so you can sit here for a second and see if you have to run back, but we will go back to Carson City. I'm going to go to Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. I believe you have a question for NDE. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Chair. So my question is specifically on the background checks that NDE is performing for licensure. I know that one concern that is expressed by teachers quite often is they pay this $40 to get a background check through the state, and then to get hired at a district, they then get fingerprinted and background checked again and pay an additional fee. And for teachers that just spent 6 months teaching for free in their internship, they don't have all that extra funds to spare. And so my question is, what can be done so that there's just one background check that is shared with whatever district they're applying to, so they don't have to do this over and over again?
Thank you for the question, Jeff Risky, NDE for the record. Regarding our background checks of $40.25, that is a fee that the Department of Public Safety charges us, and that is included in the initial licensing fee of $180. We're still doing the research, and I knew this question was going to come up. And yesterday, when I checked in with our backgrounds unit, I believe all but 2 districts take our background check, and they do not do a second background check. I believe there are 2, maybe 3 districts that do an additional employment background check.
So, Chair, if I may, the natural follow-up is what are those 2 or maybe 3 districts, if you know?
Please correct me if I'm wrong, if those districts are here, but I believe Clark and Washoe for sure, and I'm not sure about the 3rd one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we will go back to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you so much. And why don't I just stick with NDE? And so that way, I only have 17 questions. I only have 1 question, and it's actually for Catherine Galland Collins, who, yay, I can see you're coming on up. So 9 counties are using the teacher exit survey. Of those 9, number 1, which ones are they, if you can remember? And number 2, how is that being utilized? Is that possibly bringing forward changes to legislation recommendations, or is that being utilized more at a district level to make changes to possible policies that they might have?
So Kathleen Gallen Collins for the record. I don't have all 9 of them memorized, but I can tell you Washoe's on the list, Elko's on the list, Carson, and then we have some other smaller districts. We don't yet have Clark, but we are talking with them. AIR is in conversation with Clark. So it is voluntary at this point. The exit transfer survey is voluntary. They work with AIR and they get the teachers directly to AIR. They take the survey from AIR, and that right now the data is used internally. It's shared, we make sure it has the N size of 10 before we share anything out. It's still in the beginning stages right now. We have, on the most recent information that I have, we have about 300 teachers that have taken the exit transfer survey right now. And that data is, we're still building out the public data dashboard that will be used with that. Once those N sizes are met, it will be shared publicly. We'll be able to know what are the top reasons for leaving, what would have made them to say. Those kinds of information will be shared, along with the plan is to have conversations with each of these districts as well about that data to see what could be addressed.
Thank you so much.
Answers your question?
It does, because and it's always good to see you, by the way. Because I'll just put it out there. I have many friends of mine who are naturally getting to that point when it's time to retire. And I have been pushing them to take the surveys because I do work in a district that has it. And I hear overwhelmingly why nothing's going to happen with it. Why should I take the time to do so? So I think if we could have that clarified as to what is the possibility of how this information could be utilized, it might help us. Because at this point, the majority that are taking it are probably taking it because they're really angry about something. I mean, I hate to be that realistic, but sometimes you got to be in education. So just want to put that out there. And then my other question actually has to do, it does have to do with Director Brisky. You mentioned often about J1 as well as other items, and I'm looking through the licensed personnel list. There's some pretty significant other jobs that we have in education, and we continue to concentrate on teaching, which I agree with. But do we also utilize J1 or other licensures when it comes to counseling, speech pathologists? So many of our other licensed personnels that we are severely understaffed at this time. Or is it only teachers that the special licensures can be utilized in this way?
Thank you for the question, Jeff Brisky, ND, for the record. I have not seen any applications come across our system for other licensed personnel besides teachers at this time. I'm not sure if those sponsors recruit other licensed personnel or if they just simply stick to teachers.
Thank you so much for that clarification, because I think many times we'll say teachers and people will assume it's all education. So thank you so much for that clarification. And then my last question is for Assemblymember Mosca, if I may bring her back up, as well as her, the individual that was with Assemblymember Mosca, who did such a great job. You had mentioned housing during your presentation. Is that housing also something that you pay for, or is that something that's also part of the agency that you work through? Are they the ones that find that housing? How exactly does that process work? Because that's another large thing that we have to be aware of is housing and how that's working for our educators.
Jemima Cancino for the record. It is arranged as well by the agency where we applied for, and we have to pay for 2 months, even we're not here yet in Nevada.
So you pay for the first 2 months. Do you receive that money back when you leave, or is it just, this is a housing deposit, get over it?
That is housing deposit applicable for July. Let's say, for example, the first month is applicable for July, even if we are not yet here. So the month of July is already paid, even if we came here in August or in other date.
And Assemblywoman Mosca, for the record, thank you for the question, Assemblymember, because it also brings up, so part of it is that this experience is to that agency. So different agencies do it differently. You know, some of the horror stories we hear from folks are there are 3 people living in a room that are then charged a full rate. So I'm glad that that's not your experience, but that's the experience I've heard from other constituents, that it's not a cost sharing. And so from my perspective, just having standards, I think could help alleviate some of this, so that no matter if you're a for-profit agency or a nonprofit agency, there are some standards we have as a state when it comes to this.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm going to speak right now for all 4 of us that are here in Carson. All 4 of us were just shocked by that, as well as the transportation item that was also brought up. And thank you so much. Let's try to work together on getting something forward. Thank you, Chair, for that much time.
Thank you. And then we will go to Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman, if you'll just stay for 1 minute. Are J1 teachers in all of our counties, or just Clark and Mineral, or can you give sort of a overview on that?
Assemblymember Mosca, for the record, I don't know exactly, but I do know when I asked that it's more than Mineral and Clark. I'm not sure if NDE may know, but it's not just those 2 counties.
And so then follow up on that, are the issues, maybe not Mineral because they only have 2, but are the issues across the board? That might be one thing that we want to find out moving forward, if the issues are the same across the board, or if they're different in different counties, how can we make them better by learning from those other counties?
Assemblymember Mosca, for the record, I agree.
I'm very concerned about the 2-year rollover. It's the same concerns I used to have with Teach for America. You know, when people come in for only 2 years in a teaching role, I taught for a whole lot of years, and I mentored teachers, and you just cannot be your best self in 2 years. You just can't do it, especially because of the way we don't do it for 365 days. So if you don't stay more than 2 years, you really don't know if you like it, if you should be there, if you're your best self, in my opinion. So it goes back to the unconsciously unskilled, levels. So thank you very much. And then I have some questions for.
I was going to say, I know on Zoom, Mineral County wanted to answer that question as well.
Oh,
so
perfect.
We'll go to
Thank you.
Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Mineral County does have 25% of our teaching staff who are J1 visa teachers, just for clarification. So we have gone through a lot. And, oh, Stephanie Huey for the record.
Yeah, and this is Claire Hayhurst for the record, and I just want everybody to be informed that, you know, it's very possible for a J1 visa teacher to be employed in our district without an agent. Okay, so because as a J1 visa applicant, they have to pay if they choose to go through an agent, then they have to pay that $5,000 or over, and also that is in addition to what they pay for their visa sponsors. So, but I just want you to know that it is very possible to hire J1 without an agent because we did it this year.
I just absolutely love that Hawthorne figured this out. So thank you very much. That warms my heart. For those of you that don't know, my father was born and raised in Hawthorne, and I spent many a summer there. So go Serpents. So I have some questions for Public Ed, if you don't mind.
Sure. So thank you very much, Mineral County, for clarifying that. And yeah, that number 2 was that they only have 2 vacancies.
Yeah,
It's pretty impressive.
It's all very wonderful. So
okay, so go ahead.
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you very much. So for you, Mr. Hannavold, if you could answer, can you kind of give some specifics on this mentoring piece that you're putting together? And the reason I think this is so important is because this is where we start to touch kids. So we want to take care of the J1 visas. We want to help the teachers get here without paying $30,000 out of their pocket. But the truth of the matter is, once they get here, we need to know how and what this is going to look like, and what supports will the professional development and structured framework look like, if you will. Can you give any details on that? And I was on the No Time to Lose international study group, and what America's education looks like is very different from the Philippines or other parts of the world. So if you can give some information on that mentoring and how we can bring those teachers full circle so that they can be their best selves in front of our kids.
Madam Chair, to Senator Dondero Loop. Grant Hannibal for the record. That's a great question. This is our pilot year working the program. So we have done mentoring for the last 3 years with our paraprofessionals. And what we've done is we've assigned them to a veteran teacher working in the classroom, and it's their go-to person for any and all questions related to classroom management, navigating the bureaucracy that is CCSD or the Department of Education. So when we inquired about assisting with the J1 visa program, we essentially talked to, there was a needs assessment conducted, and the district shared that data with us, and we actually built a mentoring plan. We have a software program that we use, and we actually built a mentoring plan around helping them navigate the issues that previous J1 teachers had identified were potential barriers for them. Some of that was instructionally related. Some of that was just navigating the systems that they have to navigate to solve these problems. Some of it was understanding our local community and doing the cultural projects that they have to do, and the presentations and the peer projects that they have to do as part of their requirement as a J1 visa teacher. So we essentially have hired 15 4th and 5th year J1 teachers. So teachers that have been here for 5 years. We had 60 or more people apply for the position. We've edited down to 15 mentors that will then work with our new J1 visa teachers and provide that wraparound support. And like I said before, we also provide access to online resources. We provide guides on demand. We provide weekly office hours, and we work really closely with the district's onboarding and professional development because they have their own mentoring programs that are available to all new teachers. But our J1 teachers aren't necessarily new teachers. They're coming in here with a wealth of experience from their home countries, so they're not considered new teachers.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that answer. And I appreciate that when they come, they have problems navigating, you know, the Clark County School District or Washoe County School District. I appreciate all that. I mean, we all may have those issues, right? I mean, those may not even be J1 issues, but I'm more worried. I'm trying to get to kids. We've got kids in front of us. So what I want to know is you have 4th and 5th year teachers mentoring, but then they're out of here. So there's no continuance. There's no transition. So what are we doing? And I'm not saying these teachers aren't capable. I'm just saying they need help in the classroom. We heard they had, you know, classroom management issues. They had maybe language issues. They had curriculum issues. Who's helping them with those things so that when they're in front of kids, because if it's a 4th or 5th year J1 teacher, then they're gone. Who's next? So and I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. But I feel like we need to have somebody who can marry them into this American education process, right? And help them with our education system so that they can be the best selves while they're here. That doesn't take that 4th and 5th year J1 person out of that. That just adds somebody who is here that can be that continuum when that J1 teacher may leave, because if they can only be here 5 years, they're gone. So that's what I'm looking at, trying to blend that so that we don't start here and then have this puddle and then we find somebody else.
Madam Chair, to Marilyn Dondero Loop, Grant Hannibal for the record. I think you bring up a really, really good point. And I think we are in our pilot year. The expectation we had this year is that we were going to utilize 4th and 5th year J1 teachers as mentors for the new teachers because we felt there would be that natural connection to what it's like to be coming into this for the very, very first time, and to harness the experience they've gleaned over the last 3 or 4 years to help the new teachers coming in under the J1 program. We did not sign on to only help first year J1. It just happens to be this is the first year. Our commitment was to work with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year J1 teachers. And I think to your point, true, the mentors that we have working with them this year in their 4th and 5th year are going to leave. And we're going to have a 2nd year J1 teacher that is going to still need mentoring and support for all of those areas you identified. And perhaps moving forward, when we get to 2nd year mentorship, maybe that would be an opportune time to bridge to a mentor teacher that is, an American citizen or somebody who's been with the district for a number of years. So that person would then have that experience of not only being initially mentored by someone potentially from their home country, but then in the years to follow to have mentorship provided by another veteran teacher in the Clark County School District.
So I understand that. I just hope, I always say I don't know everything, but I know just enough to be dangerous. And I spent a lot of time in the school district mentoring teachers. I spent time training teachers outside of the school district after I left. And I know one thing's for sure, and that is consistency in having mentors, consistency in professional development, consistency and support is never the wrong path. I will tell you that 100%. I hope that we continue to work on this plan. This is July, actually, basically August 1st. And I'm very, very concerned that we have teachers that don't really, we're working on the plan and I get it takes time. I so appreciate that you're working hard. I just would encourage, I guess, anybody in this room that's working on this. Like I said, I don't know everything, but I know just a few things out there in this brain of mine that have worked along the way. And I do believe that consistency and partnerships and making sure that they have support in that classroom is what matters. because at the end of the day, if we're not successful with the kids, it doesn't matter because they're leaving in 5 years. And so we have to have them successful for the 5 years they're here.
Thank you, Senator. And if you'll stay, we have a question from Senator Langfried.
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the mentors. And I think that we ask our teachers to do a lot. And I'm curious if we are offering a stipend to teachers that are mentors.
Madam Chair, Senator Lang, this is Grant Hannibal for the record. Yes, we do provide funding, and we have received philanthropic donations to assist with those costs.
Thank you, Chair. Assemblywoman Mosker, for the record, I just want to say to the previous question too, that if we become an H-1B visa sponsor, teachers can stay past 5 years, and that they say over and over again, if they could stay, they would stay in Nevada. Las Vegas is their home. They love it here. So that's also part of the discussion.
Thank you. And thank you for giving us examples of other municipalities and states that have done that. So we're not having to reinvent the wheel when we bring forward this legislation. Mineral County, I know you had raised your hand.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Stephanie Huey for the record. In Mineral County, what we did this year is we created a J1 visa mentor position. So we wrote a job description specifically around the process to onboard our J1 visa teachers and to help support them. And Claire Hayhurst is actually our J1 visa mentor. So she meets with our teachers. She helps them through the process of hiring, helps them through the application process, helps them through the interview process, and then she helps them, well, we're small. She picks them up at the airport. She brings them home. She helps them learn how to get their driver's license, their social security number, and walks them through every single step. She also has regular meetings with all of our District J1 visa teachers to help them navigate the cultural changes, the emotions from being away from their families, and the curriculum issues, the differences in the students that they're teaching here versus at home in the Philippines. And just really wanted to share that with you. She is from the Philippines, so she did teach in the Philippines. She's a U.S. citizen now. So, for other districts looking on how to do that, I think that what we're doing right now in Mineral is very beneficial for our teachers.
Well, thank you, but now you're just bragging.
Yeah.
I kid. Great job. Assemblywoman Mosca, do you know how many J1 teachers there are in Clark County currently? You're on the spot, so.
It's around, Assemblywoman Mosker, it's around 100-ish. Okay. I know there was a slide before too that had that in.
Okay, we'll go back. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you so much for being here and spending part of your morning with us. We'll now go to agenda item 5. We'll hear from stakeholders on teacher workload to gain a better picture of the workload requirements that our teachers face. First, we are fortunate enough to hear from several teachers who will speak about their own experiences. We know it's summer, so we want to thank you for taking one of your final days off to be here with our committee to discuss your workload. Your voices are valuable, and we want to ensure that you are part of this conversation. Additionally, thank you everyone who helped coordinate this presentation. To discuss the workload from a teacher perspective, we have Grace Angel, Eden Galido, and Angie Joy, who are teachers with CCSD. Again, thank you for being here on one of your last days but it's nice and cool in here at least, right? So thank you very much, and begin when you're ready. we have technical assistance coming to help. So when you press the button, it will go, and just reminder to everyone to identify yourself. It just makes it so much easier for our secretaries to get those minutes down. Thank you.
Good morning, Committee Chairman Bill Bray Axelrod and committee members. For the record, my name is Eden Galido. I am a proud member of CCEA, and I have been teaching for 39 years, 21 years from the Philippines, 11 years in Louisiana, and 7 years in Clark County School District. I teach mathematics at Valley High School in the center of Las Vegas, which is a Title I high school. I'm sure that throughout your time in the legislature, you have heard about the ever-expanding teacher workload impacting our profession. To this point, Senate Bill 72 required an analysis of teacher workload issues within the state of Nevada. To begin, I would like to take a moment to define the components of teacher workload. Teacher workload include 5 components, which are broad categories that represent many tasks within them. The first one is feedback, curriculum planning, data and academics, communication, and managing changes. My colleagues and I will present to you an analysis of teacher workload through a teacher's lens. We will be focusing on the redundant requirements, inefficient mandated processes, and the need to prioritize instructional time for students, sharing observations and experiences that impact teacher workload to the extent that impedes what is most important, establishing a learning environment that supports the success of every student. There are aspects of teacher workload that pull us away from working with students, resulting in the reduction of instructional time and consequently lowering student achievement. For example, layers of assessments are required at the state, district, and school levels, and students are asked to complete school or district assessments to help them prepare for their state assessments. In my school alone, the district requires us to have students complete exact path for 10 minutes out of every 50 minutes class period. This takes away 1 hour or 1/5 of weekly math instructional time. Students are essentially practicing for the math assessment and losing out on important time needed to learn math content. National data shows that about 25%, which is nearly 50 days out of school year, is taken up by preparing for assessments and taking assessments, and the impact of this time loss is seen in my school's assessment results. In the 2022-2023 school year, My school's math proficiency rates were 7.3 or 92.7 of students were not able to complete grade level math. Meanwhile, 61% of students were chronically absent. Data shows that our students are not engaged, not learning, and more instructional time is crucial. There are also many redundant requirements and inefficient processes, again, pulling teachers away from their priority, student instruction. My colleague, Angie Joy, will speak about this later in our presentation. When teachers have more time to focus on instruction, they can create more engaging and effective lesson plans, provide targeted support for struggling students, and foster a more positive and productive learning environment. Addressing these workload issues is crucial for improving student achievement and ensuring that every student has the opportunity to succeed. I will turn over Ms. Grace.
Good morning. We just beat it, right? Good morning, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of this committee. For the record, my name is Grace Angel, and I am a member of CCEA, and I have been teaching in CCSD for 23 years. Focusing on student achievement is at the forefront of all teachers' minds, but there are clear barriers currently compounding teacher workload that pulls away from this focus on students. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight two such barriers as experienced at the elementary level: teacher vacancies and time. We are in a staffing crisis, and staffing vacancies with experienced teachers in Title I or economically disadvantaged and ethnically diverse schools is particularly difficult. As the slide shows, in Clark County, Title I school vacancies are 3 times higher than that of non-Title I schools. For 2 years in a row, our school, which is designated Title I, has lost about half of our experienced classroom teachers each year. Our 2023-2024 school year opened with an influx of first-year teachers, a brand new district-wide curriculum, and classroom vacancies. We simply did not have the human capital available, so the workload responsibility to maintain a classroom without a licensed teacher or to support long-term subs primarily fell upon teachers on staff. Taking a closer look at what these vacancies demanded of teachers, at the elementary level, the classroom teacher is expected to teach all core content subjects: reading, writing, math, science, social studies. Currently, there's a specific curriculum for each, and manuals or teaching guides for each. 5 separate manuals that teachers have to review, understand, learn, and refer to. Additionally, in a Title I school, to meet the needs of the students, teachers must individualize instruction. For example, our second language learners will need different supports than special education students. Experienced teachers shared that it takes at least 45 minutes to prepare for a single lesson per subject, which they worked on before or after contract time. This exorbitant amount of time planning diverted their efforts to focus on other aspects of teaching that make a difference in the student learning, student reflection, and student feedback. Time for reflecting and intentional effective feedback from teachers to students is one of the biggest impacts on a student's academic achievement. Effective feedback tells students what they are or are not understanding, where their performance is going well or not, and how they should direct their next steps. In this way, feedback is essential to students' learning and growth. It is not enough for students to receive feedback. Students also need explicit opportunities to implement and practice the feedback received. This process and these opportunities for students must be planned in a timely manner to be effective. However, due to the required pacing timeline of core lessons and the prep work involved to keep up the pace, teachers are finding that this important part of the process falls short, consequently impacting the academic growth of our students. For our teachers, trying to keep up with the demand of their own classroom and professional responsibilities while shouldering another due to vacancies left them mentally and physically exhausted. Let me just make sure we're on the oh, so sorry, not yet. It's a little bit technical difficult here. It's okay. Raise your hand.
We're going to have some growing pains in this new building, I see. So that's fine.
Okay. This way. Yeah. 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 Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. On this slide, again, Title I schools have triple the vacancies of non-title schools. Data on this slide shows that there are 55 Title I, I'm sorry, data on this slide shows that there are 55 Title I elementary schools with 4 or more learning strategists and 3 in each of 52 schools. One Title I school has 8 learning strategists and continues to have multiple classroom vacancies. That's 376 positions that could fill our vacancies in Title I schools. Perfect. Referring to my school, this chart, for the upcoming school year, a turnover in staff has left us with 14 classroom vacancies that needed to be filled by the start of the 2024-25 school year. Most now filled by ARL, alternative route to licensure candidates, and several others filled by teachers new to district. There are 3 positions still open and vacant. For returning teachers assigned in the remaining K-5 classroom positions, 68% of them are new or early career educators. Looking at the percentage of instructional strategists and vacant positions, you'll see that there is a higher percentage of strategists. One way to prioritize instruction and ensure consistency in the classroom and classroom instruction is to fill our vacancies with these experienced and expert educators. But the data also shows on this chart that 100% of the educators represented want to be successful. And for our students to be successful, our classroom teachers want their students to be engaged and thrive. It's not a question of whether we can reduce teacher workloads for the sake of their well-being, but rather it's a question of whether we will reduce workloads and barriers for the sake of student learning. And I'd like to call on my colleague Angie Joy to continue our presentation. Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Good morning, Committee Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and committee members. For the record, my name is Angie Joy. I'm a first grade teacher at Mountain View Elementary School and serve on the executive board at CCEA. I have been teaching for 19 years and in the district for 6 years at Title I schools where students need veteran teachers the most. Teacher workload means something different at every school site you visit. For many teachers, it now exceeds the definition that we have put forth and encompasses behavior management, repetitive trainings, and useless site-based administrative tasks. In the 2022 to 23 school year, 1,000 elementary educators moved schools and another 830 elementary educators left the district completely. That's nearly 2,000 elementary educators leaving, causing decreased consistency within the school for students, families, and staff. My school during the 2022-23 school year was preparing to become a part of CCSD's Transformation Network, which is a series of 23 low-performing schools that would be prioritized for district assistance to increase student achievement. The first new plan implemented within the Transformation Network was to increase staff meetings and trainings from 2 to 3 times a week to 6 to 7 times per week that would occur during the time usually allotted for daily preparation. We would also be required to return to school 3 days before the rest of CCSD for additional training in July. When I heard this, all I could think was, when will I have time to prepare for instruction? Every minute in a meeting is a minute that I can't prepare for my students. Even though I loved my students and the relationships that I had built over the past 4 years, I knew that this type of meeting schedule would not allow me the time needed in my day to prepare and differentiate instruction in each of the 5 subjects I was teaching. I proceeded to look for other Title I schools where their workload might be a bit more feasible. I was part of that 2,000 elementary educator migration that year, along with 60% of the teaching staff at my school. Please understand, this demolishes the consistency for the surrounding community, meaning the majority of students wouldn't know a single teacher when they returned for the 2023-24 school year. At my new school, we were not inundated with meetings, which was a blessing, but there were still many time-consuming and redundant tasks placed upon us by CCSD. Lesson planning has become an area of inefficiency. With the new curriculum that was rolled out, the district provided lesson plans that were very detailed and quite thorough. I admit, I was impressed. I quickly went from impressed to confused when I was told that we needed to do lesson plans. I remember sitting in a staff meeting very confused, asking, "What do you want us to do to the lesson plans?" I was informed that I needed to cut and paste them into 2 additional documents and put them in our Google Drive. I could not for the life of me understand why I needed to create new documents when the district made their own document of excellent plans. The next redundancy centers around training. The district paid for trainers from a company called Engage to Learn to coach and mentor every teacher at certain schools. In short, we were pulled from our student instruction mid-lesson for busy work tasks that did not count towards anything. This is time I could have been teaching. The coach, a 30-year former teacher herself, also could not understand why the district did not prioritize the coaches for brand new teachers while allowing veteran teachers to continue student instruction. Many teachers leaving our district every year because they don't feel supported, and here you have an amazing bunch of coaches and mentors being inefficiently used with a plethora of veteran teachers. I just wanted to share with you a few examples of things that add to teacher workload and burnout. Most teachers are doers. We try extremely hard to finish every task that is put upon us, but there are only so many hours in a day. For every redundant or repetitive task that a teacher must comply with, it takes away from focusing on individualization and differentiated instruction in the classroom. Every time I'm pulled out of the classroom, I must figure out how I'm getting back time to teach that lesson I did not get to teach. In addition, each time I must administer a one-on-one assessment, that's 1 to 2 days of instruction that I lose and have to find a way to make up for somehow. These redundant and inefficient tasks increase the burden on all teachers, especially in short-staffed schools who end up doing double the work due to teacher vacancies. This leads to teacher burnout, and it leads to teachers going somewhere else, either out of the profession or to a school that may be fully staffed and offer better balance. We are in a crisis in which short and long-term plans are needed to create positive change for our students. We recommend prioritizing a full-time licensed educator in every classroom, especially in our elementary grades, and prioritizing instructional time for students. Of note, instructional strategists have largely become substitutes in schools due to the number of vacancies we have in the district. In schools with teacher vacancies, strategists must be moved back to the classroom to provide consistency and effective teaching experience for students. Teacher vacancies lead to classroom overcrowding and a lack of consistency in teaching staff, negatively impacting student academic growth. New solutions for schools with high vacancies need to be explored. CCEA offers 2 recommendations to decrease teacher workload, simultaneously increasing student achievement. Number 1, Continue to support career pathways to teaching to create a robust pipeline of future educators. Number 2, prioritize staffing classroom positions over non-classroom positions to ensure a full-time educator is in every classroom. We also suggest prioritizing instructional time for students. There is too much time lost within the classroom on redundant assessments. Additionally, there are inefficient and redundant processes that take teachers away from the most important components of their role, that which impact quality instruction and learning opportunities. CCEA offers 2 recommendations for that. Number 1, there should be a review of district and school-centered redundancies and inefficiencies, such as lesson planning, NEPF evaluations, and the lack of differentiation in our professional learning. Number 2, decrease redundancies in assessments to open more instructional time for students. If we can come together around these topics and create streamlined systems around these items, the school day can really be centered around providing quality instructional time. I implore you to take these recommendations into consideration because our students are the ones that suffer the most when teachers are spread too thin to focus on their main goal, which is teaching. Thank you. Now we'd like to open the floor for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm actually, you guys can stay there if you'd like. We are going to hear from one other presenter and then we'll open it up. So we have Andrew Fueling, Carson City District Superintendent, who is representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, just to get that perspective, and then we'll head to questions. So please begin in Carson City when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Andrew Fueling. I'm Superintendent for Carson City School District, otherwise known as AJ. Can you see my presentation?
We cannot, so there it is.
Okay. It's a long ride for it to get all the way down to Clark County, so sorry. And I'm also the Secretary Treasurer for Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and am here today to talk about teacher workload. And so this is something that in my district we actually had already been asking about. And as was mentioned, during this time of year, it's a little difficult to get feedback from teachers, but we managed to get some. So I'll be integrating some of that into this. So thank you very much for asking the question. Thank you for asking for input from the superintendents, and thank you for your time on this matter. And time is highlighted because I think that is one of the most critical pieces of this entirely, and that will definitely be a theme through this presentation. One of the things I would ask you, there's going to be some redundancies, I think, in terms of some of the feedback we got and some of the things you've heard. I will try to move this along as quickly as possible. If you need to shut me down, please feel free to do that. I don't want to belabor any points that you're already aware of. So I recently came across this statistic. In 1971, so effectively a little over 50 years ago, education was the most common college degree in the country. I think it was either 16 or 18% of all degrees conferred were for education, so people going into teaching. 50 years later, the number of college enrollments had increased by 150% total, but education degrees had fallen by 50%. So I think it just gives a broad national sense of the concern, because clearly we have grown since 1970 in terms of population, and so that does cause problems for us. And really quickly, just a sense of how complicated education has gotten. It's a complex thing. The types of things that were expected of education up to the 1900s, reading, writing, math, history, grammar, rhetoric, geography, maybe some Latin, because Latin is fun. From 1900 to 1940, started teaching basic hygiene, health screenings, immunizations, vocational ed, home economics, physical ed, phy ed, music, art, half-day kindergarten comes in, business education, school transportation becomes mandated, school lunch programs begin. 50s and 70s, science and math expand dramatically, foreign language expands, sex ed, AP programs, career education, drug and alcohol abuse education, gifted and talented education. 50s to the 70s also, you have Title IX, free speech for students. Tinker versus Des Moines is a case that gets into that. School breakfast programs begin, so now 2/3 of all meals are provided by schools during the school day. Keyboarding, computer education, ESL, full day kindergarten, preschool, after school, on and on and on and on. The point is that a lot has been added on to education in 100 years, 120 years. I have more, sorry. So there's a lot, right? It keeps going. And so we value all these things, and we ask our schools and we ask our teachers to try to fit all of this in. There's more and more layers. A guy who's very well respected in the world of education by the name of Robert Marzano, and this is a quote from him. We talk about all these academic standards we have. There's so much information that we're trying to have kids show that they understand. And his comment is the sheer number of standards is the biggest impediment to implementing standards. In order to cover them all, we would need to change from K-12 to K-22. We are just expecting our teachers to get so much in such a short period of time. And I read that the amount of knowledge in the world is doubling every year. I don't know if that's true. I have no idea how you actually quantify that. But just the idea, again, there's even more information coming into our lives. And then if, this is a quote that I say a lot, if everything is important, then nothing is important. So we keep kind of adding in, because we all value different things. And it's not that all of those things don't have value. Clearly they do. But ultimately there's the limitation of time. So there's more nationally, more in Nevada, and the greater point is, as more is added to the system, the complexity adds stress, and our teachers bear the brunt of that. And it has to be performed in the same time frame we've had since the 1940s. We have not added more time to the school calendar in over 80 years. That's a lot of additions in that time. So ultimately, for me, everything goes back to economics. I'm an old economics teacher, so you have unlimited needs and wants, and you have limited resources. For us, what that looks like is a lot of demands and so little time to do that. One of my principals at Fremont Elementary, which is just down the road on Salomon, Dr. Jen Ward, who's amazing, she was the state principal of the year 2 years ago, she actually put this little visual together that is fantastic. And I apologize, I know this is supposed to be focused on teachers, and she has half the sheet dedicated to administrators as well. But I think it just paints a portrait of with that time that teachers have in their day, all the things that they're taking on in that 7.5 hours, and then with administrators, all the things that they're taking on in that time. And the other page is basically within education, we have kids for 12.5% of their year, effectively, of a calendar year. And there's a lot of things that are being added in there. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. That you should have that document. Please feel free to read. When you're in session, if you ever want to come to Fremont Elementary and talk to Dr. Ward about this, I'm sure she would love to talk your ear off. Have questions about that. You can critique her artistic skills if you like, but I think the information is incredibly valuable. So we sent out a quick survey to superintendents, to leadership at the State Charter Authority, and to teachers that we were trying to find some teachers at least to ask, and we didn't get a ton of responses, but at least to make sure there was some sense of that teachers were responding to some of this. As you know, again, summer is a rough time. We do a survey at the end of the school year, like kind of in concert with our association groups. We develop a survey to get feedback on how things feel, how are things going. And one of the questions we added this year was specifically around workload. So I actually have a huge response from my own staff on workload concerns that I've integrated into this in ways as well. So I think that the reality is a lot of the responses are consistent. So, and I'm be happy to share any more detail of that with you beyond this. So this was just in Carson City, but I believe that my position has reasonable workload. The red and the dark blue on the right, about 42% of people either agree or strongly agree, but then all of the rest, even somewhat agree. I get a sense of like, I kind of agree, but there's a lot going on. So I think there's definitely some concern there. Of all the questions we asked, this was the one that did not have like overwhelmingly kind of a positive response. So I'd say that this is the one that I think touched a nerve with some of our folks. This is from the survey we sent out with from NAST, who we could get it out to, what best describes the workload of teachers in your district. And I think all of us and the teachers we're able to reach out to just feel like it's a lot. Whatever it is, it's just a lot. So there's a lot of text in the rest of this, and I'm not gonna read every single line here because I know you're already gone through a lot of time. So I would just recommend, if you have questions, please feel free as you're looking through this, and you can always reach out to me after the fact if you have any questions about any of this. But what we did, there was only 4 questions, and in the top text there in the blue, you can, in the white font on the blue background, how does teacher workload affect morale and well-being in your district? So kind of the highlight pieces here: high workloads are resulting in burnout across our teaching staff, less time, and just the stress of it. The work-life balance struggles that happen. Clearly, we know our teachers are doing work outside of their school day. That is, there's no illusion with that. Conflicting visions. So I think this just gets back to, like, what are we trying to do? What is my purpose here? And is it trying to give kids these amazing, authentic experiences, or is it hammering on standardized test items? Behavioral issues continue to be a problem, and that just adds to the stress of the day. Lack of support, substitute shortages, as was brought up in the previous presentation, that continues to be an issue. Making sure that folks don't have to cover during their prep periods, if they have a prep period. Lack of parental support and accountability. There are clearly a lot of parents who are very supportive of our teachers and schools and students. There are some who are not always so supportive, and so that does cause some concerns. High workload and stress. Again, the pressures that are there, all sorts of different pressures that come within special education, especially. There's always the legal concerns that come with special education, but very time intensive and physically demanding. The impact of negative perceptions. So effectively since 1983 and the A Nation at Risk report was released, it was kind of the first big punch at public education. And it seems like we've been going down this path of a negative perception on public education since then. And it's only been amplified and it's only grown. And so if we can't find a way to stem that, a lot of the other pieces of this become really, really difficult to make happen. And the reality is that it's wrong, and that was a flawed report anyway. How does teacher workload affect recruitment and retention in your district? Oh, sorry, that was actually started on the last one. So just noting challenges in small and rural districts, right? It's hard to get people to want to come out to those areas with the lack of amenities. Pay and financial incentives. Salary is always going to be a part of this conversation as far as professional salaries and teaching, not exactly comparing to that. Administrative and support issues. So teachers citing lack of administrative support sometimes, and a lot of administrative tasks, data collection, various things like that. Student behavior and discipline, again, the recruitment and retention piece. I know we have lost teachers due to student behavior issues that have crept up over the past number of years, so that is clearly an issue, and something that we continue to work on through various new programs that we're trying out. Professional development and curriculum changes. So there are new programs that are being used on a regular basis. When ultimately I'll go back to the accountability system. When we have the accountability system there's a lot of pressure with that, and if we're not seeing movement quickly, we keep looking for something new, and that I recognize is a problem, and I think every district deals with that nationally. But it also puts a lot of stress on our teachers when we're saying, here's our new materials, the new website, the new intervention program, and it's just something new to do, new to learn, and that can be problematic. Prep time and professional learning. Some of this gets back to the subbing issue. If you can't find subs, some teachers are giving up their prep time, and a lot of that is otherwise being taken up in ways that are not always the most productive for our teachers. What are the most, the question, what items are most frustrating to you in terms of workload? NEPF came up very often and very regularly. Time-consuming and ineffective, burdensome documentation doesn't accurately reflect teaching quality. Standardized testing, that this was brought up in the previous presentation, and just what comes with that. And I always go back to that, I feel like the only profession where the quality of one's work is judged by the unincentivized performance of another. And I feel like we beat this horse, and I don't know that everyone understands this, but for our kids, these tests aren't necessarily meaningful, and they don't do anything for them. One of my former students, when I was a teacher back in Wisconsin, he's now a lawyer in Madison, doing helping with I forget, immigration rights or something. He's a really good kid, great kid, very smart. And when he took our version of the SBAC, this is over 20 years ago now, I got the results back, and he had marked, he had terrible grades, and he was brilliant, but he got bored taking the test. And so he just started marking C for all his answers. And then when there was a written portion, he decided to write it in Spanish because he thought it was funny. And he was terrible at Spanish, so it didn't go well. And so those are the kind of things where if our teachers are being judged upon that, that's really hard to swallow, I think. Student behavior continues to be and kind of the common theme when I have conversations with teachers and go out and have listening sessions with them. One of the biggest frustrations, even beyond the immediate moment, is reflecting back on how the actions of one is impacting the learning of others, and how are we prioritizing that? And clearly that one needs help, and that there's a real need to help that child, but ultimately that's impacting these other 25 kids that are in the classroom. Administrative burdens, lots of meetings, in various ways, lack of resources, again, staffing and support issues, time constraints. There's a whole lot of things in here. We expect a lot of our people. And again, it just gets back to time. Curriculum and standards pressures. There's a lot of work around curriculum, making sure that what we have is aligned with state standards. It ends up being a lot of work, especially with the diversity of students and needs that we have. Otherwise, within, just noting, within the survey, that was the Carson City survey, there were a lot of things that were very specific to Carson, various curricular programs we're using. Even our schools, our school leaders tried to do their own things, and some people like it and some people don't. So there's clearly a district and school side to this, as well as putting burdens on staff. But I go back to the accountability system, and we're so worried about meeting those accountability measures, and these things ultimately trickle through to the schools. We're all trying to improve test scores and these things. And I still have to teach. That came up a couple times. How can legislators help? So within the accountability measures, again, if you look at the statewide NEPF survey, Carson City, I think, has like the worst response to it. Carson City is not, my staff are not fans of NEPF, and they would love to have a long conversation with you about that. Just the emphasis on testing, NSPF, increasing funding, reducing administrative burdens, removing attendance verifications. The idea of taking attendance and then taking attendance again, I don't understand that, and it's in law, and that should go away. Professional development time, and just time, breakfast in the classroom. So there was some response, and it's not, my people are not heartless, like they want children to have breakfast. But the idea that if it's happening after the bell in the classroom, and there's so much stress on trying to get so many things done, it just takes away from that time. And so is there maybe some other way to help make sure that kids have that opportunity, but it isn't taken from instructional time? Student behavior issues continue. More local control, just flexibilities for unique needs, thinking about innovative ways to help with work-life balance. Some of those types of things, like 4-day weeks, that happens in some districts. So it's not like districts don't have control over some of these things. Whole child focus, that gets back to the accountability system. Last thing, sorry. I really want to make sure that you've heard this. Artificial intelligence, I'm not sure if you've heard of that. I'm kidding, it's a big deal, everyone hears of it. So I believe, since November of 22, when ChatGPT first released, we've learned a lot. There are real possibilities of what this can do to support teachers in reducing their workload and saving time. We are investing a little bit here in the next year, trying to scrape together funds to do something, to offer something for our teachers who want to dip their toes in the water. Some of them are bleeding edge and they're already making it happen, but trying to do something. We've been encouraging our administrators to learn more with AI and how to use it and how maybe it can help their staff. NDE has done a great job with town hall meetings across the state between Deputy Sue Dixon and Janie Malorny, that's back here. With staff, students, community members. We had a great meeting. I think ours was back in April or May. So you have a lot of information in-house that you can access and learn about. There are these large AI enterprise platforms where like you could get a whole district a platform to work with, but it's not cheap. Is just the reality of it. And there's training that would have to go with that. But if you're thinking about something that you could do, I wish I could say it's absolutely no cost. Some of the other issues that come with that are like privacy, and you have to make sure you have the right platform that can do what it needs to do to make sure it's not violating any laws. But the ability to create resources, I mean, AI, is going to put Teachers Pay Teachers out of business. Like it can do all of that, and it's only getting better, like on a daily basis. So I think there's a lot to be said with that, and I just want to keep that in mind going into the next session. I will leave you with a picture of our graduation this last year, back in June. And thank you very much for your time. I apologize if I went too long. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll start in Carson City. We'll go to Assemblywoman Anderson, and then Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, and then we'll come back to Vegas.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you for both the people presenting here in Carson, as well as the educators in Clark. Everything you said, I know that my fellow educator up here, both of us were like, yep. So I just have a few questions. My first one has to do with in Clark. For all three of you, excuse me, thank you so much, first of all, for working in Title I schools. Incredibly important to do that. My question, though, has to do with the mentoring. Do you feel that there has been mentoring? Many of you, I think, had taught in other states as well, but do you feel that there has been a mentoring environment, or is that something that we have had to kind of push to the wayside because there's only so much that a person can do? So if you could just kind of really quickly talk about the mentoring experiences that all three of you have had.
Hi, Angie Joy for the record. I would like to say I started my teaching career in Baltimore City Public Schools, and I just want to share a little bit about the background there. As a first-year teacher there, we had mentors provided by the district that worked solely with first-year teachers, and that was extremely beneficial. Having come into the district here after working, for the state with special ed and different things, even though I had been teaching, I didn't have like an assigned mentor here. So it was kind of like me running to a neighboring teacher's classroom to ask questions like, hey, how do I do this? How do I put stuff into Infinite Campus? Or how do I use this software or things like that? I wasn't quite sure where to get the help that I needed. Now, later, as I started working on improving my profession and started taking classes at UNLV and getting more involved with the union, I found that there are a lot of mentoring places that I could go to ask for help. And in my classes, I also found that a lot of teachers are in different degree programs or continuing education. So we're getting a lot of mentoring, from outside sources that we've been seeking for ourselves. I just feel like, for teachers that are starting, because the workload and the stress levels are so high, as I was listening to the J1 presentation, I was thinking about that because at every school, our J1 teachers struggle with the behavior management and things like that. If there's a way to utilize mentorship for first-year teachers or brand new teachers entering the district, that would be so beneficial. Also making sure that that mentorship is a partnership, the needs that I have as a veteran teacher maybe coming into our state from somewhere else is going to be different than the needs of a J1 teacher that's coming in that is maybe experienced in different areas, and their struggle might just be behavior. I may have behavior down. So making sure that mentorship is a partnership and that back and forth conversation. Thank you.
That was very well said. So thank you.
Beautifully said.
I think we all do.
Yes.
Yeah, beautifully said.
So then my other question as well, and so thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Chair. Had to do with reducing instructional time. It feels like we don't have, and let me see, I think this came from Ms. Galito. You had that as part of your presentation as one of your largest things. The reduction of instructional time. How do we get more instructional time then without cutting recess, which unfortunately I think has been oftentimes utilized and should not be because our kids need that energy as well as that ability to kind of create games on their own, in my opinion. But how do we get more instructional time, in your opinion? And especially when we then I'll be bringing that same question up here as well.
For the record, I'm Ms. Eden Galido. So since I'm teaching algebra, so just like what I have said a while ago, where the exact path is being incorporated with our lesson, which is not aligned to the lessons that we are teaching. So for me, the exact path should be separated from our instructional time with the 15 minutes that we should be following all these standards. So we need to be focusing on what we will be teaching to the student. Like as I have said, the exact path is like 6+ curriculum. And so it is not aligned with what I've been teaching. So meaning exact path should be separated from our instructional time. So it could be assigned after school or something other than that. But the instructional 50 minutes should be allotted to what we are teaching, to what we are teaching to our students.
Thank you so much. And then Superintendent, how do we get more instructional time?
We could legislate a 30-hour day. or not. But I think there's some simple things. I mean, simple in terms of you just look at the average day of our teachers, and what are the things that eat up little bits of time here and there. And that's where, like I mentioned, the attendance verification, like maybe that's 30 seconds, but it's something, right? And all these things add up. So I think you could take some time to look at that and just what are these little things that we can eliminate in the bigger picture, and what it becomes a little bit more costly if you're actually looking at trying to expand the day, or the number of instructional minutes within a day, the number of calendar days within your school year. That becomes a much more expensive item. I think there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time spent doing trainings. And this is one of those things too where I think there's like 20 required trainings that our teachers have to do every year. All of them are valuable. I would never argue that any of them are not valuable. But just, again, the reality of we haven't increased in any way the amount of time during the day, the number of calendar days we have. And so I don't know exactly where you strike a better balance with that. But I think otherwise, just making sure that if our teachers are going to be able to maximize the instructional minutes that they do have with our kids, trying to do things along the way that take pressure off of the system. And so that's where if you don't have substitutes for classrooms, then they're going off to cover on their prep, right? And then you're walking into your classroom and maybe you're not as prepared as you really want to be, right? And so little things like that do make a huge difference for our folks.
Thank you so much for clarifying that and for expanding upon it. And then finally, I really appreciate you bringing in AI. As you know, I do think that there are ways for us to be able to use it effectively and efficiently, and not as a backup, but that's going to take training. So I appreciate the work that you guys have done with that. And also, I'm loving the graphic organizer. I've already sent it to 2 principals that I know, as well as a school board president. Like, this is why I don't always have a minute for you. So it's a great graphic organizer, but really good. And again, I want to thank everybody for their presentations, because I think you've really nailed it on the head, what some of the issues are that I know I've experienced and that I think my peers have as well. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And we'll stay up in Carson City. So we can go to, who else has a question? Raise your hand. Okay. We'll go to Assemblywoman Hanson and then LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to those who've presented. It's been very, I think it's super important for us to hear from those who are in the trenches, so to speak, and the work you're doing, the frustrations you have, and please know it's not lost on those of us here hearing what you deal with. And Superintendent Fueling, thank you for a very comprehensive view of the burdens and some of the ideas that we could maybe visit to help lessen the burden. Just as a disclaimer before I ask my question, because my question is going to be maybe a state approach versus a district approach. So I have 6 school districts that I have in my district, and I come from the worldview that I believe in local government, and the state is there and has its purpose, but I like to stay in my lane and let you districts do what you do best. And I do see, and I think we hear that we get in the way historically, not placing blame on any one legislature, but multiple legislatures. We have good intentions, but we tend to micromanage, and we're seeing those effects, unfortunately, I think, of well-intentioned, but in application, they just don't work. They cause more trouble than they do get us the results we want. So with that being said, as my foundation, I want to visit the idea of student behavior and the idea that having cell phones in our schools and the problems that is. So do you, and this is going to put you on the spot, so you can answer the question you want to answer versus my question. Do you believe that we should do a state law? I know districts are talking about cell phone-free schools. I'm a huge proponent of this. Do you believe we should have a state law to address it, or is it something, as I mentioned earlier, that we leave to the districts? I lean toward the state solution, ironically compared to what I just said.
AJ Feeling, for the record, thank you. I really appreciate those comments. And that is an interesting conundrum. So I am no fan of cell phones in schools. I'll be really clear about that. And I would say that opinion has changed over the years. I think really believing there was potential, but I think just because humans are humans, it just causes some issues. I do believe that it should be left to a local issue. And as much as I would say I think the state would be better off if it was at a statewide level, I feel like you're going to get more buy-in. And again, it gets back to like what are the flexibilities unique? You know, you're representing 6 different school districts. There may be some things in one that are just maybe not as appropriate as in the other. And so I think just allowing the flexibilities within that to deal with it as appropriate. You might have some schools that really just have very few kids and cell phones aren't as big of an issue, right? So I think you're better off maybe encouraging, but not forcefully bringing that down as something to do.
And thank you for answering that so directly. And you bring up good points. A lot of it could be we don't have great broadband in the rural, so problem solved. So thank you for that. And just a little shout out as we prepare for this next legislative session, dealing with some of these issues with our students, with children in general. Shout out to Dr. Jonathan Haidt in his book, Anxious Generation, who really does an in-depth study about the effect that social media and the cell phone usage is having on our youth as well as adults. Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
And Laura Hatch, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both sets of presenters. I echo my colleagues that I was nodding my head a lot of yes, yes, yes. This is all things that I and my colleagues experience on a daily basis. And I think one of the things that really stood out to me was on our superintendent slide about the impact of negative perceptions, where it says veteran teachers discourage their children from entering the profession. That is true. Every teacher I know tells their kids not to become a teacher. And I think that that's a really sad state of affairs. And I think it's because we're not trusted. And I think the workload is increased because we're not trusted, because then we have accountability measures and we have SLGs and we have NEPF and all these things for these people that have spent years and years and years getting a degree and then are not trusted to do what they know how to do with their degree. And so my question for both groups is I'd really like to dive specifically into one of those time sucks, which are SLOs and SLGs. I think that's what I hear the most complaints about from my colleagues. And I just wondered if you could speak to maybe explaining to my colleagues what SLOs and SLGs are and whether you think they're effective and the amount of time that it takes for educators to complete those.
Hi there, Angie Joy for the record. An SLG is a student learning goal. And so at the beginning of the year, we're tasked with coming up with picking a standard and picking a learning goal, a learning objective for our students for the year. And we have to quantify this learning goal. So for example, in second grade, my standard might be, I might pick a writing standard and I would say that, 25% of my kids will be able to write a paragraph. And so then I'll collect data to see where my kids are at. And then, that's my goal that I set in the fall. And then by January, I can go back and reassess my goal. I can see how my kiddos are doing. And like, okay, so they still can't spell cat, so I don't think we're going to get to this paragraph. And I can readjust my goal and set a different goal towards kids. I will say it's kind of hard because we do have a lot of students that come and go. So I have to be careful with the numbers that I set for my students. Otherwise, it reflects negatively on me. It seems like I'm not hitting my teaching goals. If I have students, like if I set my goal for, oh, all 30 kids will be able to write a paragraph, and then, 10 kids leave. Now I'm struggling. I'm not going to meet that goal anymore. So, I feel like it's nice to set goals and to quantify things, but I can't say that it is always the most useful. I can say it is definitely stressful because you don't want to, it's not like you want to underestimate, but you have to take care in how you're writing things. Otherwise, it can have a negative impact. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we are good in Carson City.
Chair, I was
And it
hoping
looks-
the superintendent could also answer that question.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, AJ Finley. For the record, I'll make it quick. I think that it is a stressful and time-consuming thing. And again, clearly there's value. These are positive things that we want for kids. I don't know that you necessarily have to identify something so specific to make a holistic positive difference for a kid. And I think that's one of the problems maybe with this kind of focus is it is, while the NEPF is very large and has lots of good things in it, in a sense of trying to then narrow it down to one little goal. And I think it ultimately almost kind of creates silos within your classrooms instead of thinking of in terms of like your school, like what does your school want for your kids? What does your community want for your kids? And it just narrows it down so much. And I think if we could focus on larger things and larger benefits, I think there might be more productive for everyone.
Thank you so much for that answer. And for my colleagues that don't know, with SLOs and SLGs, there's a lot of writing that goes with it. And so I always make the analogy that it's like a firefighter has to write an essay before they go to the fire. They have to write an essay halfway through fighting the fire, and then they have to write an essay after they fought the fire on how it went. And so I think it really speaks to a lot of that time suck that is taking away from instructional time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here today. As I mentioned, please enjoy the rest of your summer vacation. And if you haven't been told lately, thank you so much for being in this profession and doing the work. And we appreciate you. I'm so glad you were here because we do want things to change. We do want to get more kids involved and love the profession of teaching. And it's so nice to have passionate teachers here. So thank you for being here. Okay, with that, committee, I think we are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch and warm up because it is cold in here. So we will be back in about 30 minutes. It's 12:20 right now. So let's shoot for 30 minutes. It might be closer to 1 o'clock when we actually get started. There are a couple places around this new building as opposed to Grant Sawyer. So I encourage you guys to grab something to eat because we still have quite a few presentations and many more questions to come. So thank you. We'll see you in a little bit. We're just waiting for members to make their way back, and then we will get started. We are going to get started here once. What'd she say?
She asked if she could sit back there.
Oh. All right, and we are back. Hope everyone had a chance to warm up a little bit. So welcome back, and we have a presentation from Mr. Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding, to discuss the Commission's work over the last several months, as well as their recommendations. So excited to see you and so excited to hear your recommendations. And I understand it was fortuitous that we moved our meeting because you actually had your final meeting, and so we're ready to go.
I just wanted to make sure I get the technology straight. Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. The Commission on School Funding, again, Guy Hobbs representing the Commission on School Funding. I chair the Commission on School Funding. We had another meeting this past week, and we have meetings scheduled in August, September, and October, working toward an end date for probably the principal items that we're dealing with by November. One of the things that we had to deliver by August 1st was a response to the legislative memorandum of intent. And we've worked through all of those items, and that response will be made available on or before August 1st. What I wanted to do today is bring you up to date on some of the things that we have undertaken, what some of the recommendations from the Commission on School Funding are, and talk a little bit about some of the remaining tasks. It was very interesting to sit here this morning and listen to a lot of the other presentations and understand how a lot of those issues that have been brought up intersect with things that we're doing. We were given a number of things to do by virtue of SB 98 and AB 400 and also the legislative memoranda. When I say a number of things, I mean a large number of things to do. The principle, all of them are important. They're there for a reason. But I would say the core items that we're focused on, clearly the identification of optimal funding for education, that continues to be a primary task, and identification of ways to achieve that level of funding over the ensuing 10 years. Our meeting this past week, that was largely the focus of that, and we should have that part of the report put together by September. That's something I'm working on personally. Another part of it that will occupy a lot of our time between now and the November report due date focuses on accountability and performance and return on investment. You all having made historic investment in education during the last legislative session. Certainly the questions coming from the legislature are very understandable. What are we getting for this investment? How do we track that over time? How do we gauge changes in performance? How do we associate that with monies that are invested by the state? And that's the part that we're going to be focusing on for the balance of our work through November. I did bring some things to go over with you. I know that you have a very long and varied agenda today, so I don't want to take up more of your time than is needed, but I thought I would acquaint you with some of the recommendations that we've touched on so far. And maybe if it serves your purposes when we get closer to that November report due date, I would certainly be happy to come back if you have meetings scheduled and let you know the full extent of all recommendations that have been made by the Commission at that time. But to get this started, one of the areas that we were asked to look into, revisions to cost adjustment factors for each county established pursuant to NRS 387-1215 and the method for calculating attendance area adjustments. There are two of these factors. One is the attendance area and the other one is referred to as the NCEI, or the Nevada Cost of Education Index. And the recommendation that you see on the screen in front of you is to maintain that at a 1 times, or essentially it does not change the NCEI. And I'll talk just for a moment about the rationale underlying this. The NCEI is something that would recognize the difference in purchase power between, say, Clark and Mineral. Those were a couple of the counties that you were talking about earlier. It could be any counties in the state, and certainly the cost of living in some counties varies from the cost of living in other counties. There's still a general belief on the part of many members of the Commission that this is an important factor to develop, and we want to continue to be able to work on this on a going forward basis. But for the time being, keeping it at 1 does not disrupt the funding that that is allocated to any of the school districts. The second one, with regard to attendance area adjustments, the Commission recommends applying the criteria that you see on the slide in front of you. based on distance, travel time, and other extenuating circumstances. And you see the mileage and driving time criteria that is before you, and we think that will work rather well. As always, because oftentimes, whether it's geographic or topographic or whatever it may be, there may be reasons to vary from these standards. And we believe that NDE should be the body to review appeals. This would reduce the number of attendance areas, and it would be, again, criteria that could be broadly applied across the state. The next area, we were directed to monitor the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan and make recommendations that the commission determines would, within the limits of appropriated funding, improve the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan or correct any deficiencies. And along those lines, the general consensus of the commission. Let me back up for a moment. We divided the commission into 9 different working groups. And one of the working groups was focused on this topic and this topic alone. And that one was headed by the very capable vice chair of the Commission on School Funding, Senator Joyce Woodhouse. And the consensus is that the pupil-centered funding plan is working well and is working as designed, which I think is good news to all of us. There's a recommendation that we review and update the attendance area language and model as needed to ensure that it's following the prescribed definition and statute. And you see from the prior slide that we went through, we have made a recommendation with regard to the attendance area. Considering a modification to the hold harmless provision regarding weighted adjustments, evaluate the benefit of weights being calculated on the adjusted base versus the statewide base, and the difference between those two. The adjusted base takes into account the NCEI, which at 1 does not really affect the base at all. And with the attendance area adjustments being the other factor, that's the difference between those two. Recommend evaluating updated research to identify how equitably the pupil-centered funding plan, how the funding coming out of that is actually being distributed. And again, from what we can see so far, it is working as intended. And again, we all take that as very, very good news. I know I'm going through these rapidly, but one thing I will give you some reassurance about is we will be filing a report that will contain all of these and will contain additional rationale underlying each one. I don't know that you want me going into that much detail at this time. We are required to review the laws and regulations of the state relating to education, to make any revisions. Obviously, we can't make revisions. We can make recommendations to improve the efficiency or effectiveness of public education in the state. And here are a few that we've gotten to so far. We're still working through our list of tasks that were assigned to us. Annual reporting of the academic progress made by pupils since the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan, as opposed to quarterly reporting. One of the things that we were required to receive were quarterly reports with regard to this topic. And most of the data we are finding, and I'll talk a little bit more about this as we go through, but much of the data that is involved is only generated on an annual basis, and consequently quarterly reports might be unnecessary. Public reporting of data collected through AB 400 and SB 98 associated with academic progress of pupils in November to align with the time of current data collection. And I'll stop for a moment and just, this may invalidate some of the comments when I get to later slides, but this whole notion of what data do we have out there? What do we do with the data when we get it? And this whole notion of us recommending a framework for taking the data that we have or other data that we need and essentially designing a performance reporting framework. One of the things that became very, very clear to us very early on is that we have a lot of data. We had one of the school districts, the question I asked them was, how many different reports are you filing with the state over the course of the year? And that number exceeded 500. different reports. Now, is there a lot of redundancy in those reports? Absolutely. Are they all there for good reason? I heard comments made earlier about layers of requirements over the years, sort of, becoming a patchwork quilt that leads nowhere. We're finding that same sort of thing with the reporting, that there is a ton of reporting being done. In a couple of cases, I was curious about, well, when that report is filed, what then happens to it? And if that question can't be answered, there's some concern about that. And this isn't to say that reporting in and of itself is a bad thing. It's a very good thing, but we need to take inventory of all of these reports and ensure that they're all being done for good reason, because they all take a tremendous amount of staff time to prepare. And at the end of the day, they have to mean something, right? So to avoid duplication in reporting, district and charter schools should only report data that NDE does not already have access to each year. This is along the same lines of what I just mentioned to you. A lot of that data already exists that they're sometimes asked to additionally report on. For the initial report outlined in Assembly Bill 400 and SB 98, we recommend that we collect and report data from 2020 through the current year. And of course, that rolls forward each year in order to compare student and school performance under both the old funding plan as well as the new funding plan with the additional investments. That's something that, a point in time piece of information does not necessarily yield the same benefit as longitudinal or time series data to show change over time. And we think that's exceedingly important. Another recommendation is to consider having the Nevada Department of Education evaluate and revise the state performance framework to include more meaningful holistic indicators and measures. At the end of the day, we have the NSPF, and we have the report card, we have acing accountability, and we have a number of other formats that we use to report data. Our general belief at the commission is from a reporting on change in performance standpoint, we need to build around one of these frameworks, which is likely to be the NSPF. Add additional data elements to it as may be necessary, but use that as a foundation for generating the other reports that are needed instead of duplicating them over and over again. Reduce the acing accountability frequency of reporting from quarterly to annually, again, along the same lines. Remove the requirement of an annual class size reduction plan. One of the things that several of the members of the commission brought up is that until such time as funding is available to fully address all of the class size needs, reporting on it over and over again may not be the most productive use of time or data. Strengthen requirements to reduce the number of exemptions to Nevada's sunset provision on reporting requirements and give the Nevada Department of Education some agency over the reporting format and structures once legislation is passed. And that is something that would allow it to be more adaptable over time as opposed to being hard-coded into legislation. Eliminate reporting requirements that are outdated, no longer beneficial. I think that goes without saying. And one of the recommendations that we will be making will be more specific to the various reports that can likely be eliminated without any loss of any quality of data. Eliminate the minimum expenditure report and the requirement to publish the summary financial report from the Department of Taxation. I believe this is the one that is required to be printed in a newspaper of general circulation. And I remember from my CFO days at Clark County many years ago that we were required to, and you might remember receiving one Sunday paper that had like an extra thick paper in it because there used to be a requirement to report on a parcel by parcel basis every parcel in the county, assessed valuation, and all of that information is available online. Much of this information is available online. And of course, one of the things we became very aware of over the course of the last 3.5 years is we feel as a commission that we impose upon the Nevada Department of Education for their time and expertise, and we understand that they have a job to do, well, many jobs to do. And we realize that their resources are very strained. So we would certainly be supportive, particularly as it comes to data collection, data aggregation, and reporting, to staffing NDE at an appropriate level to be able to provide the type of reporting that all of us hope to have. And all of it leads really to this, creating a single integrated reporting framework to measure progress by incorporating the most meaningful elements of the Nevada School Performance Framework, ACing Accountability, AB 400, SB 98, and other reporting requirements that have been imposed over the years. This may require a number of different activities, adding metrics, removing metrics, modifying metrics, sunsetting reporting requirements, as has been mentioned earlier, moving away from separate reporting for AB 400 and SB 98, and building a statewide data portal and reporting system so school district data can be uploaded instead of entered manually as it is right now. We think this is incredibly important. Reducing the burden on districts and charter schools by centrally collecting the data where possible. Additional investments we've already mentioned. Some of those will be IT oriented, some of those will be human resource oriented. Disaggregating data to align with the PCFP. Currently, a lot of that data is disaggregated by race and ethnicity, special ed, English learner status, and at-risk categories. With respect to metrics set forth in AB 400 and SB 98 requiring the commission to review the academic progress made by pupils, these are some recommendations that we're making by way of modifications to some of the metrics to fit into the performance framework. And again, more rationale will be provided when the report is actually drafted and made available to you. Eliminate the teacher attendance rate, given the lack of variation in rates across the state, is one that's made sense to us. Eliminate the number of pupils in elementary school who are promoted to the next grade after testing below proficient in reading the immediately preceding year, as this requirement seems to the commission at least to be redundant with the reporting of literacy rates. Eliminate the number of schools that employ a licensed teacher designated to serve as a literacy specialist. Eliminate survey data on school satisfaction and work with the Nevada Department of Education to explore options for survey administration in the future, as this data is not currently available. Obviously, the notion of having school satisfaction surveys is incredibly important in time, but that's something that probably has to be developed and applied on a consistent and uniform basis across the state. The ability to do that doesn't exist at this time. An additional recommendation, utilize chronic absenteeism rather than the prescribed attendance rate for pupils to be in alignment with the NSPF. I know I'm throwing a lot at you very, very quickly, but I'll just continue to work through these. Change the percentage of pupils in each school who lack a sufficient number of credits to graduate by the end of their 12th grade year to the 9th grade. The 9th grade would be more predictive than the 12th grade, which is really sort of at the end of the production line, if you will. For the literacy rates for pupils in 1st, 3rd, and 5th grade, the commission recommends adding scores for kindergarten and 2nd grade while removing the 5th grade requirement and using the NWEA map as the measure of literacy. Eliminate the requirement to report the number of classes taught by a substitute teacher for more than 25% of the school year due to redundancy and burden on reporting. Remove the requirement to report vacancies for support staff, as this data is not currently collected. And the commission also recommends, so we've recommended some modification to some of the metrics that were prescribed, and we're recommending some additional metrics for consideration. per pupil total expenditures by local education agency and school, per pupil revenues by pupil-centered funding plan fund category, per pupil expenditures and percentage of total expenditures by the highest level function codes. This is from an accounting standpoint, higher level reporting as opposed to lower level reporting. Per pupil expenditures by highest level object code, full-time employee counts, and per student ratios by function. So these are additional metrics that we're recommending adding. And the point of all of this is to take those metrics that were identified in SB 98 and AB 400 and based on the reporting that we know is done today and the data that is available today, most of those metrics do work and reporting is available. There are some metrics for which reporting is not currently available and a reporting system would have to be developed. And there were additional metrics that the commission felt would add to the value of the combination of the metrics and becoming a predictive model for student performance on a going forward basis. And again, I know I ran through that fairly quickly. Hopefully it'll be a bit more orderly when it's all presented in the report to you all. All of these recommendations with respect to metrics all feed into the performance reporting framework that we're currently working on, which we understood to be one of the primary items requested of the commission by you all during our work this interim. So with that, I'd be happy to address any questions you have, comments. I'm certainly happy to be here, and we'll continue our work.
Thank you. That was perfect. A nice high-level view of where we are, where we need to be, and so we will continue to do our work and look forward to future information coming from the committee. With that, I know we do have a question in the north, so we'll go to Assembly Member LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for this presentation. I think a theme we're seeing throughout the day is that we're just duplicating a lot of efforts, and I appreciate identifying where we can streamline those. I had a question specifically about class size. As you know, we have the largest class sizes in the nation, and it's a serious concern. I and several others have classes of 45 students in each of our 6 classes, and we need to tackle it. I understand why we might want to remove that requirement of reporting it when there's nothing we can do about it right now, but what is your proposal for ensuring that we are tackling it? Because I am concerned that if we're not looking at it, what's going to be done to make sure it's not forgotten?
Thank you very much for the question, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. And if I had to pick one bullet point out of this entire presentation where I thought there might be a question, that was the one. Because we all recognize the importance of achieving the class size standards that the state has set forth. We do realize that our inability to reach those in many cases so far is a function of funding, as I explained earlier. I don't know that not reporting the class size information is necessarily the best course to take, notwithstanding the recommendation of the commission. I'm speaking to it more from the aggregation of all of the different metrics, including that one, into an overall performance reporting framework. Now, it may not fit within that overall performance reporting framework, but it is a piece of data that I believe you all would still want very much to have and to be able to gauge progress on over time. Hopefully that answer makes sense. So it may be useful for one application, but not necessarily as useful for the performance framework reporting.
That does clarify a great deal. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in Carson City with questions?
I'll jump in if I may, Chair.
What about? Why did I even put that
You
out
tried,
there?
and it didn't work. So has the commission discussed at all testing requirements, or is that something that you are allowing the department and the districts to make those decisions about? In particular, when there seems to be dual tests that are testing the exact same information, and yet one is required at the state level, and a school district might be making the decision to utilize a different one.
Thank you very much for the question, Assemblywoman Anderson. And this is one of those places where I want to be very cautious. And we have been limited to the metrics that were prescribed to us by SB 98 and AB 400. We do have the latitude to recommend metrics beyond that. But as you get into the realm of testing, you know, myself not being a professional educator, that would be something where I would be inclined to invoke my phone a friend privileges. Megan Peterson with Nevada Department of Education, I know, is in Carson City, and she may be able to add more color to that.
Assemblywoman, is she approaching? Okay, great.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. As Chair Hobbs had mentioned, a lot of the work currently, as it was prescribed under AB 400, SB 98, and NRS 387, did not add that to the contemplation of the work this biennium. And given the scope of the work and making sure we get it right and really be as effective as possible with the data that we have, the commission has not explored that area. We do have offices within the department who are working in those areas, but that has not fallen within our scope.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair Hobbs, as well, because Lord knows, looking through the 4 pages of what you guys have been asked to do, I think you've got a lot. So thank you, Chair, for that much time.
Absolutely. Now we are in Las Vegas. I'm not seeing any questions. I just, you know, a theme that has come up over and over is the implementation of artificial intelligence and what that's going to look like. And so possibly one of the easier things, an easier bite at the apple might be using AI technologies to figure out where the duplication of getting these results, because that's something that when you would look at man hours could take a ton of man hours, but when you, you know, put all the different ways we gather that information into AI, it might give us something back that we can actually really work with in our next legislative session. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to hearing from you some more. Okay, next we will go to agenda item number 7. We'll hear about some of the teacher pipeline efforts outlined in AB 428, specifically consideration and removal of barriers to scholarships for teachers and educational personnel. We have NDE and WestEd to present this item, and NSHE representatives are available as well. First, we have Jeff Brisky with NDE, and you look like you have a friend as well. So please introduce yourself and go ahead when ready.
Well, Director Brisky is doing the important work right now, so I'll introduce myself. Andrew Morrill with WestEd, thanking Chair Bilbray Axelrod and the members of the committee for hearing from us today. We are just about, I think we're ready.
All right, thank you for your patience, and good afternoon, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and Vice Chair Lang and the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. My name is Jeff Brisky, Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure and Family Engagement at the Nevada Department of Education. I'm here with my colleagues, as you had mentioned earlier, from the Nevada System of Higher Education at the table in the north, and with my colleague from WestEd here in the south. Thank you again for the opportunity to share an overview of Nevada's educator scholarships.
And I'm sorry, do you have a PowerPoint that we should be seeing? We're not seeing it yet, so, Okay, wait. Can you guys see that in the audience? No.
We're not able to see it in Carson.
Okay. All right, now we are good. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. The Teach Nevada Scholarship was established with Senate Bill 511 during the 2015 session and as recorded in NRS 391A. It provides funding for tuition, books, and fees for pre-service educators wishing to obtain their initial licensure. It is awarded by the State Board of Education to educator preparation programs, who then in turn grant scholarships to students. The Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship was established with Assembly Bill 400 during the 2023 session in NRS 391A. It provides funding for tuition, books, and fees for in-service educators wishing to obtain a master's degree in education or related field. Again, is awarded by the State Board of Education to educator preparation programs, who then in turn grant scholarships to students. The incentivizing Pathways to Teaching program was federally funded with this is a mouthful, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Dollars, specifically the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021, or in short, ESSER 2. During fiscal years 22 and 23, it did transition and was established in Assembly Bill 515, sponsored by the Ways and Means Committee during the 2023 session, with general state funds, and is now in NRS 391A. This program provides funding for tuition and paid clinical experience for pre-service educators finishing their educator preparation program. For Teach Nevada Scholarship, we know how many students graduated and completed their programs, but we do not know of these cohorts who obtained employment at a Nevada public school for years 1 through 5. After year 5, educators apply for their 25% reimbursement, and it is at this point that we know how many scholarship recipients worked in a Nevada public school for 5 years. On this slide, you can see there are 836 graduates so far, and of those, 50 who have stayed for 5 years met all the requirements and received their 25% reimbursement. This number may seem low, but we do need to remember that this is a 9-year investment, 4 for prep program, 5 for employment, and the additional requirements to receive the 25% are strict. I have asked staff to manually research scholarship recipient graduates who are employed in our public schools going back to the inception of this program. This will help us determine the effectiveness of the program and the retention. Moving forward, the data match that's planned with the Nevada Institute of Higher Education student numbers and license numbers within our new licensing system will allow us to track all 5 years and beyond. For the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship, this is the first year of implementation, and no students have yet completed their master's degree. This slide illustrates how many awards were given by the department with federal dollars and how many of those awards were requested for reimbursement. The differences may be due to several factors, such as more scholarships awards were available than there were students. Other funding sources were already in place, or students declined the scholarships. And this slide shows how many awards were granted by the State Board of Education for FY24 using the general fund dollars. When this slide deck was prepared, the final date for request for reimbursement for this scholarship had not yet occurred. So final reconciliation will be completed in September. Here are the state funding for each of the 3 scholarships, scholarship buckets, the allocation for FY24, the request from prep institutions, and awards by the state board. On the first row, the Teach Nevada Scholarship had enough carryover funding from previous fiscal years to be able to award all requests. The Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship awards were decreased by 5.5% due to limited funding, and the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching awards were decreased by 14% due to limited funding initially. But with the help of the Department of Education Training Rehabilitation, they contributed $1.1 million to help make up that difference allowing NDE to fulfill all the requests. The state funding for FY25 allowed the State Board of Education to award about 40% of what was requested for Teach Nevada Scholarship, on 91% of what was requested for the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship, and 74% of what was requested for incentivizing pathways to teaching. As you can see, the demand is exceeding funding. What does this mean in student numbers? Combining all three scholarships, there was a request for approximately 3,100 scholarships, and we were able to only fulfill 1,851. So a little bit less than 2/3. And this graph is showing funding and request trends for fiscal years 24 and 25. The dark blue and green are allocations. The orange and light blue are the request. Shortages, as you can see here, if you want the numbers, Teach Nevada Scholarship, we're short about $3.7 million. And if the interim finance committee does give the department the full $3.2 million of contingency funding, we will still have a shortfall of about $500,000 available to match the request for FY25. The Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship is short about 9.4% or $200,000, and incentivizing pathways to teaching was short 26.5% or about $2.4 million. DETR funding may not be available nor sustainable for FY25 and beyond. Transitioning, the department did engage and contract with our partners at NSHE and WestEd to conduct a study on the barriers to scholarship opportunities as required by Assembly Bill 428, Section 9. And at this point, I will turn it over to my colleague to present their findings for consideration.
For the record, again, Andrew Morrill with WestEd, and we're just going to change slide decks very quickly. Yeah. Great. As Director Brisky mentioned, WestEd played a role in gathering data. According to the objective you see on the screen, you see the members of the WestEd team as well. Just background, WestEd is a nonpartisan, nonprofit agency that conducts and applies research, develops evidence-based solutions, and provides services and resources in education, human development, and related fields to improve outcomes and ensure equity for individuals from infancy through adulthood. Specifically, NDE engaged WestEd to examine the barriers to scholarship opportunities and identify considerations for expanding access to those scholarships as required and outlined by Assembly Bill 428. So in the process of gathering what largely was to become perception data from the higher ed community in Nevada, we directed our work according to two guiding questions for the qualitative data and for submission of the report. What barriers exist at the state, program, and candidate level of the processes related to the Teach Nevada Scholarship, incentivizing pathways to teaching, and Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship? And the second question, of course, what potential solutions can be implemented to mitigate the barriers that had been identified through this work? I want to thank NDE, Director Brisky, and the staff at EdLife. They played several instrumental roles in allowing us to gather the data in service to the task that was outlined, including a robust perception gathering process that really occurred in two stages with 17 individuals, as you see on the screen, from the educator prep programs and from the Nevada system of higher education leadership to engage in listening sessions and follow-up interviews. Now you see the institutions that were involved in that, but just a word on the process. The listening sessions were the first attempt, and these would involve 4 to 5 different representatives from various ed prep programs, first guided by those two overarching questions, but then with follow-up questions to unpack different areas, as you'll see in a moment. And then we followed those listening sessions with very specific interviews, attempting to dig deeper into the information that we've obtained in the first round. So that being explained, let's take a look at a little bit more. The advantage to this approach, which we vetted and collaborated with NDE on, was that it provided a variety of perspectives from the programmatic, the operational, and the fiscal administration perspectives. As you know, when you gather perception data, you have to be very careful to be inclusive of a variety of perceptions that round out the full portfolio of information with which you want to work. The listening sessions produced initial themes of barriers. These were tested with the data received so that no outliers, no singleton responses went much further than the first round. The interviews with programs and program representatives allowed for the testing, the clarifying, and the refining of the perception data we'd been gathering to identify the barriers and the considerations for mitigating them. So again, things were tested along the way, refined and clarified to be sure that they really were representative perceptions of the institutions and the EdPrep programs with which we were working. And you have a resulting report in addition to this slide deck presentation. The report is a little more thorough and goes into a little more detail on each barrier identified, on the process, and then on the considerations for mitigating the barriers that were identified. The initial round of themes that were then the substance that produced the listening sessions and interviews were, as you see, they covered a wide variety of areas: fiscal and administrative challenges and processes, complexity and clarity, which shouldn't surprise anybody because these are state programs and they just of their own nature involve some complexity, marketing and awareness, length of process and some timelines involved in the scholarships, communication out to the field, and then accessibility and eligibility restrictions. And I'll say a little bit about each of these, and then later at your direction, stand for questions. Fiscal administration of the scholarships currently does create uncertainty and inefficiencies. And I want to stress again that this is perception data. This is the data that was presented and refined and clarified by your EdPrep programs across the state. Procedures used for administering scholarships are the same employed for K-12 LEA grants. And this presents some problems just in alignment with different procedures that aren't quite the same when you're talking about the IHEs, the Institutes of Higher Ed, and their EdPrep programs versus the way K-12 LEAs operate. They create complications with procedures. And also, I want to stress, this is inclusive of your alternative route providers. Many of these are in financial accounting. They are technical. We have some folks in attendance today who, when we're addressing questions, can probably provide some more specific information. But it's a little bit of a case of different accounting languages being spoken or different unit of measurements driving some procedures, both in the EPPs versus the K-12. The programs report financial recording and accounting misalignment with Institutes of Higher Ed, the IHEs, and your alternative certification program procedures. The annual reapproval of EdPrep programs, including their budgets, budget modifications, and other required documents, is seen to be cumbersome and causing delays in the process. And as you heard a moment ago from the previous presenter in a different context, there are funding needs. There's currently no funding to support the administration of the 3 scholarships, and this creates administrative expectations that, when unfunded, are perceived as additional burdens. Another area of barriers reported extends to receiving information in fragments or what is perceived as fragmented information, leading to, at times, a lack of clarity about processes and procedures, including funding timelines. And what this means is that programs have to reapply each year, but revisions to those processes occur regularly, leading to less clarity about required program applications and approval as grant subrecipients and about reimbursement requests. So where there are changes, as often happen, they're not always evenly communicated. Nevertheless, the process, the programs must engage in applications each year, and there can be some disconnects there. And while programs report great appreciation, which I will stress, for the responsiveness, And the availability of NDE staff, we heard that time and again across your ed prep programs from their representatives, especially when they need assistance. They also perceive that unexpected changes create additional administrative burdens that make it difficult for programs to plan effectively and allocate resources efficiently. The timeline challenges are also seen as an area of barriers, creating significant logistical and financial difficulties for EPPs and for teacher candidates. So it's not just at the ed prep program level, but there's impact to the individual candidates who, after all, are the beneficiary of the scholarships that you've created. Approval of each scholarship appropriation by the State Board of Ed occurs in a wide range of months, as early as March, but as late as November, which has resulted in recipients being notified in some cases of approval after the semester has started, well into the semester, in fact. Consequently, candidates are left in an unenviable position. They have to cover the tuition and fees, with reimbursements often coming much later, delayed for several months. Now, you do have programs in Nevada that try to handle this by using their own funds up front to ensure that candidates don't have to pay that tuition and face that burden. In other words, they're supplementing. But that option is only available among some of your programs. Many simply lack that budget capacity and can't extend that aid to candidates. And that leaves the candidates paying the fees out of pocket and waiting for reimbursement. You've heard a few presentations today explaining the financial constraints and context of those who would be teachers in Nevada already. And this adds, unfortunately, to that sense of financial burden to become a teacher. There are different ranges of challenges that were identified. This one also extends to some delays, some unintended delays experienced by candidates in their field experience, the distribution of scholarship funds during the field experience, which is, after all, required in your programs, that field experience. The incentivizing pathways is intended to cover expenses during student teaching, as we heard, as students really find it difficult to work during this time. Some do, but it's a real burden when you consider the demands learning to become a teacher. And due to funding timelines, these candidates typically receive this compensation in one lump sum payment at the end of a semester. That leaves them uncompensated for most of that semester, despite receiving a lump sum at the end. And the delays experienced at this really crucial time, which is often toward the end of one's program, can significantly impact their ability to complete their programs, just based on the financial hardship and an unfortunate timing. The Ed Prep program representatives shared also some concerns about new requirements. One of these is that the Teach Nevada scholarship requires its candidates to hold a Nevada issue high school diploma. And that has proven to be a pretty significant constraint. The requirements excluded groups of viable candidates, often career changers, who are now Nevada residents, but who attended high school in another state. And it actually eliminates those who hold a GED, since it specifies a high school diploma. In fact, following this eligibility change, which is fairly recent as I understand it, one program saw its numbers drop from 50 new teachers annually to more like 10 because their program was focused on nationwide talent, but you had this restriction to a Nevada issued high school diploma. There's one other, which is that the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship is limited to a master's degree. It does not allow for other advanced degrees, and it doesn't allow currently for advanced training in critical shortage areas. There are as well restrictions about the use of the scholarship funds. Teach Nevada and the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship cover tuition, and they cover related fees. But recipients may not combine these funds with other financial aid that is intended for the same expenses. And these restrictions limit candidates from applying the funds to other higher education and teacher preparation costs, basically living costs including housing, transportation, while they are in their programs. Nevada scholarships are also restricted in another sense to degree completion, excluding advanced training outside of a degree program. Now, teachers who seek advancement seek it in a number of ways, in a number of contexts that are not always involved with post-grad programs. Many teachers seek endorsements, such as teaching students with special needs, or reading endorsements, math endorsements, but they can access these scholarships only if they're enrolled in a full graduate program. And this restriction prevents a lot of educators from obtaining specialized training that LEAs often identify as a need, and that has the effect long-term of increasing shortages in some of these critical teaching areas. And one that you've heard addressed all day long, that I think I probably just need to mention very, very briefly. We have across this nation a terrible identity crisis with the profession of teaching. You've heard about it from a number of sources, so I won't labor the point. But you can find it in evidence, research across the country. Nevada is subject to it. Your neighboring states are subject to it. The teaching profession's perception has changed drastically over the years. It now bears a stigma of being unaffordable, underappreciated, oftentimes infeasible to compete or to complete requirements. Your scholarships in Nevada are offered primarily to students who are already enrolled in education programs. So there may be other opportunities that we'll talk about in a moment to broaden the public message about teaching. But the fact is the scholarships themselves do not add to the number of people pursuing degrees. At least the data doesn't suggest it. But it does serve those who have chosen to become Nevada teachers. Now, there were two charges, and the second one was to identify or outline considerations to mitigate the barriers that I've just shared with you. These are also detailed in the report. You see an outline of them on the screen. And because I've gone into some background about each barrier, I won't take as much time outlining the considerations for how to address those. But you see those there on the screen, and we can unpack each one of those. First, the perception is among your ed prep program representatives that an annual plan that clearly communicates processes, procedures, and requirements to the ed prep programs will be of benefit. In fact, you can use the expectations and benchmarks communicated in the annual plan to generate annual reports on the management of the funds and the experiences of the ed prep programs, the experiences of the students, and in fact, the impact overall of the scholarships in their intended outcomes. In addition, the recommendation is to include an aligned, reliable, and accurate timeline for each phase of the administration process. It's very possible that elements of this already exist, so this recommendation should be taken as a call to possibly revisit and revise those, and in so doing, enable EPPs to inform scholarship recipients of their award no later than the summer before the fall semester. Implement financial protocols that allow students participating in year-round programs to receive scholarships starting in the spring semester, and ensure programs receive funding before the beginning of the semester. Going on to considerations in other areas, and I know I'm going through these quickly, but again, they're more detailed in the report. Develop or utilize existing fiscal processes where they exist, possibly revisit and refine them to facilitate the distribution of state funds to the ed prep programs themselves through scholarships, facilitate timely compensation of students, such as through paid internships or work study. These are structures that currently exist that would allow for the more timely payment of your candidates during their field experience. And you have examples of this in the state now. And facilitate the distribution of state scholarship funds to education prep programs, again, borrowing from successes that Nevada already has. For example, Nevada Promise or the Millennium Scholarships. So you may actually be able to use examples that currently exist as you revisit these. And fund the indirect costs to the education prep programs. The administrative workload, which is considerable, of coordinating and managing the scholarships and requires significant resource capital, normally in the form of human capital. And the indirect cost included in the appropriation could give the Ed Prep program partners, especially the smaller institutions, increased capacity to administer the scholarships and recruit more candidates by being more responsive to them. There are a number of strategies to increase the number of candidates, which after all addresses the challenge that you've been hearing about and that you know so well regarding the teacher shortage in Nevada. Direct a portion of the scholarship appropriation to fund a statewide promotional campaign that promotes entry into the teaching profession and interest in utilizing scholarships to fund preparation. Change the eligibility requirements or consider changing them to eliminate the requirement of a Nevada high school diploma. That recommendation is not made lightly. There are all kinds of implications, but it's worthy of consideration. Make scholarships available for advanced training and advanced degrees rather than limiting them to the sole master's degree pursuit. Ensure scholarships can integrate with other financial aid to broaden the impact, the financial impact and benefit of the scholarships, and allow recipients to use those scholarships for costs related to housing, transportation, and general living expenses, which are associated with attending post-secondary programs. Thank you for your attention. That concludes the presentation on the barriers and the mitigation considerations, which again, you will find in the report. And I'm happy to stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Carson City? Did we lose Carson City?
We're still here.
Okay, good.
You just don't
We'll
see
start
us.
with you. Okay. We'll start with you, Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you. So thank you both for the presentation. You bring up many important issues. I think my question comes from slide 9 of WestEd's presentation, but it actually will be both of you that might need to answer this question. You brought up on the second bullet that there is the responsiveness and availability of NDE staff is great, wonderful, but unexpected changes create the additional administrative burdens. So my question for both of you is, number one, do we know how many current employees of NDE are working with this very specific area? And so also how many openings there are at this time? And then my second question is that what you're talking about is because the number of openings, or is it because there's been some new people coming in the last 2 years? What are those unexpected changes that I'm kind of asking for a little bit more clarification about?
Sure. Jeff Brisky, ND, for the record. I can speak specifically for my office. Our office does run the scholarship programs. And it was a few years ago, I believe, at IFC, where Assemblymember Carlton graciously gave us a management analyst to help run this scholarship program. And since then, we have had 2 management analysts in that position, and that position is currently vacant in our office. The educator preparation programs professional who oversees that work, in addition to the management analyst who does the day-to-day work, that position is also currently vacant. So at this point, it is myself and an intern running these scholarship programs, and we are doing the best we can and keeping our head above water. And I know with our teammates up in the north and our fiscal office and our grants office, they are doing the best they can as well with the resources that they have. Now, specifically about the other part of your question, I believe that was talking about how many employees at NDE. I may have to phone a friend. I believe Deputy Peterson is up in the north. She may be able to answer that agency-wide. And part of this too is just the administrative burden that it does put on our prep programs who don't have any administrative human capital to administer them at the ed preps programs themselves.
Thank you. And I believe Deputy McGill might be coming up. Okay, so we're going to go try to find somebody. Thank you for that for that clarification that literally it is a group of 4 people, of which 2 are currently open. Is that what I'm understanding you say for your department in particular?
Yeah, for my, actually, two people that run the program, one management analyst, two that runs the day-to-day work, and one ed prep program professional that oversees that, and then myself as their director. So 3 total, but it's actually the management analyst that does most of the day-to-day work.
Thank you so much. And then my other question before we ask the Department of Ed to kind of go into all the staffing is during the West Ed presentation, there was the unexpected changes. Is it the staffing changes that you're speaking of or that seem to you hear about, or was it other issues that seem to cause those problems that you're mentioning about under coordination and communication on slide 9?
Sure, Jeff Brisky, ND, for the record. I will be able to speak for some of those changes. Part of it was due to the changes in Assembly Bill 400, where it did limit some ways that we can and cannot award that scholarship. So that was a major change there. Other ways to, at the department, my office, it used to be with the scholarship, Teach Nevada scholarship, that would give out a 4-year award scholarship, and then we would do a lot of reconciliation to determine how much was left for the next year. We switched over to asking the prep programs to fill out an application to say how much do you need for every student for that fiscal year only, rather than for all 4 years. And it has really cut down on the reconciliation time. And that I will take and say that that may not have been communicated as clearly as it could have been. I know personally I've made phone calls and helped them through that. And we've even implemented a procedure where we call each one of our prep institutions and walk them through the application on the phone while they're doing it. So I believe that has been helpful. Yes, we are going through growing pains, and every time there's a change, we try to do the best we can with that communication plan. Thank you.
Great, and I think we've got the Department of Ed now up here, so I still am just shocked that there's a group of 5 people and 2 of them are open. When it comes to the entire Department of Ed, what would you say currently are your openings or vacancies at this time?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson. Currently, we have 25 vacancies within our department. I have 5 within my grants management unit and 3 in my fiscal office. I have other specifics if you would like.
I think the general idea works totally, that there's a large amount of openings in the department as well. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Carson City, did you have any other questions? Okay, we will, what?
I'm
Yes?
sorry, I believe Assemblymember
Yes.
Koenig did have a question as well.
Go for it.
So it was mentioned that we're changing the qualifications to, for some of these scholarships to include GED only and to not have graduated from a Nevada high school. Are we having trouble filling all of the scholarship spots with people that meet these requirements as is, and then we have to open it up to fill the scholarships, or do we have enough people who qualify as is to fill the scholarships at this point?
Thank you. Andrew Morrill for the record. I appreciate the question. I believe we have representatives from some of the ed prep programs in attendance today who would be better able to answer that question.
Is there people approaching the?
Yes, there's somebody coming on up.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me? Winship Varner for the record. I'm with UNR. The question, just to reiterate, is do we have enough applicants to, without appealing to students that have graduated outside of Nevada for the scholarship amount? We have, I would say approximately about 15% of our applicants are from, 15 to 20% of our applicants do not meet that requirement. And while we're requesting funds for, we don't really know at the time when we are making estimates and requesting funds for the scholarship who those students are until after they apply, and then they're vetted. And so we request more money than for these scholarship funds, and then learn later that we cannot apply those funds to those students. So those funds get tied up and then aren't applied to those students. So did that address your question?
So do we have the funding to give the scholarship to everyone who applies? Because if we only have funding, if it's limited, why are we expanding the parameters for to make more people eligible unless we can fund all the people who are eligible under the current system?
I can only speak for UNR, but at UNR, up until this current, we just received our awards for this upcoming next fiscal year, and for the Teach Nevada specifically, we're going to exceed the applicant numbers exceed the award amount that we were awarded for the Teach Nevada scholarship. So yes, we have more applicants than we do funds.
So that answers my question. If we are exceeding, if we have more applicants already, why are we looking to increase the applicant pool? Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Can you state your
If
name
you could,
again for us?
Well,
yes.
thank you, Assembly Member Anderson.
Winship Varner. Let me just follow up with that. This is this current year. Previously, we've had it's been the reverse. It's just because we have expanded our with the recent changes, we have expanded our recruitment and our communication with students, especially with the Teach Nevada, since it's now open up to a broader pool since spring. Now we're stuck in that position. Prior, we've had more awarded funds than we had applicants for those funds.
Okay, so we will head up to Las Vegas. I know someone approached. Did you want to add something? Okay, please go ahead and state your name.
Lindsay Diamond, for the record, University of Nevada, Reno, Department Chair of Educator Preparation and Associate Professor. I just wanted to follow up on Winship Varner's comments that to address the question that we do have more students who we have recruited to come into the teacher pipeline in hopes that they could have funding under the Teach Nevada scholarship, but due to those requirements of having to have graduated from a Nevada high school or also be in one of the neighboring communities close to our boundaries of the state, we do have to turn students away who then decide not to pursue the program due to the lack of funding and their personal situations. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Senator Lang?
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I should know this, but I don't, so I'm just going to ask. Are there guardrails on this program that require people that are getting these scholarships to teach in Nevada for a certain period of time?
Thank you for the question, Jeff Brisky, NDE for the record. Yes, as outlined in NRS 391A, there are guardrails for the Teach Nevada scholarship, meaning that they have to stay in and teach at a Nevada public school for 5 years, 3 of which must be in a Title I school. And that's for Teach Nevada scholarship. And once they complete their 5 years, they get the 25% of their tuition reimbursed that they did not get up front. For the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship, they had to have taught in a public school 2 years before they can apply for that scholarship. Then they must remain in a public school for 3 additional years, again, to obtain their 25% reimbursement of their tuition. Regarding incentivizing pathways to teaching, in Assembly Bill 515, they must agree to stay and teach in a Nevada public school for 5 years. There's no tuition reimbursement on that one. And you will see that most of the students who receive the Teach Nevada scholarship, they're in their first 3 years of a traditional pathway, will get the incentivizing pathways to teacher on their last year. So that covers it either way, whether they get, most of them do get both scholarships. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think we'll have you step back. Thank you very much for your presentation, gentlemen. Okay, moving forward, we're going to continue the conversation that we started last meeting concerning the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program, also known as TACPP, as outlined in AB 428 from the last legislative session. We have representatives from CCSD to speak with us further about the district's effort to implement the bill's requirements. So please introduce yourself and go ahead when ready.
Thank you. Chair Bilbray Axelrod and esteemed members of the committee, my name is Dustin Mansell. I am the Chief Academic Officer for the Clark County School District. I am joined by Ms. Gia Moore, our Assistant Superintendent of the College and Career and School Choice Division. We are pleased to be here today and to present an overview of our implementation of the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program, a critical initiative designed to build a robust pipeline of future educators here in Nevada. The success of the Teacher Academy College Pathway hinges on our collaborative efforts with key stakeholder and partners, including institutions of higher education from the Nevada System of Higher Education, the Nevada Department of Education, and the Clark County Education Association. We understand our commitment to growing our own educators will yield lasting benefits, creating a sustainable and dynamic pool of talented individuals who are prepared to shape the future here in education in Nevada. Madam Chair, at this time, I will hand the presentation of slides over to our Assistant Superintendent, Gia Moore.
Thank you, Dr. Mansell, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, Gia Moore for the record. I would like to share our progress outlining our efforts in year 1 and strategies for year 2 on the implementation of the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. We've been actively informing schools about the program, implementing a Career Exploration Week to showcase teaching as a profession and equipping counselors with the tools they need to inform students before pre-registration. We also conducted a student interest survey to identify those interested in the program, ensuring that they have an opportunity to participate. Additionally, we've collaborated with schools to expand or add the career and technical education pathway and work consistently with partners like the Nevada System of Higher Education Institutions, the Nevada Department of Education, as well as the Clark County Education Association to ensure the program's success. We are using the Nevada Department of Education's approved CTE pathway, which has been in place since 2017. As we move into the second year of implementation, we're focusing on several key initiatives to enhance the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. We will expand options aligned with Regulation 074-24 to include students interested in entering the program through a traditional pathway, as well as opportunities outside of the traditional CTE pathway. Additionally, we will appoint a curriculum administrator along with a guidance counselor at each high school to serve as the site coordinator for Assembly Bill 428 and implement mandatory training for these coordinators to ensure that they are well prepared for their role. Our efforts will include beginning a comprehensive retention plan to support students throughout their time in the program and creating a robust marketing strategy in collaboration with willing and related stakeholders to increase program awareness and participation. These steps reflect our ongoing commitment to the program's success. Lastly, as a preview of our future efforts, we're set to launch a full school teacher academy that will be available for all students in the Clark County School District over the next few years. This initiative will be in addition to the teaching and training programs that currently exist and have existed for some time in our high schools. For example, 4 of our high schools have teaching programs with on-site pre-K and kindergarten programs where students in the teaching program gain practical teaching experience. This next slide, I want to take a little bit of time to go over as there are multiple school implementation options. All CCSD schools offer one or more of the implementation options for the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program in accordance to Regulation 074-24. This regulation acknowledges that students may enter into the program through various pathways and outlines methods for districts to ensure that all students have access to the program. These options include the CTE Teaching and Training Pathway, the Youth Rebel Start program at UNLV, which is our first registered youth apprenticeship, Nevada Learning Academy, our choice school options, which includes our magnet schools and change of school assignment, and dual enrollment coursework. In the Clark County School District, 34 high schools offer the CTE Teaching and Training program. Of these, 2 schools are not required to offer the pathway as defined by AB 428. For the 11 schools without the CTE pathway program, the other four school implementation options are available to students in accordance with the regulation. The goal of these implementation options is to eliminate barriers for students who wish to pursue a teaching career. For instance, the CTE Teaching and Training Pathway is designed as a 4-year program, including 2 years of foundational work and 2 years of dual enrollment and internship opportunities. Many students may not decide on a college and career pathway until their junior and senior year of high school. To ensure that they do not miss out on this opportunity, students should still have the chance to enroll in a pathway at any time during their high school career. For example, a senior at Rancho High School, which already offers this program, who was not part of the CTE Teaching and Training Pathway and would not have an opportunity to be a CTE completer, can still enroll in dual enrollment courses with Nevada State University to pursue a teaching career. To provide greater context on schools offering implementation options in accordance with the regulation, let's discuss the Las Vegas Academy of the Performing Arts and the Advanced Technologies Academy. The Grammy Award-winning Las Vegas Academy of the Performing Arts, one of our first magnet schools that opened in 1993, has created a strong culture around performing arts programs. Students attend this school specifically to pursue their dreams of the arts. Another example is the Advanced Technologies Academy, where students from all over the valley pursue pathways leading to careers in biomedical, cybersecurity, computer science. These are all high-skill, high-demand programs, and many students follow this choice pathway from elementary school. Students attending our specialty schools, such as career and technical academies, and the mentioned schools that I just provided examples of, are already enrolled in a CTE pathway, limiting their opportunity to enroll in an additional CTE pathway. However, students interested in both the arts and the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program can still enroll in the school implementation options listed on the slide. It is also important to note that students are leaving their zone schools, in which the majority already offer the CTE Teaching and Training Pathway, to attend choice schools that attend programs that are not available at their zone school. as I presented the last time I was before you, prior to the implementation of the bill, we were gaining significant momentum in building a teacher pipeline. The CTE Teaching and Training Pathway, created in partnership with the Nevada Department of Education in 2017, currently enrolls over 4,400 students and will continue to see that grow significantly. We have had a 390% increase since its inception. Additionally, over 1,000 students are engaged in dual enrollment coursework with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada State University, and this substantial growth highlights the program's success in fostering interest in teaching careers and expanding opportunities for future educators. Through strategic marketing, strong systems, and effective collaboration with our educational partners, the district's efforts have been essential to the program's success and have created a solid base for the future expansion. As we embark upon implementing the Teacher Academy College Pathway program, we've experienced challenges, successes, and lessons learned. One of the challenges we faced was encouraging student participation, especially at choice schools, where students have competing interests and other specialized programs. For instance, at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy, students are focused on careers in law enforcement, paramedics, and emergency dispatching rather than teaching. The majority of these students opt to attend a school outside of their zone that already offers a CTE teaching and training program. As Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy is the only school in CCSD that specializes in these programs. Despite these obstacles, we saw significant successes, including growing enrollment momentum and increasing recognition of the pathway's value. We also benefited from strong collaboration with stakeholders and leveraged our high-quality educators to help refine the program and expand opportunities for students. From these experiences, we've learned the importance of developing a more robust communication and marketing plan, as well as a need for strategies that are not only effective in the short term, but also sustainable in the long term. After considerable planning and a thorough reevaluation of our marketing strategy, we're moving forward with a comprehensive approach to market the Teacher Academy College Pathway program. We begin by creating high-impact marketing collateral that highlights the numerous benefits of the program and shares inspiring success stories from past participants. This step ensures that our messaging is both compelling and informative, setting the stage for a successful launch. Building on its foundation, we will launch a dedicated webpage that serves as a central hub for information and resources. This online presence will feature detailed information about the program, its benefits, success stories, and engage and inform potential students as well as their families. Concurrently, we will be executing a dynamic social media campaign designed to reach a broad audience through engaging content, testimonials, and regular updates. We aim to capture the interest of our community and spread the word about the opportunities that the program offers. Our efforts extend beyond direct promotion as we will continue to engage with relevant partners, as previously mentioned, to amplify our message and broaden our reach. These strategic collaborations are vital for enhancing the program's visibility and connecting with a diverse audience. Next, we will continue year 2 of our Career Exploration Week, which will include a series of events and activities that offer students a firsthand look at the Teacher Academy College Pathway program and the teaching profession. This week-long initiative is designed to inspire and inform students about the exciting possibilities in the field of education. To ensure the program's success, comprehensive training will be provided for site coordinators, equipping them with the knowledge and skills they need to support the program's objectives. We will also host informational workshops for students and parents, providing essential insights and answering questions about the program. Through these concerted efforts, we are committed to promoting the Teacher Academy College Pathway program effectively and supporting its successful implementation at every stage. And while marketing is important, This opportunity is very important for our students, but it's also crucial to have a well-rounded strategy for maintaining student enrollment in the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program once students are enrolled. Our retention plan is designed to create dynamic and supportive environment that ensures students remain engaged and succeed throughout their educational journey. We will focus on more than just attracting students. We aim to inspire and equip them for long-term success. Through observations, guest speakers, and pedagogy workshops, we will expose students to diverse teaching perspectives and methods. And these perspectives will not only attract students, but also keep them motivated and engaged in the program. To bridge theory with practice and ensure students remain committed to their goals, our plan integrates practical experiences such as mentoring, internships, and project-based learning. We will offer extended internships, apprenticeships, and leadership roles for deeper professional growth, student teaching, capstone projects, and conference opportunities to develop essential skills and networks. Celebratory events such as the Future Educator Signing Day that we've had for the last several years will recognize achievements and reinforce students' sense of belonging. This comprehensive support system not only attracts students, but also maintains their enrollment by fostering a dynamic and engaging educational environment.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to provide this update, and we will pause at this time and take any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming back and really giving us the information that we wanted. I do have a couple questions, but I'm going to go to Carson City first. Raise your hand if you have a question. Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. And as I am subbing in today, this may have been covered in a previous meeting, but I just had a question about the student teaching specifically. And does that replace or shorten the internship requirement for licensure? And also, how does that look? If a student wants to become a high school teacher, are they then interning in a high school class with their peers as a senior, or how is that implemented?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. Gia Moore for the record. Through the retention plan that I just outlined, there's multiple opportunities to essentially just get that hands-on learning. That's what our students want, whether it's this program or any other program. So students have had the opportunity, and I want to highlight a couple of schools that have really done a great job with this, which is Rancho High School, East Career and Technical Academy, where they've partnered with their neighboring elementary schools. And those students in the CTE teaching and training pathway are engaging with those schools and providing lessons and support for the students at that neighboring elementary school. So that's part of their experience that they get in part of the program. Once they start to enter into the dual enrollment program with a partnering institution, they're taking the same coursework that any teacher or future educator would be taking as part of that institution. So they would be engaging again in their formal student teaching as part of that dual enrollment program. I hope I answered your question.
So to clarify then, they would not have to complete a student teaching internship when they want to become a teacher later?
Thank you for the question. Gia Moore again for the record. They will have to complete their student teaching as part of that college program.
Okay, thank you. And then Chair, if I may, just one last clarifying question. So I appreciate that they're getting into elementary schools. I think it's important that they're getting some classroom experience. As a high school teacher, I can say I would not do well in an elementary school, and I think my colleague probably can agree. So what about those students that want to teach algebra or government or some other secondary curriculum? They may go into an elementary school and decide, I never want to be a teacher ever. So what are we doing for those kiddos?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. And I share the same sentiments as you. I was certainly a high school person, and that was the route that I wanted to take. Those are just examples that I provided. Students do have an opportunity to engage in the pathway that they are interested in. That's one of the parts of our retention plan that will allow for students to engage in project-based learning. It will allow for them to conduct some action research on that pathway or that particular subject that they're interested in. So those structures and systems are in place, and we'll continue to develop those. I hope that answers your question, but we are exploring internships at multiple levels. For example, in our school that we are developing, I'll give you an example for that. We're trying to develop student majors around our school district needs. So for example, students will be in either an elementary or a secondary education track, and then they will also have the ability to engage in coursework surrounding bilingual education or math and science, depending on what they're interested in. So that's just giving you an idea of the direction that we're going as a district to further develop those program pathways.
Thank you so much for that answer, and thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Anderson, did you have a question?
Of course I did. Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I want to say that this presentation has given me so much more confidence than last time. So thank you so much for coming back. I really appreciate it. And I just have two questions. The first was during last month, or 6 weeks ago's presentation, there were some comments made by Dr. Pearson that there had been some differences of opinion of how to work with each other between the district and CCEA, Clark County Education Association. I heard you say them at the beginning of the presentation. Has this been, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, has there been a stronger partnership in making sure that this program is a success?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Anderson, for the question. I think I want to start by saying I think we all want the same things in this room. We all want to grow our teacher pipeline. And so I think we're all making a concerted effort to be able to do that. And all of us are very passionate about that. We have been working with the Clark County Education Association in the implementation of this bill. And they've communicated that there are things that they like that we've done in terms of this pipeline growth, and that there are things that we can improve on. One of those in particular that I spent some time talking about was the marketing. We'll be very honest. I think we overestimated the initial marketing campaign that we had, and there's certainly room for improvement. That's what we're always looking for ultimately. We want the ultimate success in this. We all benefit from it. And so we need to refine that and listen to our stakeholders. And I think that's what we're doing and moving forward.
Thank you. And so then my second question actually comes from slide 3. The second bullet says to designate a full-time employee responsible for implementing AB 428. Would that be a district employee, or is that a person at every high school? Or is that something that's still in the planning stages as you work with the partnerships, including CCEA? Because I understand what you're saying with sometimes there's different discussions, but I know that was one part of the bill.
Thank you for the question, Gia Moore. For the record, we are establishing a site coordinator, which is specifically a curriculum administrator, as well as a counselor over this. The reason for that is that we want to make sure that there's just a concerted effort at each school, and the counselor piece working with the curriculum administrator is key, because when we're having conversations with students about coursework and what their hopes and dreams are and what they would like to do in the future, they're that first person that's working with those students typically. So that's the structure that we will have going into this year 2 of implementation. And we're hoping that will help us improve on getting the message out on what the benefits of the program are. And that will be at every high school. I didn't mention that before.
Great.
Each high school will have this coordinator.
Because I know that's been a large thing. So thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, we will come down to Vegas. No questions? Okay, I have a couple. And thank you again for coming back. I guess I'm I guess I'm kind of struggling to see how we're marketing to students with the difference between the CTE teaching and training and this new program that was laid out in AB 428. It almost seems like they're kind of, you could do this or you could do that. And I was just wondering how you're making how you're marketing with the differences, because they are different to potential students.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I think if there's two pieces to that. One is our strategic work with our school leaders in terms of the pathway options. Ideally, we would like to see our schools in that CTE pathway program. That's our ideal goal. For some of our schools, it is difficult for them to do that, as I mentioned before, with those competing interests. So it's our job to try to build up capacity of knowledge, which is part two, in that our students need to understand what the benefits of the Teacher Academy Pathway Program are. So I think it's first working with our school leaders to build up that capacity with these pathways and what the right option is. And then making sure that our students know when we're marketing this to build up that momentum. So I think if there's two pieces to that we'll continue to work on with our schools.
Okay, and then based on that, how many schools currently in this next school year will be, offering with all elements the TACPP?
Thank you for the question, G. Moore, for the record. So all of our schools offer one of the options that was outlined on slide 4. All of our schools will be offering one of those options. However, there are 34 schools offering the CTE Teaching and Training Pathway Program, and then there are 11 schools offering the school implementation options outside of that. So for example, Moapa Valley is one of our pilot schools for the Youth Rebel Start program. So they have about 30 students that are enrolled in that. And then we're getting momentum around that program also at Bonanza and West Prep, which are also included in that 11 schools that are offering the different pathway options. For a rural school, the Youth Rebel Start may be the best pathway for them at this time until they start to build capacity. And what I've seen over the years is, other students our students are our best recruiters for these programs. So as they start to build up that capacity at Moapa, they very well likely, offer that CTE Teaching and Training Pathway. But in the meantime, for those students that are interested in the school may just not have the overall interest, we can't close the doors to them. So this is just one of the examples that I have in terms of what that other pathway would be outside of the CTE one.
And I thank you for that. My one concern, well, I have a few concerns, but one of my concerns is that in the bill, it lays out that any school with over 250 students must offer the TACPP program, as opposed to the CTE teacher training is, I think you have to, by law, have 2 sections with at least 25 students. So the idea was that we're opening it up to a lot more students. And I understand that maybe there might not be people don't know about it. We talked about the marketing issue. And so, but I think the bill did lay out very clearly the expectations. And I think it's kind of, if you build it, they will come. So while I appreciate that you're kind of doing this and that, I think the intent of the bill is very clear. And I think we are doing a disservice to the folks who, worked on the bill, who really believe in the bill, and quite frankly, the legislature standing behind that bill and funding, giving the money towards that bill to really see the fruits of our labor return in a few years. So I think there's still more work to be done. I just wanted to make sure I got those clarifications, that you're aware of them. like I said, I realize that it's a big thing to have you guys, do, but I think it's very, very important. I think our students deserve to have teachers who are full-time and licensed and credited and want to be there. And I think, as we've learned from other presenters, we have a PR problem with teachers. So we need to start out when they're young and get them involved and say, no, this is a great profession, and you are truly the best of the best. So it looks like Senator Dondero Loop would like to say something.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess I have some reflective questions a little bit. Are we starting to spread ourselves too thin? In other words, we've got these 5 programs that you outlined on your PowerPoint. And I see that we're building it as we look at the years. I could see the rise, and now we're at 4,413 students. And how many more can we take? So can we keep, are these 5 programs, that you list enough? Or are we spreading ourselves too thin? Can we consolidate some of those so that, and I don't mean at a school, but I mean, could the Youth Rebel Start Academy, and I'm just using this as an example, so don't anybody get excited, but say if it went away, could something else be in its place from one of these others so that we're concentrating on 3 programs instead of 5? I'm just trying to ask to get an idea of where we're at and where we're going so that we're making best use of your time as well as the students.
Thank you for the question, Senator Dondero Loop. G. Moore for the record. I think the question, are we spreading ourselves too thin? I would say no. I think that the regulation that we are aligning these programs options with allow for us to reach students that wouldn't have otherwise been able to be part of this program. Just in my experience as an educator, when I was a teacher, I taught juniors. And that is typically the year when things start to click for them. They start to recognize more of their strengths, talents, and abilities. We also have students that have been in other CTE pathways, such as the example that I gave at Rancho High School, where they're like, I don't think I have an interest in that anymore, but I want to be a teacher. I don't want to have barriers for those students to be able to complete that. And I think while we're making a concerted effort to grow this pipeline, I think we also have to recognize that school is also about discovery and exploration and learning about professions and pathways and careers that they may never even knew existed. And so I think that those pathway options allow for us to reach more students, but I don't think it's spreading us thin. I think it's trying to close those barriers.
Thank you very much. That's what I was kind of hoping you would say, because I always think about, I don't know, the student that wants to be the astronaut, and they may never be able to be the astronaut, but they could teach science. They could teach that to students. And I'm also acutely aware, because I was the elementary teacher, and, I learned to be a kindergarten teacher. My student teaching was in kindergarten, and my first job was in 3rd grade. And there's a big difference, a big difference. So that happens as well. So in the high school venue, it's a little more siloed, because if you're an English teacher, you're an English teacher, so to speak. But if, and Mr. Mansell knows, because he was an elementary principal, he knows what happens there. I mean, you're a deer in a headlight when you get that option, and somebody hires you in a totally different category than you were trained in. But I guess that the other question that I would ask is, are we following these students so that we know that when they go through these programs and they go into UNLV, is there any way for us to know if it took with them, it stayed with them? They did, because those of us in education know 100% it's not just a job. It's something you really have to want to do. It's a passion. And that makes a big difference than just going to work every day and doing a job that you may or may not, whatever. But when you're with kids, you've got to like what you do and you've got to love the kids. I don't know if there was a question in there, but I just sort of reflective. I hope that these 4,000 kids that we have here, I hope that eventually we get the 4,000 teachers.
Thank you. And with that, let's sit back and thank you. And we obviously have some more work to do, but I appreciate you working with the folks at CCEA, and we'll get this going. Thank you for being here. Okay, next we'll hear from representatives from our Regional Professional Development Program in Nevada to provide an overview of the work they're doing in our state. And they are in Carson City. So please go ahead when ready. Well, let me make sure that I'll let you know when we can see the PowerPoint presentation, and then feel free to start. All right, you're ready to go.
A regional professional development program. Today I am joined in person by my colleague Ben Dixon, who is the director of the Northwestern RPDP. Unfortunately, our colleagues in the South, Dr. Shelley Smith and Jared Parchison, are moving offices this week in quite intense weather, and they are unable to join us in person. We appreciate the opportunity to share the results and impact of our work with school leaders and educators across Nevada. It is my honor today to present highlights from our 2022-2023 annual reports, which are compiled each year to demonstrate the results that we have achieved through the professional learning that we provide both regionally and statewide, and which we submit to various stakeholders as mandated by the legislature in order to show the return on investment for the funding we are allocated each biennium. We are currently in the middle of compiling the data from 2023 and 2024, and we look forward to submitting our annual reports for this past year to this body in September. Before I present our collective highlights, I would like to take a moment to just provide a brief overview of the RPDPs. The RPDPs were established in the 70th legislative session in 1999 with the intention of ensuring that all Nevada educators and leaders have opportunities and access to high-quality professional learning. We are governed by two entities, our regional governing boards and the statewide coordinating council, and we are currently grouped into 3 regions, which are denoted on the map of the state as you can see on this slide. On this map, you will see districts highlighted in green, which encompass the northeastern region. Those highlighted in red encompass the northwestern region, and those highlighted in blue encompass the southern region. And although we are grouped regionally, we collaborate and coordinate to ensure alignment both across the regions and across the state so that the support we provide to leaders and educators in Nevada's public and charter schools is aligned and coherent. We provide professional learning in 3 broad categories. Those categories include meeting district and charter school requests for service, fulfilling legislated mandates, and supporting individual teachers and administrators. Within these three broad categories, we determine the professional learning needs of leaders and educators through a request for service model so that the unique needs and context of our districts and our schools is taken into consideration, which in turn will allow us to best leverage our expertise to meet the identified needs. In 2022-2023, we provided 1,690 professional learning sessions. In order to accurately and effectively share results of the professional learning sessions that we provide each year, we sort them into three categories. The first is instructional training, which can include presentations, workshops, in-service, and university courses. An example of this would include a workshop focused on increasing student motivation and engagement. The second category, observation and mentoring, which includes coaching, classroom observations and feedback, modeling, and co-teaching, and an example of which could include new educator mentorship programs or related support to retain those new educators. And then our third category, consulting and collaborating, which can include school and district committee or task force work, email, professional advice, professional conversations and consultations with schools and districts, planning alongside schools and districts for professional learning support, and a specific example could include supporting individual schools with the revised continuous improvement process in schools. We currently have 38 full-time RPDP trainers, sometimes referred to as professional learning leaders, so you'll hear those terms interchangeably, and 9 part-time trainers. We offer sessions and workshops in multiple formats, in person at a school, district, or RPDP site, through a hybrid format that blends in-person and online settings, and through a 100% virtual format, all of which allow us to meet the diverse needs of educators and leaders across our state, no matter where they live. In 2022 and 2023, we served 21,007 educators and 1,723 leaders, again with only 38 full-time and 9 part-time staff. The unique number of educators and leaders on this slide indicates the total number of individuals who participated in professional learning opportunities, while the duplicated number of educators and leaders that you see on this slide refers to the number of educators and leaders who participated in more than one professional learning opportunity. Just to put it in perspective, and because we want to celebrate this, in 2022-2023, each RPDP trainer on average provided support for 447 educators and 37 administrators in our state. We are extremely proud of this result and the impact of our work, and alongside our continued investment to improve outcomes in our state. And we share this because we ourselves are former Nevada educators and leaders. We are committed to investing in current and future Nevada educators and leaders. And this is because we know from the research that educators matter more than any other factor in terms of student achievement, that effective and well-trained educators are more likely to send students to college and increase students' future income level, and that effective school leaders are second only to classroom instruction in terms of impacting student learning. So ultimately, because we know these things, when educators and leaders in our state have opportunities to learn and grow, we believe that it will lead to improved outcomes for Nevada students. In 2022-2023, we received 13,788 evaluation response forms from the professional learning sessions that we designed and facilitated, and we had a response rate of 61%, which is quite fantastic in terms of survey response rates. Participants are asked to rate questions on a Likert scale of 1 to 5, where 1 indicates not at all and 5 indicates to a great extent. The data show overwhelmingly that participants' perception of the impact of professional learning on instructional practice is quite positive, with scores on the 4 included items on this slide averaging 4.7, which suggests that the results of the professional learning they were provided and experienced matched their achieved intended outcome. Internally, we use the feedback from evaluations to also help us to determine the professional learning needs of our staff so that we can grow and improve in how we design and facilitate professional learning moving forward. This slide shows a selection of anecdotal feedback from an open-ended prompt that we include on our evaluation form. These responses also confirm the positive impact and results of the professional learning that we provide. 2 quotes that I would like to specifically highlight include the following. I appreciated that the content was focused and could immediately be applied in the classroom. I have a much deeper understanding of what it takes now to lead a collaborative group and will continue to reflect on my current leadership as well as implement these newly learned strategies into my future leadership. In the next 2 slides, I would like to highlight the impact of legislative mandates that we currently support, the Multicultural Education and Family Engagement Licensure courses, which are now required for all educational personnel in Nevada in order to renew their initial license. In 2022-2023, the data showed that participants' knowledge and skill for teaching and working with diverse student populations showed a statistically significant increase, and that 97% of our participants indicated at least one change in instructional and/or professional practice as a result of their learning from this course. We are extremely pleased with this result, and we anticipate continued impact in current and future courses, as in the past year we more than doubled the number of participants who completed the courses with us. Building on the success of multicultural education, the data also showed that participants who completed the Family Engagement Licensure course reported statistically significant confidence in communicating effectively with families and the community in order to support student success, and also revealed positive shifts in their beliefs about the relationship between effective family engagement and student success. As with the multicultural education course, we more than doubled the number of participants in the past year, and we are anticipating that this trend will continue in the upcoming year. Another important aspect of our work is programs that we have developed or that we continue to develop as needed or requested based on legislative requirements, such as those we just highlighted, but also including aspects of our work like financial literacy, and computer science modules, and computer science training. We would like to highlight that in 2022-2023, the RPDPs were awarded Most New K-5 Teachers from our external partner, Code.org, and that came as the result of an ongoing partnership between Code.org and the RPDP to provide computer science instructional training that aligns with the new state standards for computer science. Additional data collected in the computer science training show that those participants indicated increased self-efficacy or self-confidence in their teaching, as well as positive impacts on student learning. The RPDP also provides opportunities for educators and leaders to obtain additional endorsements on their Nevada licenses, including endorsements like the English Language Acquisition and Development, Early Childhood, Computer Science, Reading Specialist, Gifted and Talented Education, and Library or Media Specialist. These programs are offered through a variety of formats, live, hybrid, and virtual, to ensure open access across our state and in partnership with higher education institutions like UNLV and Southern Utah University. Partnering with these institutions of higher education allow our participants to obtain their endorsement credits at a greatly reduced cost through our partnership. 2 examples of results obtained through these endorsement programs include a statistically significant increased knowledge of the participants who completed the ELAD program about how second languages are acquired and supported in schooling, as well as long-term learning application for participants who completed the Reading Specialist program with us. We consistently collaborate and communicate with a variety of stakeholders to ensure the alignment of our work, as well as to determine the needs of educators and leaders across our state. On this slide, you will see examples of stakeholders that we collaborate with on a regular basis. One area of professional learning that continues to be at the forefront of our work as a result of our ongoing collaboration with different stakeholders is our work supporting improved instructional practice through the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, often referred to as the NEPF. We accomplish this through responding to specific requests from our districts and schools, as well as through embedding the NEPF into other professional learning sessions that we design and facilitate. And as you can see on this slide, in 2022-2023, almost 78% of the sessions that we designed and facilitated embedded the NEPF within that in order to show that alignment between what is happening at a state level and a local level. Recognizing that this is a policy-focused group, we would like to suggest a policy consideration for the upcoming 2025 legislative session, wherein new mandates and initiatives, such as those listed on the slide, that include the RPDPs, would be connected to increased funding through an overall budget enhancement, which would allow us to both increase and sustain the necessary support needed for leaders, educators, and students to thrive in our state. And in conclusion, I would like to provide the contact information for myself and my colleagues so that you can reach out at any time with questions or for additional information about the work and the results that we achieve each year. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to share these highlights and the results from our work across the state in 2022 and 2023, and to extend our gratitude for your continued support. Thank you. And I welcome questions, as does Ben.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Members, do we have questions? Okay. Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. While this isn't a funding committee, when you talk about enhancing funding to sustain, is the 15 million that we gave in this last biennium not sustainable?
Thank you for the question, Senator Dondero Loop. Annie Hicks for the record. While we are currently, I think, making the most of $15 million, it is about $10 million less than the RPDPs were originally allocated. And one of the struggles that we continue to face is that we operate on a flat budget. So as our fiscal agents, each fiscal agent of the regional groups negotiates raises and salaries and benefits, we have to meet that obligation within our flat budget. And I think essentially what I'm trying to describe is that our $15 million only gets us so far, particularly when we think of this last year where some of our fiscal agent districts negotiated raises upwards of 18%. Does that answer your question to the degree that you were hoping it would?
Yes, well, probably not, but because this isn't a finance committee, I'll stop. I have lots um, there because 15 million, while I appreciate your comments, 15 million was a lot of money. I guess that's the only way I can say it. So along with what you may receive from school districts or other entities. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I know we have a question up north from Assembly Member LaBrue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for presenting on this. I have attended RPDP trainings before, so I know your work. One complaint, not about RPDP, but just about professional development in general that we get from teachers is it doesn't feel relevant, or it feels like it's coming from someone that hasn't been in a classroom for a long time. And so I have kind of a two-part question. The first one, you might not have this data yet, so I'm okay with you sharing it. But do you know how many of your trainers were classroom teachers in the first place, and how many of them were in the classroom within the last 5 years?
Oh. Excellent question. Thank you for that. Annie Hicks for the record. I'll start and then I'll allow Ben to add on, of course, if he can do so. First of all, by law, anyone hired with the RPDP must have been a classroom educator in Nevada for more than 5 years. And so all of our staff are highly qualified, licensed, and currently licensed educators, often who have very advanced degrees and continue to teach in a variety of other places, such as higher education institutions, and are involved at national levels. So while not directly in a classroom, I think very well versed with a lot of experience and expertise. That said, your question about in the last 5 years, I can speak specifically for my staff. Half of the staff I have currently were in the classroom within the last 5 years, and I anticipate coming retirements, which is wonderful, and so I sense that number will grow, wherein I probably would have 75% of my staff who were in the classroom in the last 5 years.
Ben Dixon, for the record, Director of Northwest Regional Professional Development Program. I echo what Director Hicks said as far as my staff's training. I currently have, of my 16 staff members, 3 of which were in the classroom within the last 5 years. One thing we also do, because I think your question, Assemblyman, is very relevant. We partner with teachers currently in the classroom as much as we can, either to provide content to teach classes, or if we go into specific schools, we will partner with someone in that school, because we all know having that person in the school that you can go to when, after a training and you have a question and the RPDP has left, we want to make sure that person is there. So we do try to do that.
Thank you so much. I think that really does get to the heart of it. And Chair, if I may, just a brief follow-up is what procedures do you have in place for those teachers that maybe are more than 5 years out of the classroom to make sure they are still getting that regular classroom experience, so that they are staying relevant and cutting edge and able to give good advice and training to our teachers?
Annie Hicks for the record. I'll start, and then of course, please Ben add on. In our group, most of my staff have their national board certification. And as a part of that, as you know, to renew, they have to be in a classroom context and teaching and working with students directly. And so we work within our region to find those partnerships with schools that will allow my staff to come and do that work. So in a way, that is one approach that we take to try to remain current in what it's like to teach in a current classroom, because it does change a lot from year to year. And I think particularly the pandemic highlighted substantial changes in the educational experience, both of our teachers and our students. And so that's one aspect. The other thing that's not directly related to being within a classroom context, but that I think is really important in our work, is that we are well versed and have deep knowledge of what's happening both in our local level, state, but also at a national level. So all of my staff are members of national groups, and they often are called upon to present, to write and submit papers. I had one staff member recently publish a book. And so part of it is maintaining a level of expertise that would be necessary to respond to situations where you're going in and you have 30 educators, all with very different needs. That takes a lot of skill and knowledge to be able to navigate that deftly, and certainly not easily and not perfectly, but I think that's one thing we strive to do. So it's kind of a two-prong approach in our region.
Ben Dixon for the record. I would also echo Director Hicks' comments. I have a high number of staff that are nationally board certified. Multiple members of my staff have presented nationally, published articles. The other thing that we do engage in across the RPDBs is our own professional development. So I will give an example for this year. We understand the coming questions and concerns and around AI. So we took it on ourselves as a department in my region to all go through an AI training module as a professional development through a nationally publisher. And we kind of worked through that, what that would look like, and then how we could implement AI in our roles. And I'm very excited coming out next year. I have a number of staff that are doing some AI inquiry projects with a number of teachers, and we're looking forward to offering some courses around that. So that is one way that we do it, and is to build our own knowledge. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you both so much.
Thank you for the presentation. And with that, I think we will move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 10. We will hear a report from the Nevada State Treasurer and Education Sport Professional Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. The task force has been meeting over the last several months to consider recruitment and retention in our state. We'll be hearing their recommendations based on their finding. To present, we'll have Kathleen Gallen-Collins and Kelly Lynn Charles with NDE, as well as Carrie Finn with the task force. And I believe we're online and here in Las Vegas and also Carson City. We're hitting them all. Go ahead when ready. You have a PowerPoint, so hold that until we can see that PowerPoint. And then I will let you know to begin.
Kathleen Gallen-Collins to the record. Yes, please let me know when you see that PowerPoint. We have a couple colleagues. Our chair of the task force is actually in Denver.
You're good to go.
At a conference, so she's presenting from there. And then our vice chair is in Carson City.
You are good to go now.
Okay, and if Sherry is online.
Sherry Spencer for the record. Good afternoon, Chair Bilbray, Axelrod, and honorable members of the Interim Legislative Committee on Education. I am Dr. Sherry Spencer, Chair of the Nevada State Teacher and Education Support Professional Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. I teach at C.O. Bastion High School in Lincoln County. I facilitate a credit recovery program to help students graduate.
And I'm Carrie Finn, Vice Chair of the Task Force. I'm a clinical aide with an EMT license serving in the Carson City School District at Pioneer High School.
Dr. Spencer for the record. The task force is supported by the Nevada Department of Education. With us today are Kelly Lynn Charles, an education programs professional in the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement, along with Kathleen Gallen Collins, the Assistant Director of that office. The task force members are honored to have been provided the opportunity to engage in this work and to share our findings and recommendations. Today we'll be sharing a presentation that provides an overview of the recommendations developed since our last report in 2023. Please note that we will be using the term educator throughout the presentation. We are referring to anyone who provides direct or indirect instruction or supports students' access to instruction. This includes both licensed and unlicensed personnel such as bus drivers, paraprofessionals, food service, school nurses, and counselors, to name a few. The task force was created in 2019 with the intent of providing a way for teachers to directly voice concerns to legislators and to be part of the solution. The task force consists of 20 members and now has a mix of teachers and education support professionals since the passage of Bill 71 during the 2023 legislative session. Each member must have at least 5 years experience in Nevada and be currently serving in their role. The primary duties of the task force are to identify the challenges in attracting and retaining educators in Nevada and make recommendations to the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education to address these challenges. Over the past year and a half, the task force has continued to work closely with a variety of education stakeholders and the NDE to create the report you have in your meeting materials. Personnel from West Ed has continued to help provide data and research, and we rely on partners listed on the slide to provide task force with ideas for recommendation. The report contains the details and data on each recommendation. We will be referring to that report throughout the presentation. The recommendation is a process, something that we do over a course of a year or two. We start with looking at the available data and research, then we collaborate with others to brainstorm possible solutions. The task force then reviews the research and creates recommendations to be shared with the Committee on Education. Please note, evidence folders containing the research and data are included in the report and can be accessed via links. We welcome our new support professionals in the task force in March and are looking forward to adding recommendations specific to their needs to the report that we submit in February. This slide shows a condensed version of the report's table of contents. We organize the report to help readers easily navigate the information. A simple list of the recommendation is in alphabetical order by focus area on page 6. Each recommendation title is linked internally to the full recommendation and supporting details. The 29 task force recommendations are grouped into 5 essential focus areas using a holistic, system-centered approach to creating solutions. The first is systemic support and infrastructure to improve working conditions. Recommendations to improve working conditions, climate and culture to improve retention and recruitment. Recruitment. Recommendations to positively impact recruitment efforts and grow the profession. Retention. Recommendations to positively impact retention. Removing barriers. recommendations to remove the barriers to entering the education profession, and then Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education's letters of support. These recommendations request COE write letters to the appropriate agencies, urging them to take action to improve educator recruitment and retention, as they may not be in COE's direct control, but COE may be able to influence the appropriate agency to take action.
Carrie Finn for the record. The task force work must be infused into other statewide initiatives while supporting other educational efforts. Members felt deeply that no one solution could fix the current struggle and that recruitment and retention efforts must approach challenges from multiple angles and address multiple levels of the education system. As an example, if Nevada revises our state retirement benefits to support recruitment and retention efforts without also improving working conditions, educators may still leave. For the first time ever, the recommendations in each focus area have been prioritized by the task force. These are identified as priority recommendations, of which there are 21. The other recommendations in the same category are in alphabetical order. There are a total of 13 recommendations that have been previously stated in other reports, with 16 new recommendations for a total of 29 in 5 focus areas. The groups that propose the same or similar solutions are listed in the report. Each recommendation is organized in the same way. First, we identify the focus area for the grouping of recommendations. Then comes the title of the recommendation. If the title doesn't give you enough information, we have included details in the specifics section below the title. The rationale explains why we are making the recommendation. If you are unsure how the recommendation may resolve an issue, the expected outcomes will explain that. We also include the other stakeholder groups making this recommendation and how it aligns to the governor's plan. We didn't forget the research. Each recommendation is linked to a Google folder filled with research behind our recommendation. The first focus area is systemic support and infrastructure to improve working conditions. The task force recognizes that without proper structures in place, recruitment and retention efforts may not see the intended results. Thus, this task force has put forth a large number of recommendations to address the infrastructure and systems of support to improve the working conditions of educators across the state. These recommendations take a multi-pronged approach, addressing the perception of education, data collection, and educator benefits packages. Over the next 3 slides, the task force proposes 13 holistic, system-centered recommendations to improve working conditions, climate, and culture to improve retention and recruitment. Recommendations 1 through 5 are prioritized, with number 1 indicating the highest priority recommendation. Recommendations 6 through 13 are listed in alphabetical order. Recommendations 6 through 9 are not prioritized, but are still important to the task force. These include allocating funding for quality mentor programs with salaries and stipends for mentor educators, along with supply cards for classroom supplies, shortening the turnaround time it takes for retired educators to become eligible to return to employment, and asking the State Board of Education to reevaluate high school graduation requirements, to remove duplicate coursework, and to ensure alignment with Nevada's system of higher education expectations. The last 4 recommendations in this focus area are to conduct a study of the Nevada system of higher education's educator preparation coursework to ensure alignment with what educators need to know and be able to do. Require health plans doing business in Nevada to include extensive wraparound service benefits. Take action to prevent schools from creating schedules that require 1 teacher to 2 different content classes in the same room at the same time. And asking the legislature to invest in sustaining the educator workforce supply and demand portal that is currently being developed using federal relief funds. The task force proposes 2 recommendations to positively impact recruitment efforts and grow the profession. Recommendations 1 through 2 are prioritized, with number 1 indicating the highest priority recommendation. It is essential for Nevada to invest in initiatives that make the state more appealing to out-of-state educators. This can include offering competitive salaries and benefits, as well as providing support for relocation and housing. Additionally, efforts should be made to encourage current Nevada residents to pursue a career in education. This can be done through targeted outreach and recruitment efforts, as well as providing financial incentives and support for individuals interested in becoming educators.
Dr. Sherry Spencer for the record. It is vital for Nevada to prioritize the retention of its educators. This can be achieved by offering a variety of benefits and resources, such as mentorship programs, professional development opportunities, and cultural competency training. It is also imperative to remove any barriers that may prevent current educators from staying in education. After all, retention is recruiting educators to stay. On slides 14 and 15, the task force proposes 7 holistic system-centered recommendations to positively impact educator retention. Recommendations 1 through 7 are prioritized, with number 1 indicating the highest priority. These recommendations are designed to help address shortages and retention by paying for current educators to become endorsed in critical shortage areas, providing funding for supporting for teachers' home ownership and student loan forgiveness, and dedicated funds for meaningful longevity pay. The task force proposes the following 3 recommendations to remove barriers to entering education. Recommendations 1 through 3 are prioritized, with number 1 indicating the highest priority recommendation. Recommendations 1 through 4 are prioritized, with number 1 indicating the highest priority. These recommendations request COE write letters to the appropriate agency urging them to take action to improve educator recruitment and retention, as they may not be in COE's direct control, but COE may be able to influence the appropriate agencies to take action. In conclusion, a simple solution will not solve the educator workforce shortages. Only a holistic, forward-thinking, system-centered approach will be able to truly affect working conditions in a way that positively impact educator recruitment and retention. We are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the 24 report, and will be providing an updated report to the Legislative Council Bureau in February 2025. We thank you once again for allowing us to present, and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Senators, any questions? Okay, we'll go to Carson City. Do you have any questions in Carson City?
Sure. Of course I do. So first of all, thank you for presenting this information. I greatly appreciate all of the items. I seem to see, though, a large amount that have to do with funding. And since this is a policy thing, I'm wondering if there's anything that can, in fact, be done around policy, in particular for our support professionals. So I really appreciate the fact that we've got that. When I'm looking over the recommendations in particular, the largest one I see is number 8 under the systematic support and infrastructure to improve working conditions. And that has to do with the timeline for educators to become eligible to return to employment. Is that a policy language change that we would need to do? Or is that something, and I'll understand if this is a little bit too technical, or is that something that has to be done at each district's different levels at this time?
Dr. Spencer for the record. That's a policy thing, because that comes from the how long it takes at the PERS office. I was trying to think of the word, but that's a PERS thing, because you know how long it takes for all of that to happen. That's why it's like a 6 month. Well, no, it's not 6, is it? Yeah, your first paycheck. So after you retire, so it takes a while. That's what that problem is.
And thank you for that clarification. Is that for only licensed, or is that also for some of our support professionals who are, oh wait, they don't always get the exact same PERS at this time, but is that only for licensed, or is it for our support professionals as well? Do either of you know that?
Dr. Spencer, for the record, that's just for licensures for teachers. The other ones, that doesn't include them.
And
Carrie.
if I may add to that, Kathleen Gallen-Collins for the record. So what happens is if a position gets on the critical shortage list with PERS, then that position can become eligible to what we in layperson's terms call double dip. So if I retire from teaching elementary is listed as critical shortage area. I retire in June. I have a certain waiting period if I want to come back and work for a district. So usually those classrooms have to start with a substitute teacher for the first part of the year. And so the task force wanted to see if they could shorten that timeline somehow so that that teacher could start the school year with those students, and those students would have a licensed certified teacher in that classroom.
Carrie Finn for the record. Thank you, Assemblywoman Anderson, for asking. Yeah, currently at this time, the support professionals are not included in this. Hopefully, now that education support professionals have been added to this task force, we will move in that direction to get things flowing because I have a lot to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then my second question comes from the language that has to do with the recruitment and the two prioritized recruitment found on slide 13. And that has to do with return the public employees retirement system service requirement from the current 33.3 to 30 years of service. Is that again a public employee or PERS decision, or is that something that is done legislatively? If you could clarify that for whichever of the three of you would like to clarify that a little bit.
Dr. Spencer, for the record, that is again a policy through PERS. They changed it in 2015, I think, to that. So that would have to go back through legislation and then be changed again.
This is Chair Bill Bray. I'm actually going to have our legal counsel just clarify something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Legislative Counsel. Just to follow up on the conversation about the waiting period after retirement before coming back to service, there are requirements under federal law for how long you have to be separated from service for it to be a bona fide separation for retirement purposes before PERS would be able to start paying. And I believe that's where that period comes from. Unfortunately, we had PERS here earlier, or else I would phone a friend for this part, but there is a minimum length of time there that's required under federal law, so that may require more input from PERS on exactly how short that's allowed to be.
Thank you. It sounds like we have a question from Assemblymember Lou Hatch as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the clear levels of work that went into a lot of this with all of the research and everything that backs it up. I echo my colleagues' sentiments that a lot of this does have to do with funding, and we as educators know a lot of it is chronic underfunding. One thing that I see is missing from here, and I'd love to get your viewpoint on, is we heard all day long about the time load that is put onto educators and the bureaucracy and the paperwork and the assessments and everything else. And I don't see any recommendations really on reducing that. And so I just wondered if that was a discussion that you had within your committee and if that's something we can find somewhere within your report.
This is Kelly Lynn Charles for the record. Thank you for the question. If we go back a few years on the previous reports, we did have recommendations to reduce educator workload. And I believe the Senate Bill 72 to do the study about the educator workload that was presented on earlier did come out of that. So this task force was withholding a recommendation until some of that information came back so that they had the data and what educators felt before they made a recommendation to then start removing things.
So to clarify, it has not been fixed, but your recommendation is forthcoming.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I guess that would be Assemblyman Koenig. Any questions? All right, we will move on. Thank you very much for being here. Now we will go to our second to last agenda item of the day. We will hear from the subcommittee task force exploring instructions related to the Holocaust and other genocides. The subcommittee will present its finding and any recommendation to present. We have the trooper, Elliot Malin, who was one of the first people here in the morning, and you're still here, and thank you for that. And please go ahead when ready. Well, once you get your PowerPoint up, and thank you again for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the committee. Elliot Malin for the record. I actually, before I get started, I wanted to introduce a youth legislator who's joining me today. This is Ethan. If you want to really fast introduce yourself, press the red button and state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Ethan Cohen for the record, and I'm just here to be a part of the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. So Elliot Malin again for the record. I asked Ethan to come because he had reached out to me a few months ago to talk about Holocaust education specifically. And I thought this was a unique opportunity for us to present and talk about this. You all know me. We've known each other for a long time. This is one of the first times I've been at a loss for words coming in to present because of what this topic is and the importance of it. But also, as we've been sitting here today, there have been protests in our nation's capital calling for a final solution of Jews yet again. And I think that underscores how important this topic is. Hopefully, is it still up, Chair?
Oh, no, it went down.
I thought. There it goes. Thank you. So a little overview. Assembly Bill 231, which passed in the 21 legislative session, requires the State Board of Education to appoint a subcommittee to review and make recommendations on the manner in which to provide certain information to pupils concerning the Holocaust and other genocides, such as the Armenian, Cambodian, Darfur, Guatemalan, and Rwandan genocides. Additionally, we review the manner in which certain standards support comprehensive education on the Holocaust for educators and students, including resources and professional learning. The last time we were here, we had a conversation about a lot of our focus being on the Holocaust. Something that we've done is to broaden that conversation because it's part of the mission that we passed. And so over the last year and a half, we've been focusing a lot of our energy on other genocides. And one of the things that we did when we passed this legislation is we codified the definition of genocide into NRS from the Genocide Convention, Article 2, which helped us in informing everything that we are looking at. So we have what's occurring in Nevada. We've developed genocide education partnerships between NDE and genocideeducation.org, the Genocide Education Project, Israeli American Council, Nevada State of Higher Education Institutions, Sperling Kronig Mack Holocaust Resource Center, the Red Bud Resource Group, United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, the Anti-Defamation League, University of Southern California's Shoah Foundation, Echoes and Reflections, and the Holocaust Survivors Group of Southern Nevada. And before I move on, I think it's actually really important to note with our partnership with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, this year, Nevada educators, they recently had a conference in Washington
and online, and Nevada educators were the largest contingency for their conference. And I think that is part of the work that we've been doing, and I think it's very important. We have developed and facilitated self-paced professional learning courses for Nevada educators through Canvas, 22 genocide education courses spanning topics including the Holocaust, combating anti-Semitism, and diversity awareness, 6 genocide education courses spanning topics including the genocides in Armenia, Rwanda, Cambodia, Darfur, Guatemala, and the Roma, 10 genocide education learning modules for Nevada educators to use with students through Canvas. And for some data, we had the enrollment of courses is over 2,600 Nevada educators currently, with some outcomes, over 13,750 inputs of educator-generated discussion, discourse, and reflection on improving and implementing genocide education for students in Nevada. We are also working to drive event awareness, increased Nevada's educator registration to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. That's a little fuzzy, I don't know why it's doing that. From 32 educators to over 900. There it goes, okay. That's a massive increase, and I again want to pause because during this last session, a member of this committee saw me every day begging to fund a position in the Department of Education that we landed up doing, and I will come back to that at the end. But a lot of this work is because of us financing that position through the legislative process last session. And so we have accomplished a lot, but we have a long way to go. We did a survey. Along with this role, I also serve as the chair of the Governor's Advisory Council on Education relating to the Holocaust. We commissioned a survey of Nevadans. Specifically, we used the voter file because we wanted to see Nevadans across the spectrum of their understanding of genocide and the Holocaust. The sample size was 1,406 Nevadans with a margin of error of 2.6%, plus or minus. We actually were able to get this privately funded, so no state dollars went into this. And the pollster, the company that did the survey, actually gave us a 50% discount because of what we were trying to accomplish and measure. And so I'm really proud of the work that we were able to do, and I thank both Jewish Nevada and the Nevada Center for Humanity for stepping up to sponsor that so that no public funds had to go to that. But to talk about the results, which are a little bit disturbing, 1 in 10 Nevadans don't believe that the Holocaust happened. 1 in 3 Nevadans can accurately state how many Jews were killed in the Holocaust. So 1/3 of our state know how many Jews were killed. 1 in 7 Nevadans know someone who does not believe the Holocaust happened. More Nevadans believe Holocaust distortion is increasing. 35% of parents with children under the age of 18 are seeing an increase in Holocaust distortion and denial. 25% of Nevadans are seeing an increase for individuals who are 18 to 34-year-olds. 33% for individuals in rural Nevada. 25% of Nevadans could not name a single cause of the Holocaust. 1 in 10 did not know that Jewish people were the target of the Holocaust. Nearly half of all Nevadans, 47%, could not name a single Nazi concentration camp or death camp. Not Auschwitz, not Treblinka, none of them. That number increases in our rural counties to 59%. For those that obtained the highest level of education of being a high school diploma, it was 64%. And those with children under 18, it was 56%. 10% of Nevadans have never heard of the word genocide. 14% of those of the age of 18 to 34 and 35 to 44-year-olds, respectively. 19% of people with a high school level education have never heard the word genocide, and 17% in our rural communities. When we asked Nevadans to define genocide, we prompted it for them. We gave them a choice of options, and 72% of Nevadans could accurately define, when prompted, what genocide is, which is an act with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. 28% of Nevadans could not name a single genocide, including the Holocaust. So about a quarter of Nevadans could not name the Holocaust as a genocide. That is 39% of 18 to 34-year-olds, 30% of people with children under the age of 18. That is 46% in our rural counties and 41% with a high school level education. 86% of Nevadans had at least some knowledge of the Holocaust. 14% had little to no knowledge. 22% of Nevadans had at least some knowledge of the Parajmos, which 78% had little to no knowledge. 31% of Nevadans had at least some knowledge of the Armenian genocide. 69% had no knowledge. So that gets us to our recommendations. Our recommendations is we want to increase library self-paced genocide education, professional learning courses offered through the Department for Nevada Educators. We want to increase library of genocide education learning modules for student learning. We would like to see a streamlined system to bring Holocaust survivors, experts, and interactive activities into Nevada, especially our classrooms. We would like to develop and drive awareness to Holocaust educator certification programs, which the subcommittee is working with the Governor's Council on, which will be on a future agenda item for that as well. We would like to see a streamlined system to connect educators to a wide array of virtual genocide education workshops year-round, companion guides for using genocide education media in the classroom and to support Tier 1 instruction, creation of multilingual genocide education resources to support EL programs. But what we are making our big push for today, right now, is our legislative recommendations as we're required to provide, is when we passed the funding this last session for the position in NDE, it is temporary. We can see the good work that they're doing. We can also see the need for it. And so we would like to create a permanent Holocaust and other genocide professional position at the Department of Education instead of having to come back and ask every session for the contractor. We know that this is important. We also know that education works. When I was highlighting the data for those with high school diplomas, what we found is that when we educate people, when they have a higher level of learning, they have a higher level of understanding. So we know that education works. And the other thing is we would like to see funding to facilitate micro grants to local education agencies for education, educator and student learning opportunities. That way we can get them the opportunity to have the funding to bring in speakers directly to schools, directly to communities, especially our rural communities, which we can also tell desperately need it. And with that, I will take questions. And I believe Janie Malorny is in Carson City as well.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I'm sorry to hear what you're reporting on today. First, we'll go to Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for sharing this with us. You know, as a world history teacher, I teach about the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide and the Rwandan genocide, and I understand how critical these are. One problem that I encounter among my colleagues is it's really unclear where in the standards and where in the curriculum these are meant to be taught. Because I have students that come into me sometimes where they have spent 3 or 4 months reading Night in 8th grade and they know every single thing about the Holocaust. And I have students that come into me in 10th grade and they have never heard about any of it. And I have colleagues that say we don't need to teach the Holocaust in 10th grade because they learned about it in 8th grade. And so it ends up falling through the cracks. And so my question is, what efforts are being done to coordinate both with NDE on the state level for the standards, but also the districts for the scope and sequence to really specify where these should be taught so that it does not fall through the cracks?
Thank you, Elliot Mallon, for the record. Part of that, if Janie is in Carson, I will let her answer. But the other part of that is I think one of the things that we've come to realize is that there's almost no, I don't know how to put this, besides we can teach Holocaust and genocide education in every subject. We can bring it into history, social studies, English, art. And I think that is part of what we need to be doing and driving is the opportunity to expand Holocaust and genocide education outside of just social studies and world history. We should be bringing these resources into the classrooms and getting those resources to our teachers and the districts. And if Janie's there, I will defer to her on the rest of that question. She is.
Thank you, Elliot. Janie Maloney for the record. Appreciate the question. And so that's been something that we've heard often because the social studies standards as they're written are not exactly explicit because of the nature of really diving into inquiry style instruction in all of the social studies areas. In areas of, if you're unfamiliar, social studies has 6 content areas that we have to actually teach. So social studies, I feel like, always has 6 different subjects that we teach all wrapped up into one. In areas of history, civics, geography, and multicultural education does and would fit areas of teaching about Holocaust and other genocides. To answer your question directly, Assemblywoman, I would say it shouldn't be taught only in 8th grade or only in 7th grade or only in. This should be taught actually in every secondary course that our students are taking in both social studies and in English. But because of the way the standards are written in social studies, we actually can directly make that a part of the course and the instruction. What we're doing too at the department with the work with the contractor is actually providing a crosswalk to say these are these standards that can be taught that would address Holocaust and other genocides specifically, and then giving that out for a resource for our educators across the state. Particularly in middle school, because the standards do not directly align to a course, they are a grade band, same with high school. It's difficult for us to say you must teach this in world history or in geography or in world geography. So they are aligned to how the standards are written with those recommendations of potential courses that they could fit into. Hopefully with some of that explicit direction that can help our teachers, at least within social studies. I would echo with what Mr. Malin just had mentioned, that when you're talking about teaching Holocaust and other genocides and really about understanding people and cultures and traditions, and our multicultural standards really do address that quite nicely across the board. But those should be taught across the board, right? Just like civic education. We can't just keep it in a silo. It does have to be stretched out across everywhere. And so we're also working with our secondary ELA folks to say, okay, how can this also be something that could be explicitly highlighted and taught as well as an ELA? And then additionally adding areas of fine arts within music and in visual arts, within painting, within media arts. So really out trying to say, we don't want to teach this in isolation, that we know what's good for all humans, actually. This is not a student thing. This is all humans. And so hopefully we can provide a little bit more explicit resources.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. I would just caution, I think, this whole group that I think when we say everyone can teach something, sometimes it means no one teaches it, because you assume, oh, the science teachers got it, or the art teachers got it, or the English teachers got it. And I do think sometimes being explicit is helpful, especially with those survey results, considering it does look like it's hit and miss of who's receiving this. And so while I know the state can't be that specific, I would really encourage and hope that you're working with the districts, because they do have scope and sequences that are more specific, that maybe we can work places these can at least, at the minimum, be taught, so that if there's more, that's great. If there's not, then it's okay.
Assemblyperson Anderson, I think you had a question for our youth legislator.
I did, and I first want to thank Mr. Malin for bringing forward the information, and more importantly, to bring a student with you to present. So, Student Legislator Cohen, if you could. I'm looking at the information that was presented regarding the survey that was from the Governor's Advisory Council, and it's pretty clear that these are from voters. From your experience as a student and working with your peers, would you say that the data that is brought forward of people not understanding the information is accurate from your experience? And then also, at what grade did you start actually learning about either the Holocaust or genocide in particular? At what grade did you start having those sort of lessons be presented to you?
Hi, Ethan Cohen for the record. So regarding the statistics about the lack of knowledge about the Holocaust and other genocides, I feel like as education increases and as age increases, we see a positive trend in more knowledgeable people and statistics. However, I think that the younger you go, the worse it becomes. So I think especially with the high school group, it's important to focus in and make sure that we see that future trends should go in a positive direction, and we see that future surveys should have more promising results. And I can vouch with my own personal experience that I think that my peers, while they do maybe know relatively a little bit about the Holocaust, it's not comprehensive enough to make as much of a difference as I think is necessary in their lives and their futures. So I think that would be the most important thing to focus on. And regarding when my personal experience with Holocaust education, I attended a Jewish day school for most of my life, so it was a bit of a different experience for me since I had kind of had that with me growing all the way up. But for most, since I wasn't in public school, I don't know exactly when it would start. But for me, I started in around fifth grade, I believe, fourth or fifth grade, just learning about it briefly, and then in middle school, especially learning about it more in depth. And yeah.
Excellent answer, and thank you so much for that clarification. And I really appreciate the comprehensive information that you presented. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mallon, again for bringing somebody with you.
Yes, thank you very much for this presentation. Senators, no questions. Thank you for being here all day.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will go to our final agenda item, which is public comment. As a reminder, we ask that public comment be kept to 2 minutes. So anyone interested in speaking, can you please come up? I see someone here. Assemblywoman Anderson, is there anyone filling the chairs? Oh, okay. So we'll
We do
begin
not.
here in Vegas. Okay, and then we'll go to the phones. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bilbray-Axelrod and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Brenda Pearson, and I'm the Director of Strategic Policy Initiatives at the Clark County Education Association. I wanted to speak about Agenda Item 8 and a little response to what CCSD presented. I want to start by saying I really do appreciate the thoughtful lessons learned that they included within their presentation, as well as a retention plan and the marketing plan. But the one thing that I think I need to hit home on is this was supposed to be implemented in full capacity in 24-25. And that's ultimately one of the biggest concerns that I have. I think Assemblywoman Bilbray-Axelrod, you hit it on the nose when you said that CTE and career pathways as TACPP is not really the same, right? I think that the problem that we've had here in CCSD is it's really muddied the waters. Their documentation or their marketing mentions the CTE pathway program. They mentioned that they're implementing this as an NDE approved CTE program. That is 100% true. They are implementing a CTE program that's approved by the NDE. That's correct. But the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program is a career pathway, not only a CTE program. It starts in high school, goes to higher education, and then into a career with supports across the board. That's the difference. And that in and of itself has not been marketed or shared with students. That's the ultimate issue that we're having. Importantly, I want to just give you a bit of context on myself. I really ground everything that I do within data and within evidence. And so what I present to you isn't necessarily my opinion, but what the data is saying. So CCSD reported that about 4,300 students are enrolled in the teaching and training program. At the end of that time, there are about 25% of them that actually become completers. And to Senator Dondero Loop's question earlier, you're hoping that all of them become teachers. That's not the case, because less than a very small percentage, I won't guess because I don't have that data, go on to higher education. And then additionally, a smaller percentage go on to the NSHE institutions, right? So if we are not pitching this program as something new, as a teacher academy college pathway program, then we are selling it short, right? This is the opportunity to rebrand this program and make sure that in my mind, a program that hasn't necessarily been that successful with the attrition rates that you're seeing, the CTE teaching and training program, if we incorporate that into what we're doing, we're actually building a stronger model that's going to be rolled out to schools. But again, we missed the mark on making sure that that happened in 24, 25. Another component that I wanted to mention to you specifically is around the offering of options, right? One of the options that they have here is a COSA, which is basically you're getting a change of school assignment. So imagine a student who's in a comprehensive high school that is a Title I building. They may or may not have the opportunity to have transportation to get to another school. So the option that CCSD is offering is, okay, I'm sorry, at Mojave High School, we're not going to offer this program. By the way, Mojave High School does have this, but you're going to now, your opportunity is to find yourself another school. And by the way, we can't transport you there. That's not really an option for many students who may have to work afterwards or don't have a car or don't have the bus to be able to take them somewhere. And so that's incredibly important. This is not an equitable opportunity. It's not accessible and to all students, and it's not in line with the intent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I gave you a little leeway because I don't think we have anyone else for public comment. I will confirm that with broadcast services, but thank you. And I will encourage you to keep talking to CCSD, and however I can help facilitate that, I'm happy to do. Broadcast services, is there anyone on the phone line?
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers to provide public comment at this time.
Yes, we have public comment from our own committee. Go ahead, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Chair. We've dealt with this situation in another meeting, and now here we are again, and I'm hearing some of the same stuff. And I'm just wondering if you could work with CCA and if we could direct you to write a letter to the school district to get comments back that we can once again, discuss in this meeting. I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Senator, and I will let you know that behind the scenes, I have been working on this to try to bridge that gap. We have our recommendations, we have our work session meeting next. So yeah, we will put something together to make sure that the fruits of our labor come to fruition, as it were. All right, thank you. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the members and everyone who presented today. Archived version of today's meeting will be available online. Our next meeting, which will be our committee's work session, has been rescheduled to Thursday, August 22nd at 9 a.m. And with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.